Yeah. All right.
It's thinking. Dun 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 dun. Welcome to Tech. Did you just cuss in the first 30 seconds of the show?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, there goes my $5 of ad
I hope
revenue.
not.
No, I'm just kidding. That's funny. It was like 3 seconds in, and you're like, fucking.
Oh, man. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I forgive you. All right, guys, we got to shut down the show. We'll be right back in an hour. No, I'm just kidding.
Sorry.
Look at all these people over here in chat, though. We got Bradley Smith.
Yay,
we got Nick
what's
Hammond.
up?
We got Ryan, Chris B in the house, Meckberg. See, we got all the OGs. Blue Varo popping in. We got, hell yeah. All right, so first order of business, we got to go share this stream out because since we're so late, because of me, by the way. It's always me.
Oh, yeah,
it's always me. So I'm going to say, all right, we're live on TikTok. If you want, you can just retweet the one that I sent out if you want. Or just link it directly. All right, so we're live on TikTok talking about micro nuclear reactors, the FTC finally doing something good for a change, and DJI being sued, or is suing, DJI is suing the U.S. government.
Yeah.
And much, much more. So get your $$S in here right now, and let's party. All right, cool. That'll get that'll get all the views. Oh, we should probably have a hashtag. Okay, hashtag TechTalk. Got it. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna post that, and then I'm gonna pin it so that people know that it's there. Let me do a little pinny pin. Little pinny pin. Not that it'll matter much on X. It's funny. The most active social network that I'm on is X, and it's also the network that I am most shadow banned on.
Oh man.
And people are like, you're not shadow banned. It's like, you want to bet? Like, I have an alt account that I use to verify these things.
Yeah.
I can prove 100% I am actually being very hardcore silenced on the platform. Like, I can prove through my alt account. You can do it too. Anybody can do it. Like, I'll even tell you guys during the stream today, if you want to check it out yourself and you want to see like how much of a farce X has become, just create an alt account, log into it, follow your primary account from your alt account, open up the For You stream and start posting stuff on your primary account, and you'll start immediately noticing a pattern of what shows up under For You and what doesn't show up under For You, even if you only follow yourself. You're following one person, which means that feed should predominantly be mostly that person. It's not. It's like if you talk about anything that's like controversial that old Elon doesn't want you talking about or whatever, oh yeah, it'll rarely show up. It gets so demoted. It doesn't get demoted so much that he can be like, oh, you're not actually demoted. Look, 3 people could see it. But it gets so demoted that the only few people that see it are like the people that interact with you every single day, reply to you every single day, follow you, and have notifications enabled. Maybe like 6 of those people see it. And you can see with the impressions. Because normally if you make a post that's blessed, like one that the platform likes and accepts, you'll notice that your impressions will go up consistently for like the first hour. And then based on how fast the impressions go up, it'll get a second kick or a second bump, another wave. In my case, if I post something controversial, I've had as few as 24 impressions. I have 103.6 thousand followers or something on X. And how the hell am I going to get 63 impressions? Like, out of that people, that's statistically impossible. Like it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And then I'll go over to my alt account and be like, oh look, nothing showed up under For You. Huh. Let's see. Somebody said audio is 5 seconds ahead.
0.5.
Oh, 0.5 seconds ahead. Oh,
I don't know. That's weird.
Who was saying that?
Digibrat.
Oh, Digibrat saying, okay, audio is like 0.5 seconds ahead.
Yeah.
I don't know. It looks fairly synchronized on my screen. Here, you talk again?
I'm not watching the actual YouTube thing.
Does Aux look like he's in sync and I'm out of sync, or are we both out of sync equally? Because if we're both out of sync equally, then it's most likely it's a YouTube problem. Here. Okay, go ahead. All right, I'm gonna send out these tweets here. Okay, so we're post. We're live. Get my Tech Talk tag recognized. Post. All right, that's going over there.
It is weird.
Oh, does it actually look delayed?
It does look both of us. But it's very subtle. It's very, very small. Very, very, like there's a couple times where it's perfectly synced, but then it'll be just it's like a touch off. So I don't know. Let
me try something here really quick. I'm going to switch
YouTube.
Let me try going around VoiceMeeter, because somebody did say on X today that VoiceMeeter does add lag. I didn't notice it personally when I was playing with it last night, but it's possible. So let me go directly to.
Okay, sure.
Let me change directly to the Rode microphone. And I'm going to change directly to the desktop audio. And let me hit apply. Test, test, test. Test, 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 test. Can you guys hear me? Hello? Hello? Is this working? I don't know if anybody on the stream can hear me, though. Oh, wait. Talk again? Say something? Your audio is not showing up on the stream anymore. I'm not seeing your bar move there, Mr. Man. Say something again. Okay, let me. That's bizarre. Let me go to, okay, AuxxZillary Video Ninja, control audio and OBS. Okay, say something.
You're working. I can hear you, but not Aux.
Okay, you're back. You're back.
Aux is muted. Give it a sec to catch up.
We're good now. It'll catch up now. Okay, so hopefully
sound is off.
Hopefully we're not.
P's in the chat if you hear me. P in the chat.
Don't pee in the chat. I'm just kidding.
All right, welcome to our OOL. You'll notice there's no P in it.
So we're driving around VoiceMeeter now. I don't notice any difference looking at the actual screen itself. So I'm not 100%.
We need to get a Rodecaster Pro or whatever, the podcaster thing that they got, and then everything goes into that, right?
Just keep
Somehow.
it simple.
Or I don't know what the fucking solution is. This thing is just so weird. Okay.
They
do hear me. They do.
What my goal is,
we'll fix what isn't broken. I try and tell Jerry that all the time. Okay. All of these things are not me. Okay. It's not me. My shit doesn't change. I don't touch buttons. Jerry will fuss around with, I don't know what Jerry does.
Okay, don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. He's fucked up at least 5 tech talks in the history of the show.
One time, my balls. I didn't unmute my Go XLR, or it got unplugged or something.
My giant hairy testicles, my man. Hey, is everything synced up now in chat? Everybody,
it looks good.
Okay,
everybody saying it's
so my guess is it's probably just VoiceMeeter causing the problem.
Yeah.
VoiceMeeter does something really cool though. Is why I started playing with it. Is I have 3 screens in front of me, and each one of them has an audio device, like through HDMI, right? So one will show up as Nvidia
TVs.
Yeah. So it's like Nvidia 1, Nvidia 2, Nvidia 3, and they can each play stereo sound through their speakers and the TVs.
Right.
Well, I don't have my stereo system set up with the speakers wired and everything, so I was getting bored of having to put on headphones all the time. I wanted to just listen to ambient audio, even if it wasn't the greatest quality. Yeah. So. But I hate it when it's just on one screen. Like when I just have audio coming from one screen, because it sounds so hollow, right? There's just no space to it. So VoiceMeeter has 5 virtual outputs that you can assign. And so I made one of them left screen, center screen, or I did left screen, center screen, right screen, and headphones. So now when I route everything through VoiceMeeter, if you don't know what VoiceMeeter is, there's VoiceMeeter Banana, VoiceMeter Potato, or just plain old VoiceMeeter. It's an audio mixer board that's software. So think of like my Rodecaster Pro that I have.
Yeah,
it's
creates like virtual sound devices.
It's software version of that, right? Each channel, gets broken out into a virtual audio device. So it uses very little CPU. I was surprised. It used 0.5% of my CPU when I had everything mixing with full EQ with multiple devices. Yeah. And so what it does is it takes all the audio channels, like I just said, the output audio channels, and then it takes an input audio channel, and you can create as many inputs as you want, and then you can mix them, right? They have sliders, just like a mixer board, where you can say, like, I want Discord to be at this volume, and I want this app to be at this volume, and I want this camera to be at this volume, and this microphone to be at this volume. You can choose how to mix them together and delay them and everything. Well, what I did is I took the outputs and I set it up so that I could hear audio through my headphones while it was also playing through all 3 screens. So basically it was splitting my audio device into 4 separate channels that were going to all these audio devices. And it was like I was able to select them all as my current default audio device. But then I went in and I created a mixer profile where the left TV is mono. So it takes both stereo microphones and it makes it mono. And then it only plays the left channel of my sound card. So then it goes over to the right screen and it plays the right channel. And then the center one plays the center channel. And then I do a 5.1 to 2.1 mix, down mix. So it takes like surround sound and makes it just go across the front 3 speakers. And it actually works surprisingly good, like very, very little lag. I did have to play with it a little bit because it was reverberating just a tiny bit. But once I got it locked in, it's cool because you can go into EQ, you can add bass, treble, you can create complex profiles and stuff like that. So everything a really complicated mixer board does, this does in software. And the reason that I thought that it was cool is I was like, in OBS, you always have to fuss with everything, right? You have to pull in a bunch of audio mixer channels, change the levels on them, everything, mix everything. You open an application, then it just goes into the desktop audio, and you don't have a lot of control over it. You have to use like the Windows mixer for some things, OBS for other things. With VoiceMeeter, you can just do everything in there. You can create a game. You can send it to one input. You can create a microphone, send it to another input. You can take if you had like 2 people talking, you could send 2 microphones, 2 different inputs, and then you can choose the audio levels, mix them, and get all the volumes exactly where you want, and then just push it into one channel. And then in OBS, all you do is add that one channel. Like you can name it whatever you want too. It lets you rename all the channels. So you could just have one called like master mix and just select that. And then in your audio meter in OBS, you'll just have master mix. And then you go over to VoiceMeeter and you can control every aspect of every channel. You can mute it, you can unmute it, you can add EQ, you can up mix it, down mix it, reverb it, whatever you want. Add audio effects. And then the cool thing I haven't played with yet is VoiceMeeter has an API where you can actually connect to it and control it with software, like even Python. So then what you could do is actually create like dynamic audio sources on the fly. So let's say like in OBS, I want to create something where somebody activates something that does some text to speech. Instead of it just playing the text to speech through like the desktop audio, I can have it actually put it into its own channel, pull that into the master mix, and then have it pan the audio up and then pan the audio down, or do like, left to right stereo stuff back and forth. And you can automate all of it, like just using like Python. So it's pretty neat. And you can also do like voice commands too. So like if I wanted to, I could have a voice command to just say like mute microphone, and it would mute the microphone. You would no longer hear me until I'd say unmute microphone, and then it would unmute the microphone, and then I can talk again. So really cool for people, especially like that have disabilities, like Gimpy, for instance, right? He would probably love VoiceMeeter. I will say it's a little intimidating. It's freeware. It's donation.
It is not user friendly at all.
It is not.
It takes like dedicate a good couple hours to it so that you can go one at a time. Like what? Because like the naming of things is weird. The way that like the inputs to outputs is weird.
The UI is massively complicated. Like there's a lot going on.
If you're already like an audio engineer, it looks right and everything just makes sense.
Yep.
Like we're talking like concerts and shit, audio engineor. Fucking
the UI is literally a photo of a mixer board. Like
it's fucking awful. And years ago, the guy who head honcho of the thing says he doesn't give a shit about trying to make it better, trying to make it easier to use. That was years ago. The stance may have changed, but I don't use it anymore, so I don't know.
Like one of the things I really like about it is like it shows me, and they have updated the UI a lot. So I think the guy doesn't want to make it easy, but like I'm using Potato because Potato gives you 5 outputs. The other one only gives you I think 3 or 2 or 3. So I found Banana's
way
more complicated. Obtuse. Yeah. So think of Banana is like a nice user interface, kind of compact, easy to. When you go up to Potato, it's like there's a million more things in the UI. It gets really confusing. But what I really like about it is that like right now under hardware out, I have my left channel, center channel, right channel TV, and my Rode mixer. I can mute and unmute all of them. I can change the levels on them independently. And it also shows me in my master mix, like the one that's going out, it tells me every app that's using it in that channel, like Discord, OBS browser page, Microsoft, what is this? Remo something. I don't know.
Hey.
Microsoft Remote something.
Ching.
Oh, damn. 500 sexes? Hell yeah, brother.
21 cents. You are my favorite people.
Dude, that is so freaking tight. Thank you so much. You guys are the OGs. Did something pop up did the event work? Did it pop up on screen?
Yeah, I saw the little dollar thing.
Hell yeah. Cool. Hell yeah. Pele, you're the best. Look at everybody upvoting Pele too. You guys are awesome. Yeah. Here, how do I do the reply? Okay, there we go. Reply. I'm gonna reply with my typical completely inappropriate ASCII graphic. There we go. I did get a new piece of kit for the setup though. I'm still in the process of setting it up, but you know how I control everything with DMX? Like, well, not everything, but a lot of my setup's controlled with like the lighting, right? So which is why are you no worky lady? Come on, dude.
Hey, thank you, Jordan Miller.
No,
I rarely ever get to watch live.
Oh, dude.
Jordan Miller
I'm just stopping by to throw a few bucks at you both. Love you guys. Oh, thank you.
I rarely ever.
Hey, that's your very first super on live stream.
I'm just stopping by to throw a few
bucks.
That's
so awesome. Thank you so much,
Love
brother.
You guys.
Here, let me do it. Here, how do it? Oh, somebody else already replied to him before me. Oh, Bradley did. Oh, everybody's learning how to reply now. Okay, here, I gotta give him I gotta give him the D. Here we go. There's the D. Oh my God, you guys are so awesome. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. Eric said, I mixed potato with banana. Can you do that? Can you have two
Why not?
programs running on top of each? I don't know if you could, because
Well, I don't see why
I
not.
thought it had like hardware level access. I will tell you this though, it supports, I've never seen a piece of software that supports more different audio interfaces. Like you can go in there and say, I want to use direct sound. I want to use ASIO. If you don't know, ASIO is basically like the industry standard for professional like audio equipment. Basically what it does.
Oh yeah, that's like MIDI stuff and whatnot, right?
It's well, yeah, in that not MIDI's a little different. This is like an audio interface, but what it does is it gives full control to the application of the hardware at a hardware level. So you know how your GPU, when you open a game, your GPU basically has like direct hardware level access to the GPU, and that's why it's so fast. It doesn't have to go through the CPU. ASIO is like the same way. Instead of having to go through the CPU and everything like that, you can go directly to the hardware and talk to it. But in order to do that, you basically have to only allow one application to have that connection. Just like our cameras. You know, when we use a camera, you use it in one app, you can't use it in another app.
Oh, sure.
Because in order to use it in another app, you'd have to have an intermediary that was like splitting it and multiplexing it, and that would slow it down and create lag. So, there's like with ASIO, you're basically saying you have direct level access to this hardware, and you can even turn the buffer way down to just a couple of bytes, where it's like as you're talking, that audio is streaming through the audio device and going directly out to the speakers as fast as humanly possible. Like no lag at all, perceivable lag. But the trade-off is you can't use the audio app in another application. Like you literally have to say, listen, Windows, you can't use this right now because OBS is. So if anything plays in the background or tries to use the sound card, it can't because you have the hold on it. So ASIO can be a little tricky, but what's nice about VoiceMeeter is you can bring in an ASIO source, you can bring in a direct sound source, you can bring in a WDM sound source, you can bring in like the old school, like really old apps, like even like if you run like a Windows 95 app or whatever, like something stupid freaking old, as long as it can run whatever it used for the old audio interface, I guarantee you this supports it. So, and then you can mix all those audio sources together into one channel, and then that virtual channel can go out. But even that virtual channel can be ASIO. You can create a virtual device that acts like it's hardware to give it like the lowest latency possible connected to the software. But it's weird because it's like you're basically saying, hey, connect directly to me as hardware, but it's not. It's software. So very, very confusing, but it will let you do it, which is pretty damn cool. DigiBrat said low latency ASIO drivers use those back in the day on Windows XP to split every MIDI instrument channel. Yeah. So ASIO is cool. So I have a Rodecaster Pro, the OG one, not the new one where they fixed all the problems, of course. But on the old Rodecaster Pro, there was a beta ASIO driver. They never got out of beta. So basically, they created an ASIO driver, they advertised it as an ASIO device, but they never actually finalized the ASIO driver. They're just basically, it's beta, we're going to move on to the next project, and then they finalized it for the next project. So what I'm saying is the ASIO driver has bugs for the original product. But if I install the ASIO driver, the one cool thing it does let me do in OBS is instead of having an audio mixer where it says like desktop audio and then microphone, those are the only two that you have usually when you open up OBS. With the ASIO driver selected, you basically get channel 1 through 12. For input devices, and those are actually the physical sliders on my mixer board. So I, instead of me, I'm like slide the little things in OBS to get the audio just right. I can actually physically move the hardware sliders when I'm using the ASIO driver. And if I hit mute on the mixer board for the channel, it actually shows mute in the software. Like I'm literally controlling the software with the hardware through ASIO. But I found that it was really buggy. Like it would turn my voice robotic every once in a while. It would get out of sync. People would say that my audio would be like crackle and go out sometimes, and I'd have to like restart OBS and start the stream again. So I haven't used an ASIO driver for a long time.
Yeah.
But what I'm really hoping to do is to switch over completely to this VoiceMeeter, as long as I can fix the lag issue. Because like I said earlier, a couple of people were complaining about that 0.5 second delay. I didn't see it when I was looking at OBS. Like, honestly, OBS still looks the same, but I'm also hearing a live mix back to my ears that you guys don't get to hear.
Oh, sure.
So for all I know, there is lag in the system going out to you guys. I just don't see it because I'm seeing my lips move, in real time in OBS, but then I'm hearing a real audio loop back to my ear from my mixer board, not going through anything in Windows. Because if you ever monitor audio in Windows, it always has lag. I don't know how in the hell.
Like if I listen to my input device, there's in a speech jam all the time because
I've never seen a system. I've never seen a system without lag. Never. In my whole time working at Microsoft, I've never found a hardware configuration that there was different ones that had better or worse latency, but they all had enough latency to speech jam you. Like there was weird. So this is the thing I don't understand though. Why is it that I can plug in a USB camera that arguably, I mean, not even arguably, like obviously camera data is way more, right? Like to send a 4K image 30 times a second or 60 times a second, that's a shitload of data. However, I plug in my camera and I go like this, and it is real time. There is no lag. What I am seeing on the screen is perfectly in sync with the screen that's on my actual physical camera I'm looking at. They're flawless, no perceivable lag. Yet I plug in an audio source and there's like a quarter second delay. You would think the audio would be way easier to process in real time, right?
I don't get it.
So,
what would be your dream car if it was your
own?
oh, that's right. There's
$5.47. What would be your dream car
I love that it reads
if it
this
was
message.
your only vehicle?
Dream car if it was your only vehicle.
That's tough.
That's always
tough.
a tough one for me too, because I love cars.
Honestly, I would say I think if I could have any car and like I would love seeing it in the driveway every day is the 4x4 Mustang from the Thomas Crown Affair. The newer Pierce Brosnan Thomas Crown Affair. Yeah, he's like they're like in Jamaica or something, and he's cruising around in this. It's like a lifted Mustang with knobby tires and stuff. Gas Monkey Garage, I think they did a version of it. They built one.
I won't say Tesla, Steve.
I've wanted to do that. I've wanted to do that with a Miata, actually, like a 2002 or 2004 Miata. Do the same kind of thing. Lift it up, get these knobby tires on it, or like take like a Miata body and put it on a Suzuki Tracker frame.
Yeah.
So it's got the big like 36-inch fucking knobby tires, but it's like a Miata sitting on there. I think that would be super rad. I'm in love with the
super
Corrado.
Weird shit.
I really love the Volkswagen Corrado. There's something about that like just the shape and the styling of it is it. I fucking love that car. I can see him from 100 miles away. I'm like, oh, there's one. That's my favorite looking car. I love that one a lot.
I don't even think I've seen that one. You said it's the Corrado? They brought
they only built them for about 6 years. No, they haven't. It was like an evolution.
You're talking about the old one.
It's an evolution of the Sirocco.
Yep,
which
I know
is
exactly.
From the 80s.
I thought you were talking about a new one. The old ones, yeah, I love them. The Corrado and the Sirocco are amazing.
They did a concept. They did some, not a physical concept. I think they did some modeling of what like a newer Corrado would be. Mm-hmm. They actually, I think they even, or I say they teamed up with Porsche, but Porsche is Volkswagen. I think it was supposed to be like a Porsche, but it looked like, you know what's also sick is that fucking the Hyundai, what do they call it? A Hyundai 87 or something like that. It's a concept hydrogen car that they did. It's like a that they actually, I think there's some rumors that they might actually do it in production. Hyundai hydrogen car. What did they call it? No, not the Nexo. Concept.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh, this thing's fucking cool as shit. The Envision 74. Holy cow. 74. This to me is what a new Corrado could look like. And holy shit, if they actually built this, and not with hydrogen. I don't think it would be smart to do this as a hydrogen car. I think if they did this as just an electric car or as a standard,
dude,
like
that is so
4-cylinder turbo, dude.
I'll link
this would sell like gangbusters, man.
Sick, dude.
It is so cool looking. It's like an 80s futurist look to it that I think is just
You know what it looks like? It looks like an old Datsun 240 that's been updated in wide body.
Sure.
What it looks
It'll
like
stretch the butt a little bit and more centered seating. Yeah, man. It's so cool. It does kind of look like a DeLorean. Yeah. Yeah.
The color scheme definitely gives it the DeLorean vibe.
Man, but even if this goes into production, it won't look like that. It won't look like that.
No,
they'll fucking change it and it's going to look weird. Like I know we're way off the question now, but one of the things that drives me that like still to this day is like very irritating to me is the Chevy, crap. It was like it's like a pickup that they did. It was supposed to be like a refresh of the El Camino. The SR something. hold on, Chevy. Oh crap! It's gonna be. It's a truck, but it's not a pickup. It's more like an El Camino. The SSR, yeah, that's the one.
Oh,
the concept.
I remember the SSR.
The concept for the SSR had a full bed, had a full length bed, and it looked great. The balance and the style of it, the balance of the whole like.
Do you know who designed it? Do you know who designed it?
Great.
It's somebody really famous in the car design scene. And they're known for making wheels now. They're known for making wheels.
I'm seeing listed Brian Baker, Bill Davis, Glenn Dermisvik, and Doug Ungemach.
They may have been the ones that made it, but the actual design was from Chip Foose.
Oh, right on.
I just watched a YouTube video recently where Chip Foose said that he was the one that, yeah, he's a really famous guy. He used to work for Boyd Coddington back in the day, who was another big name in the industry.
But then it was supposed to be a full bed, a full like. And
did you see how they mitigated it?
Chopped like 1.5 feet off of it though, and now it looks so cheesy. It's so bad.
I was so
disappointed.
It came with a trailer. When you bought it, it came with a mini trailer that was literally a copy of the back of it.
Man, I was so bummed. I really wanted one.
Oh, my bad. No. Sorry, I just gave everybody misinformation. No, I was thinking the Plymouth Prowler. My bad.
Oh, the Prowler.
No, Foose made the Prowler, not the HHR, the one that has the open wheels. Yeah,
a little fat. I think like the teardrop thing was really chubby toward the back, but man, the Prowler was fucking cool. And
it's the closest I've seen a concept actually come out the way that they said it 100%. Would. Like it looks a lot like the concept. Dude, how did they get approval for open wheels, man? It literally you can see the wheels. Like the wheels actually have like fenders and they turn, and it's like it reminds me of like an aerial Atom. Yeah. So. They're actually not too bad. You can get them pretty cheap now because they don't have sticks. They're only automatics. All of them are automatic, sadly.
Get out. Really?
Yep. It sucks. They never made a stick of and dude, it would have been so good as a stick, man. It would have been great as a stick. I'm sure people have done swaps on them though. I know people supercharge them. Like I saw a guy who had like a 500 horsepower one that was like a screamer, and I was like, dude, and they weigh nothing. They're all aluminum, like they're aluminum paneled. So they weigh absolutely nothing. Apparently, like people say that when they get them, they're deceivingly fast for what they have, because I think they're only rated at like 280 horsepower or 260, which was a lot back when it came out. But because it's so lightweight and it's just a little two-seater, the thing just screams.
I do like the HHR too. I think that was a really cool. Like
it's neat. I like it. I drive it,
especially the panel van version where like the back windows are just solid.
Yep.
And then I think it has a slide back door. I don't know if the side doors pop or if the side doors pop out at all, but I really like the look of that. The HHR I think is really cool. The panel van, the panel van version is my favorite of the HHR. Very cool stuff.
So I was going to demo to you guys my new MIDI controller, but it's
broken.
It's not working with Windows software, but for some reason, but home automation, it works fine. Like I log it. That's the weird thing. I log into home automation, which is on my net watch. I can turn up the left or the red. See, so that I'm controlling that through a web page right now, or not home automation. What is it? Home Assistant. So inside of Home Assistant, I broke out all the channels. So I have like green, right? I can turn up my green. But the cool thing about doing it this way is before I had to write a Python script that would send commands to a proprietary program called DMXIS. And so I had to run this DMXIS program. I had to have the controller plugged into my computer through USB. And then the Python script would have to send the commands to it, which would then tell the lights and the fog machine to do the things when I push the buttons, right? I got this new controller here called a PK Night. I don't know. Can you guys see it? You can kind of see this little thing.
Yep.
It connects to the network. So it has a network port on it. So you just plug it into Ethernet. It puts the DMX controller on the network, and it supports something called is it ArtNet, which is like a standard for DMX protocols. Okay. And so that has a plugin for Home Assistant. So now Home Assistant can just send commands over the network to this box and tell like the smoke machine to go off, what light intensity and everything. It's all like real time. It seems no slower than when I had it connected to the computer. Yeah. I did have it working. Yes. I don't know why it's not working now. A couple days ago, it was working when I could open the old DMXIS software and I could just push buttons and all my old stuff just worked because it sends commands out on the network as well as through the USB. So even though and I didn't even expect it to work. I just opened it and everything was still working. I'm like, how the hell is this even possible? The software isn't even compatible with this device. But what it was doing is it was shooting these ArtNet commands out on the network. They just broadcast them, right? Not even to a specific IP, just to the whole network. And this thing picks them up, interprets them, and does the thing. So I was like, this is pretty cool because what that's going to allow me to do now is before where I had to have a Python script do everything. Now I can actually just have
The car wash channel of Northern PA
thank you.
and Ohio.
It's funny. His name was so long that it didn't fit into the pop up.
Oh, that's hilarious.
The car wash channel of Northern PA and Ohio. Right on.
Oh, I appreciate that support so much, my man.
That's
I
cool.
really do.
I gotta see your channel here. I hope you actually have like car wash stuff.
I'd be disappointed if he doesn't with a name like that, right?
Oh, neat. Like it's actually going through car washes. I thought you were washing cars. This is actually this is a little twist on what I expected.
Going through car washes.
Yeah, that's freaking neat,
awesome.
Man. That's neat.
All right, I'll go give him a sub. You know, dude hooked us up with $5. I'm gonna give him a sub.
It's a little like almost like an ASMR channel. That's cool.
Go to his channel, the car wash channel of Northern PA and Ohio. All right, subscribe. Okay, so car wash videos in the northern part of Pennsylvania. So he has 235 subscribers, 236 now, buddy.
That's right.
120. You've gone through 124 car washes and recorded it.
That's cool.
Are these different car washes, or are some of these the same? Because that dude, you're crazy if you drift around to like 100 and some odd car washes just to get a video going through. Like, dude, he has what's his latest video? 3 weeks ago. What a car wash revisit, or what a wash car wash. What a wash car wash? Is that the name of the place? What a wash? All right, let's see here. Okay. You guys can't hear it. Sorry.
Dude, this is rad.
Yeah.
This is kind of cool, man. You especially like it seems like you know your shit when it comes to these like auto car washes. He's like, I'm watching this one from 3 weeks ago. I paused it. And it says like they replaced the Dyna Wash with a brand new Wash World Razor and a new Hamilton HTK pay station. That's really cool, man. I love super niche knowledge like this, where people are like experts in their thing, especially things that people take for granted, right? Like, 100%. I think that there's car wash people go, they get a car wash with filling up their tank or whatever, and they're gonna go through the machine. They don't know nothing about it. Right. They know that like, oh, what's the difference? Well, I have asked this myself. What's the difference between like soft touch and touchless? Or like some of them have like the weird octopus arm fabric things, and some don't. And like, what's better? I've never paid close enough to the washing to know like, what do I like? Is it better if I go through the one with the octopus arms or not? And man, this could be something really fun and interesting. I think this is really cool that, it's right up there with like when, like those car detailing channels too, where like, oh man, we get this dirty ass truck and we're going to make it super fresh and clean. And then they talk about like, oh, we use these chemicals from these guys because of this and blah, blah, blah. Or like, you know, to get the gum out, it's good to use like a steamer and a little plastic spudgy thing or all that stuff. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool.
Hey, car wash channel. I want to ask you a question. This is going to sound kind of personal. You don't have to answer it. You don't have to answer it. But by any chance, are you diagnosed on the spectrum, either ADHD or PDD-NOS? The reason that I'm asking is because my son also, you remind me a lot of my son in that your knowledge on the car wash is like his knowledge on the railway.
You guys go grab a coffee.
Oh, it's like his thing, right?
Like photographic knowledge of a topic that's so laser focused that like nobody else would achieve.
I'm a collector of knowledge. I love like learning. I just love to learn stuff.
You guys are awesome.
So full of weird facts of things because of content like this. Because it's something. 100%. It's so interesting to like dive into. Like what makes a car wash worth a damn, or like what makes it one thing, this or the other.
It's a super unique idea too. Like I don't know of any other channel.
No,
that it'd be one thing to just drive through a car wash and be like, look how cool this is. But like driving through the car wash and having that level of knowledge of how it physically works and like what it is.
Frankly, to even notice that they changed, like, I don't know what the Dyna Wash is versus the Wash World Razor. I don't know, but then you noticed and went back to like re-record. Oh, hey, I know we've been to this one already, but we're going back because they changed some stuff. Very cool. I want to watch the rest of this. It's a 9.5 minute video. I want to, because if you get into the details of it, that would be super freaking cool. If you get into it, like, oh, the Dyna Wash, you know, has these attributes and it does this at whatever PSI and blah blah blah, and then the you know, the
I knew it.
Wash World Razor.
I knew it.
That's
I
so
knew it.
cool,
Car
man.
wash channel
That
of
is so
Northern
cool.
PA
Don't
in
give up on
Ohio
this. This
tipped
is really fun
$1.99.
and what an
Yes,
interesting
IJ of ADHD.
just an interesting topic. And I love, plus a lot of these car washes are super rad with like all the lights and stuff. It's like a rave. It's so much fun. So I dig this. This is right up there with like the guys who do the lawn mowing, like they'll mow the crazy
I love
lawns
those
and stuff.
channels. I
or
love
like
them.
the pressure washing carpet videos and stuff like that. It's very much like this. It's very much like that content, and I think this is something really, really
Sith
cool.
Lord Billy.
And
Sith
yeah,
Lord Billy.
You guys
this
are
is-
awesome.
$50.
People are
This
just
is
like
so fun.
throwing down right
People
now.
really love car washes.
This is so fun.
So
I'm one.
Sith Lord said, you know, autistic people really love car washes. Yeah, my son is obsessed with car washes. When we go through the car wash, he absolutely freaking loves it. Whereas a lot of kids couldn't care left or even scared of them, right? Like when I was a kid, I was scared of car washes. No, he absolutely loves them. But the reason why I was asking him is because I've noticed that people that have ADHD, or like in my son's case, he's diagnosed PDD NOS, which is like you're on the spectrum, but you have a bunch of traits. We don't know where to classify you. Like you're not Asperger's, you're not this, you're not that.
All right.
But man, his focus when he's interested in something, like for instance, railway stuff. My son is a savant when it comes, like I don't even say that lightly, like legit savant. If you have a conversation with him about anything to do with anything that's on rails, doesn't matter what it is, he'll tell you exactly what it is. It could be a 2-second clip of a train just flying by, and he'll tell you what train it is, what cars were behind it, how the cars were connected, what it's powered by. His stats on everything are just insane. He is so laser focused on it. And so this guy really reminded me that when I looked at his channel, I was like, the level of knowledge he has as he's going through the car wash is like, this isn't a dude that's just going through the car wash to wash his car. This is a dude who's like obsessed with car washes. Like he legitimately loves car washes. And I think that's cool because there's a lot of people that don't have that kind of laser focus. Where it's like that's their one thing and they just like know everything about it.
Right.
Because that's not an easy thing to do. Like I'd imagine, especially with car washes, like that's not something that there's a lot of mainstream knowledge. Like you're not going to just like in your passings day to day, like learn what motors they're using and what nozzles they're using and what system they're using and what software they're running. I couldn't tell you anything about a car wash other than I've been through one that touches the car and I've been through one that doesn't.
Yeah.
Like that's my knowledge of car washes, right? Like manual, not touch and touch. That's it. Like I couldn't tell you the differences beyond that.
I dig it.
So
this is the kind of thing. This is the kind of thing that makes me want to be like, man, if we could I'd love to pick this brain on the car washes. Like this tech talk, right? Like bring this guy in and be like, yo, man, let's talk. Let's talk about these half a dozen, whatever, 2-3 videos and be like, what's the difference and stuff. This is very cool.
I'd like to see his channel pop off. Hey, I do have some critiques for him though to help him grow his channel because he clearly wants to. Yeah. Like I can tell he's passionate about it. Like I'm down here looking at his shorts too, where he's speaking to camera. Yeah. Like this dude's passionate as fuck. So the things that I will tell you that'll help improve your channel dramatically is start using AI to help you with your titles. Your titles definitely need work to be able to
of Northern
be found.
PA in Ohio tipped $4.99.
Oh, car wash. Oh, red. Oh, red. You don't have to keep super chatting to get the message. Just tag us. As much as I appreciate it. Just
you,
you know,
dude,
you don't
already
have to,
helped enough. Like literally just tag us in chat. We'll see your messages.
Yeah.
Like don't even sweat it, dude. You've been a huge help. We appreciate the support, but yeah, you don't have to, dude. You don't have to give us shit beyond that, dude. We really appreciate it. So yeah, change your titles on your videos and also create bespoke thumbnails. You can use AI for it too. Like go into AI, literally give it a picture of the car wash you're driving through, or give it some information on the car wash you're driving through. Let it create a couple thumbnails for you. Pop them in, because I'll tell you right now, YouTube will not let anybody find you organically if you don't have a bespoke thumbnail. If you're just using the thumbnail that's just captured a frame from the video, nobody's ever going to find it. Like it won't even show up in search. If somebody searches for, even if they search for like knowledgeable car wash, if I open up an incognito window here, let me try searching specifically for your video. So what a wash car wash. So I'm literally going to look for your video by name. So let me go into incognito. This is a good way, by the way, if you guys are on YouTube and you want to check to see if your stuff can be found, open an incognito window, go to YouTube, do not log in. You don't want to be logged in. Go up to search and start searching for things and see if your video shows up. If it doesn't show up, then you're not being indexed. And I'll tell you right now, I just looked. I'm on page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7. You're nowhere to be found. And I'm literally putting in the title of your video verbatim. And it's literally giving me videos that none of them have the title I just typed in, even though you have a video that fits perfectly. That's sadly how YouTube works. So So I would use AI if you're not good with Photoshop or Krita or any of those editing programs. Just use AI. Just say, create an image of generic car wash. You can even take your face. People like it when you take your face, cut it out, and stick it on there. And also like create titles that the majority of what you're trying to say, make it really catchy, really interesting in the first part of the text, like in the first 10 words, so it doesn't get truncated. And dude, you will do good. Like
so
people will come and watch this content because it's so unique. You have no competition. Like none.
I'm curious just in this one, because Jerry's talking about the what a car wash one, the revisit. I'm curious what's going on, why it's not focusing. Like I imagine you're using your phone.
It could be the low light.
That's fine, which is fine. Like the phone, plenty of content's made on phone. Phone cameras are freaking delicious these days. It's totally fine. I'm just that's something that I would be like, oh man, I gotta figure that out. Oh man, this is super rad. And I'd love to know more about what is going on, or like the difference between the Dynawash versus the Wash World Razor, and why they may have upgraded it, or what makes one better than the other, and that kind of stuff. I could see where you record yourself going through the car wash, and then after the fact, it's like a voiceover talking about it. Because like this, like what the Hamilton HTK pay station, what is that?
Yep.
And why would they have changed it? And
one other thing at the beginning of your video, actually, Aux reminded me of something. At the beginning of your video, tell them what you're going to do at the end so that they stick around. So be like, we're going to go through the car wash, and then after we're going to talk about, what this thing uses, the pros, the cons, why you might want to use this, why you might not want to use it, profitability, whatever you talk about.
Yeah.
Let them know at the beginning. That's going to be at the end, because that way, instead of them just thinking it's just driving through a car wash and they just abandon the video, they're going to either stay to the end or fast forward to the end. Either way, you're going to get a better engagement, which is going to help more people find your video.
I say talking about the and this is more of like a short, I would think, but like
Steve Miller said, if he wants to pay your bills, let him. Steve, nah, I don't, dude. I'm not like that. Like, I know I have to make my living doing this, but I can't do it. I can't do it. Like, if he's a billionaire and he wants to spend his money, I'll never say no. But at the same time, I don't want anybody to ever feel like they have to keep dumping money just to get our attention. Like,
I love a niche. I love a niche like this. It's very, very cool.
I think with just a little bit of polish, his channel could blow up. Like honestly, this reminds me of like even oh god, what was her name? Queen of Shitty Robots. Oh god, when I found her, she had almost no views, and she just changed a couple things, and it like blew her up. Now she's like on Tested.
This is a PDQ Surfline double blotted whatever. Like, what is that? And maybe the pros and cons of the different like levels. Like, oh man, here in whatever Georgia or something, like you don't really need the undercar wash, because like but if you're in Michigan or something, then yeah, like, or, those sorts of things. That's all. Those would be good shorts, right? That's extra little detail stuff like that. Like when should you pay $35 for the full, ultra good super wash versus like
this dude's been posting videos for 10 plus years.
That's awesome. Man, way to go! I noticed. I think a lot of these are lives, right? Because I'm seeing a button that says "Show Chat Replay." So like you're going live on YouTube to.
It looks like he does lives and shorts mostly.
That's cool, man.
So he had 10 years.
Like,
11.
Buy the wash.
His first video 11 years ago, cranberry car wash. That's crazy. He does have a bunch of videos that broke 1,000 views. Like he has one that has 3.4 thousand, so 3,400 and 3,100 respectively are his two highest videos.
I wonder what's different about those that popped those off.
Well, one thing, it's 8 and 10 years ago, so different time. That's going to have a big difference too.
So over time. That's so much fun.
But his highest 1 year video is Rogue Wave Auto Spa at 1,500 views, and I can already tell exactly why it popped off. And that is all of his thumbnails either show like the backseat of a car or a wet windshield or a sudsy windshield where you can't really see what's going on at first glance. The one that actually got a bunch of views, his Rogue Wave Auto Spa, the one that got the most views he's ever gotten in 1 year, it's a very clear picture through the window of the actual car wash he's driving into. It's a very colorful car wash with like tons of brushes and tons of rollers and soap and everything. And he's about to drive into it. So it's like when you look at that, you're like, if I click on this video, I'm going to see him drive through that.
Yeah.
It conveys that just looking at it. And the title doesn't even do it justice. It just says Rogue Wave Auto Spa. So I'd be willing to bet that out of those 1,500 views, most of them are just from people just looking at that, it catching their eye, and then them clicking on it. So if he busted that out and made like a bespoke thumbnail, increase the contrast, increase the saturation, and been like, we're going in or something like that, oh my God, you'd probably quadruple your viewership.
Just stumbling on this channel has made me. I have like so many questions now about car washes and stuff. And
I'm gonna watch it with Xander. I'm gonna watch this with Xander.
Cool.
For sure.
I love this so much. I think you could do well on TikTok as well. Cut some of this 100%. Down to like 3 minutes. With like a voiceover, just like cut out the going through it and say, or like the intro. You got good intros. I like where it's like, hey, okay, we're going to go through such and such a place at this location. It's this kind of wash. That's very cool.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of potential here. Like, and he's been doing this for a very long time. So it's
I
like
gotta say,
polished.
that's super cool that you've been doing this forever and ever, and like you're still just doing it. Like that is so cool.
So that means even though YouTube isn't even indexing his videos, like to where they can even be found if you put in the actual title of the video, people are still finding them.
Yeah.
Like there are people still coming across. So there's people out there that are probably so passionate about car washes that they're like searching for exactly what it takes where your video is the only thing YouTube can recommend. And that's pretty cool.
Very cool stuff.
Other thing is focus on your tags too. A lot of people get lazy on the tags. Just have AI do it for you. AI does amazing with tags. Just say, hey, give me a list of, the maximum number of tags on YouTube that fit with this title, this description, describe the video, and let it go. Makes a huge, huge, huge difference in the long run because people got to find your shit. James said, maybe I'm kind of sick of hearing about AI. At least 8 now. It is all garbage and not improving or barely improving. It is pretty much all complete shit. James Janus, I've never disagreed with a person more.
Yeah. I think
I couldn't possibly disagree with you more, brother.
I do think the LLM stuff is kind of stagnated, and I also think image generation has kind of stagnated a bit.
I even disagree more. Disagree more. Oh my God, dude. The stuff I've been playing with lately, next level.
Some of it
next level.
Yeah, I mean I guess that's maybe a
there's
bad take.
Let me see if I can get the name of it. There is an image generator now that can do text. Like finally they cracked that.
You're showing me that.
So now if you want to do a thumbnail, you want text over the front of the thumbnail, it'll actually create a thumbnail with actual text. It'll even do like 3D letters, wispy letters. Oh, I want letters that look like smoke and stuff. It'll do all that shit. It's called here, let me pull it up. It's on Poe. It's called image generation. Where is it? Image generation. Okay, it's called Flux Pro. So Flux Pro 1.1 is the current one. Like if I want, I can just say here, create a thumbnail for a YouTube video about driving through automated car washes with the text over the top that says, we're going in, ! In very exciting, eye-catching letters that can be seen on a small phone screen well. And then I'm going to do -- aspect ratio 16:9. And I'll let it choke on that for a second. And this isn't running locally. This is one that's running in the dude, this thumbnail is banger, dude. This is banger. Oh God, I got to figure out how do I show this to you guys now? Okay, hold on. Save image. Let me put that in a temp folder. I'm going to call that here thumbnail.jpg. Let me try this really quick. So if I turn on AuxZillary's AI fat buff guy thing, I think I can hijack his image generator here. Give me a second. So ctemp thumbnail. So check this out, guys. This is the thumbnail that just generated. Look at this. Can you see it?
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So here, let me do it in the 16:9 so that they can actually see it as they drag down. So that was my first attempt. That's all I did is I just typed that in. You could not do that 6 months ago. 6 months ago, that was impossible. It wouldn't understand how to do the text. It wouldn't understand. James Janus said, wait, I use all these AIs and they are still janky and not improving enough in my experience and still crap in my experience, broken images or stupid responses. Yeah, James, you're not using the right shit. And I mean, with all due respect, I follow this shit incredibly closely. AI is my passion right now. And trust me, I'm scared shitless of it. It's going to fuck up a bunch of people's jobs. It's going to fuck up a lot of things. We're not ready for it. But to say that it's useless when it's the single most useful piece of technology that I've used in my life is just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
My guess is that you you're not getting the results that you want because you're using the wrong AIs, or you're trying to do something and you just haven't quite figured out how to get the prompting right for it. I don't know what your specific situation is, but I can tell you from my experience, it has been advancing at an insane level. The code that I'm getting out of Claude, like Claude 3, it's insane. The Python code that it's capable of writing, dude, it's
commercials for Claude
insane.
Now. That's so weird.
But look at that image. If you looked at that image and you were scrolling through, the text, super easy to read. It even put a black border on the background. It looks like a sign that's hanging from the top of the thing. It's glowing. And you got a really nice, like, supercar driving through with water blasting at it. It's like, that is eye-catching as fuck. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. So here, I'll tell it to spin it again. I'm just going to hit retry.
You said, which one was this? Flux?
This is Flux. Yeah, this is Flux Pro 1.1. So this is the one, and I use each one for different things. So I just created another one. So here, let me save this image to see. Here, if I just overwrite the old one, I wonder if it'll just update it automatically, and then I don't have to do anything. All right, let's try it. So boop. Yeah, look at this one. So we're going in now. Cool. Now it's a yellow hypercar, a little more yellow with the lights shining on the water. Yep,
looks like a Maserati.
It looks like a Maserati. Yeah, dude, it's like or an Aston and a Maserati had a baby. So it's like, yeah, to say that this stuff isn't advancing and isn't going anywhere, my guess is that you're still using the same thing and expecting like it to get better on its own, but the other technologies that are coming out around it, the computing technologies are pushing way beyond.
It's like finding the right tool for what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
I think is what it kind of
for sure
come down to.
Is there crap? 100% agree. James, 100% agree that there is crap. But to say that it's stagnant and hasn't been going anywhere when now I can create a thumbnail like that. Right out of the gate. I couldn't do that 6 months ago. Not only that, I can do moving graphics, right? I can do motion graphics, and they look 1,000 times better than Will Smith spaghetti, right? I can create very convincing motion JPEGs, right? But not only that, the prompts, the fact that I'm able to actually create some of the shit that I've been doing with Python and Claude is stuff that not even OpenAI 01 has been able to do. Like, Claude has been kicking his ass. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Well, I mean, so he's saying I never said useless, just still get stupid responses a lot. So that's text generation LLMs, right? And yeah,
he said they were all garbage. He said it is all garbage and not improving.
He's narrowing down on a particular use case, and
you can understand why I took it that way, right? Yes. When you say it's garbage and it's not improving, and it's just stagnant. That tells me that to you it's worthless.
Tools are you
it's
using?
Not.
Are you using
I'm curious. What
OpenAI? Are you using Gemini? Are you using what's Bing's Cortana?
And what are you using it for? What technology are you using, and what are you using it for where it's frustrating you and not giving you what you want?
Because I still get frustrated with ChatGPT myself. It'll lose the plot sometimes.
Yeah, ChatGPT's lost a lot of ground.
I'll give it very specific instructions, and I want to use it for very specific use, and I try and teach it, and it does great for a little while, and then it loses the plot, and I have to start over.
Yeah. OpenAI has fallen off because sadly, OpenAI made a big mistake. It kind of saved them, but it was a mistake in the end. And that was they got in bed with Microsoft. And as soon as they got in bed with Microsoft, it tied their hands on a lot of things. Microsoft doesn't want them giving answers that could potentially be dangerous. So they're heavily filtered. The amount of filtering that they put on top of it, and they nerf their training so bad that I'll agree with you, OpenAI is pretty stagnant. Like, OpenAI really isn't seeing the improvement that it should, and we're not getting what is promised. But Claude 3.5 and 3, even 3.0, 3.5 just came out not too long ago. But even 3.0 is still cranking out like insane code. Like not just like write me a full program. Like literally going in and saying this is the function that I want. Here's the inputs, here's the outputs. Here's my interface. Write me something that takes this and returns this, and I can literally build a program function by function, and rarely do I have a case where it won't build. Like, yeah, there's a bug here and there and stuff like that, but it almost always builds. Like, the code generation is phenomenal. And so picking the right LLM, you have to pick the right LLM though. Like for instance, I wouldn't use Claude for anything but programming.
Okay.
I use Claude for spell checking and programming primarily because it's a cheap AI. Like the per unit cost to run it is pretty cheap. I don't run it locally. But if I was doing like writing stories and stuff like that, OpenAI is actually pretty good at that. Like, if you want to write a letter, like if you're trying to write an email or write something that, you want to be a certain level of education or a certain level of experience, you want to consolidate information, like the multimodal nature of OpenAI is pretty good. Like if you want to say, take these 5 websites and consolidate them into a summary. But I'll tell you right now, you know what AI is really phenomenal at though is
pattern recognition.
Well, obviously, it's neural network, right? It's its job. No, but the one thing AI saves me more time than anything with is rapidly consolidating the information I care about from a bunch of bloated sources. So like, for instance, I can go into OpenAI and I can say, listen, here's 5 sites with huge articles that I don't have time to read that lay out all kinds of statistics and you know, that are all like vastly different views. I can take, like, for instance, in political space, I can take something that's like a Democrat written article and I can take something that's a Republican article. I can take both of those pieces of information with a rudimentary prompt, pop it in there and say, I want you to extrapolate the pros and cons based on a spectrum between fully Democrat, fully Republican, and then centrist, and have it actually go through and rank each one with a score and give me the summary of data points. And I'll go back and look, and it's accurate. Like I haven't had a problem where it has misrepresented the data yet using OpenAI 01 when consolidating that information and asking for a summary. Every once in a while I'll leave something out. Like I've had to do that before where there's like, maybe there's an important point that's in one that it doesn't recognize because there's no other references in the other documents. So it sees it as not being that critical, but you can tune the prompt to work around those issues. But what it lets me do is quickly validate things. That's one thing I like is like when somebody, you know, shoots something out, I can go and grab and go, oh, I don't have time to read this 50-page dissertation on this thing. So I can plug it in and say, this is the question I want to ask. And it allows me to ask a archive of information, a question, and get back a coherent answer. That I truly love. I think that's one of the most game-changing parts about AI is that it allows you to, you're no longer just reading articles. You're no longer just reading books. You're talking to them. Imagine being able to talk to the Wizard of Oz, right? It's like you're not just reading the book. You're not just reading the story. Talk to it. Understand Dorothy. Understand the characters. Understand why are they doing the things that they're doing? What is their backstory based on what you've seen? What is a possible future based on what you've seen? Those are things that can be extrapolated. You could also take 5 books that are the same stories, basically that have been redone with different characters and everything, and then say based on all of these different stories or whatever, like what is the core dynamic to create another story that's equally as engaging as this but different? And then it could give you a lot of tips. It could get you through your writer's block, right? Yeah. So I think AI is tremendously useful. And the number of AIs is just fucking mind-blowing to me. Like you go out to Hugging Face, and there's probably, you know, 250,000 models now that you can download. The individuals have trained, like that are local models you can download and run under a Llama or LM Studio. Yeah. If you don't want to do that and you want to have access to like a huge library of paid AIs, you can use something like Poe. I don't really like their pricing model if I'm honest, but that's how I'm using Flux. So like inside of Poe, I have access to probably, I'm going to say to maybe 300 mainstream AIs. And by mainstream, I mean like all the different permutations of Lava, Taco, Mistral, Mixtral, Claude 2, all the way through 3.5, GPT 3.5, 4, 01, 4.0, 4.0 Turbo. Let's see what else we got. The big models that are like 200K plus tokens. The one I've never even seen before called Command R Plus. This one just showed up, a supercharged version of Command R. I can search the web for up-to-date information and respond in over 10 different languages. Okay, that's kind of cool. I've never used this before. Okay, so search the web for information on micronuclear reactors, since we're going to be talking about that, or your reactors, and give me a summary of the pros and cons from the technology as it exists today, and cite the dates and times of the information gathered. Okay, so let's see if it can actually search the web like it says. Okay, so it says right now it's searching for micronuclear reactors pros and cons. Let's see what it comes up with. It's gonna do multiple little search things here. I've never used this before. This is just the new AI show up all the time in this thing. That's one of the reasons why I really like using it. Yeah. The other thing is it saves all your conversations and all the different AIs. It lets you extrapolate bots if you want. So like you can basically take an AI and then create a bot, which is like put in a negative prompt, a positive prompt, whether you want to, you know, query web pages or not, whether you want to be multimodal, like look at images and stuff like that. You tune all that stuff for your bot. So then you just click on it and it becomes its own micro AI. It opens up and it's like, oh, Barnacules bot. And it says Barnacules bot can tell you anything about any person. You just type the name of a person. It can give you the stats, their birthday and stuff like that. And you don't have to type in the prompt to ask for that. You don't even have to know the prompt. Other people can just use your bot to do that. to make
Very
it
cool.
easier. And they can build a prompt on top of your bot where your bot uses the prompt to prep itself, and then their prompt sits on top of your bot, so you can build recursive bots. You can create a bot on top of a bot on top of a bot, where what bot 1 uses AI 1, bot 2 uses AI 2, AI 3, and then you have like 5 AIs on the final boss, where it's like you open this bot and you just type in a person's name and it uses every AI in existence to get every piece of information and aggregate it together. So it's pretty damn cool. So like right now it's returning all the information. It says, oh, and it's giving me links. Oh, that's cool. So it's actually giving me hyperlinks in line with the text it's returning for all the stuff that it found. So
how much usage do you get with Claude for free? It's saying like, oh, if I sign up, I get 5 times the usage, blah, blah, blah. But I don't know where I'm starting at.
Claude 3, I think you can use for free up to a certain amount.
Yeah, that's what I mean. What is it? It says using limited free plan. I'm just like, well, how limited?
Yeah, it's not. It's just gonna be slow. It's gonna be slow, and you're only gonna have so many queries. Same thing as OpenAI.
Okay. Oh, like 8 every 3 hours or whatever.
Right. It's gonna just throttle you. Yeah, it'll just throttle you, and then all you gotta do is just probably roll your IP or create another account. That's how I get around limits on these sites. That's one thing I love. Hey, this isn't a pitch. I do have a NordVPN affiliate. If you guys want to use it, nordvpn.com/Barnacules. But one thing I do
30 messages a day resetting at midnight.
That's not too bad. So one of the things I really like about VPNs,
you can get a lot done in 30 minutes.
Yeah, if you go to a website that doesn't allow you, like it hits a limit, it says, oh, this is your limit for today, sign up for an account. VPN's like, new IP, and then it resets. New IP, then it resets. If you have a site that's smarter than that, where it recognizes your IP and your account, then you just create account, Barnacules 1, Barnacules 2, Barnacules 3, Barnacules 4. Give them all the same password because you don't really care. It's like if it gets hacked, it gets hacked. These aren't like important things, right? So you put it in there, and then you just roll your IP, and every day you just go to 1, and then when you exhaust it, go to 2, go to 3, log out, log in, new IP, log out, log in, new IP. And that's how you can like go to sites like Musically, what's that other one? Suno AI. I haven't used them in a while, but that's how you can just basically create unlimited songs, right? If you don't want to create an account, you just roll your IP, account 1, account 2, account 3. And I've yet to have anybody delete an account that I've created to do that. Dude, nice. The amount of information I'm getting back from this Command R thing is crazy. Like it's already written like 5 pages of information on this.
Wow.
And it's got all links like small nuclear reactors, otherwise known as SMRs, or advanced nuclear reactors that have power capacity of up to 300 milliwatts per unit something, and you can click on each one of these links, which is about 1/3 of the generating capacity of a traditional nuclear power reactor. SMRs, which can produce large amounts of low carbon electricity, are small, modular, making it possible for the systems to be factory assembled and transported as a unit to the location for installation instead of building on site. And that's like, given their smaller footprints, they can do these and be sited locations. The challenges in comparison to existing reactors, here's the pros and cons. It lists a bunch of stuff. They have reduced fuel requirements. They only need to be refueled every 3 to 7 years instead of 1 to 2 years. Refueling is safer. And it's literally, then it cites books like Nuclear Power, Road to Carbon-Free Future. What is the status of SMRs, both public and private? Institutions are actively participating in an effort to bring SMR technology. Now that's too much information. Like it just gave me and then it gives me a huge summary at the end. It's like, here's a list of all the articles I pulled information from. The article in the published dates, November 4th, 2021. That's a little bit on the old side. 2022, 2022, 2023, 2023. I don't see any 2024 stuff, so the training might be a little bit old on this. But what I'm going to do is just say, that's too much information. Just give me a bullet point list of pros and cons, and include as many things as you think are important to make a decision on whether to invest in them or not. All right. So hopefully it'll break it down for me. And then I can go back and look at my previous thing because the context, right? It's going to go back and look at what it just talked to me about, and it's still going to be able to query the web to get additional information. So now it's like Command R plus. Okay, pros. Oh, it's even formatting. It even gave me like a title, font, and everything. So the pros: carbon-free electricity, small land footprint, reliable energy source, lower absolute capital cost, reduced construction risk, shorter construction installation times, lower cooling requirements, reduced investment in the transmission network, easier to decommission, design of safety features made easier by smaller reactors, reduced fueling needs, attractive to more bespoke applications such as water desalination. Didn't even think about that. Some SMR designs potentially offer significant safety advantages that are literally fail-safe, in quotes. Good safety features, including natural cooling feature, which comes via an underground cooling mechanism. advantage of being able to locate the reactor underground, providing it more security and protection from natural disasters or attacks. So supports national security, supports nearly 500,000 jobs in the United States. Domestic nuclear power plants employ up to 800 workers, and their salaries are 50% higher than those of other power generation sources. Contributes billions of dollars annually to the local economy through federal and state tax revenue. Part of the many types of solutions Canada is going to need to fight climate change. Some SMRs are able to turn the waste of large nuclear reactors into usable electricity. I've heard of that.
Oh, cool.
Where they can basically take the spent fuel from the big reactors that need to run a much higher purity, but then for the smaller reactors that don't need to generate as much power, they get a second life. Small size, simple plant layout, fast on-site installation, and comprehensive or competitive with technologies such as similar scale applications like diesel generators, new renewable sources, and microgrids. Then it gives me a cons list. Public fears. That would be number one, right? Nuclear waste, lack of development, increased running costs, establishment of a fleet of smaller dispersed nuclear reactors means presumably more problems with public acceptance and incur greater cost of security. Very high upfront costs. Malfunctions can be catastrophic, technically. Uranium is technically non-renewable. Fuel availability, proliferation risk, licensing process, not cost competitive with large nuclear reactors, uncertainties in the development cost, lack of precise licensing requirements, economic competitiveness as cost per kilowatt hour, security and proliferation risk compared to large NPPs, and licensing requirements not yet ready for microreactors.
Tip $10.
Thank you, Pats fan. You're awesome. You're awesome. Also, James Janus in chat. Sorry, I got a little bit sidetracked there. I'm sorry. I just realized I probably came off a little rude earlier. I didn't mean to. I understand where you're coming from. I really do, because some of the AIs really aren't showing much advancement. OpenAI is blowing a lot of smoke these days with Microsoft basically pinning their nuts to the ground. But I'm just saying, as somebody who uses AI continuously every day and has become even heavily dependent on it, I hate to admit that, but I truly have. like it's hard for me to just sit down and write software now, because in the back of my head, I'm like, if I just go to AI, I can do it way faster. Like, I've yet to program a single thing where AI couldn't help me do it way faster. Like, way faster. Even if it introduces bugs, even if it introduces errors, even if it creates problems, even with all that factored in, it is still many orders of magnitude faster for me to develop the things that I need. Like, for instance, a great example of this is the other day, I opened up Visual Studio, and I was like, okay, I'm going to write a script to control my DMX lights using ArtNet. With my new little DMX, dually bobber that I put into, and by the way, I also used AI to tell me how to set up Home Assistant to use DMX in the first place, because it's not supported in box. You have to do a bunch of shit with GitHub. So I said, I tried to write the script myself. I even downloaded a library. I found a library on GitHub. I downloaded it, and I could not get the damn thing to work. I was trying to send these broadcast packets. I was doing the ArtNet thing. I followed the instructions of the little thing. Could not get the damn thing work. Could not get it to work to save my life. All I did was just copy and paste my code that I wrote that probably took me the better part of an hour fucking around with. All I did was copy and paste it and just dump it into Claude and say exactly what's happening. I'm running this code. It's sending the packet. It's confirming it's sending the packet, but my ArtNet device is not responding to it. It immediately came back and said I was missing a single backslash in a single part of the JSON packet that I was broadcasting. One little backslash. Like, literally, it looks inconsequential as fuck. In the document, it didn't even say it was necessary. It put it in there. Just one character it just had. Said, if you had this one character to work, I copied it in there, ran it, boom, it worked.
Nice.
If I had done that from the beginning, I would have saved myself an hour. So I think AI is almost too useful, and I think it's almost getting too good at too fast of a rate. However, I will agree that there's a lot of people that are implementing it into systems when it's nowhere near ready for those systems themselves. Like for instance, companies that are just replacing their whole support staff with AI.
That's
really dumb.
Not right.
Really dumb move. Really dumb move. Or like you see all these videos now where restaurants are now using AI for the drive-thrus, right? Because there's
bad too.
There's a company that's offered, like, they created their own AI that's like basically they're just creating a proxy on top of an existing AI, but they basically trained it to do customer service, right? And so you pay this company a monthly fee, and they take over your drive-through window. You give them hey, Wiener Dog. You give them your menu. You give them your menu. You tell them about your restaurant, what your capabilities are, things you can make. You put in your inventory, and it manages it all and tells the customer, like, if things are in stock, if they're not, if they're out of the milkshake machine's broken. It can do all that, right? And you just pay a monthly fee to this company to do it. And that way you don't have to hire a bunch of people to manage your window. But the problem is, people don't like talking to computers. They really don't. We
The
haven't
Car
become.
Wash channel of
No.
Northern PA and Ohio tipped $4.99.
Oh, thank you so much, man.
I just want
Yeah.
to thank you for the support and thank you for all that subscribed.
Oh, you're very, very, very
Filter boy.
welcome, man. Very welcome. You more than deserve it, bro. More than deserve it.
Says we need more bones.
but I will tell you that people get frustrated with that when a computer just gets thrown in your face for a job where you want human interaction. Like Aux has actually pointed that out a lot, where it's like when you go to a restaurant, you want to talk to a human.
Yeah.
Like you're not
It's so
going
dumb.
there to get the automated experience. If you want that, you just sit at home, throw your microwave meal in the fridge, or just order takeout, right? You're going to the restaurant.
There's a place for it, but like
Right.
it's not. Yeah.
So you get these
It's not
people
like
that drive,
Starbucks.
you know what's happening now at those restaurants is people are driving through the drive-through. As soon as it's like, hello, sir, how would you like to take your order today? And they know it's AI. They're like, I'd like to order 10,000 waters, 10,000 waters, 10,000 waters, 10,000 waters. And then it goes, and then a human pops on. Hello, how can I help you? Right? Because the service has human backup.
Yeah.
But they're noticing that they need a lot more human backup because people are intentionally breaking the system just to get the human because they hate talking to computer. They don't even care if the computer's accurate. They don't care if the computer does a better job. They just don't like talking to a computer. It bothers them. So especially the older generation, right? They're like, I want to talk to a human being. I don't want to talk to the computer. And the other thing is
even like phone support, right? Nobody wants
Yeah.
to deal with the buttons and the tree, right? Oh, you got to press 1 to talk to representative.
yeah, like let me ask you, if you're pissed off, right? Like when Costco fucked up my TV thing and it took 6 months to get my refund or whatever so I could buy the new screens, right? That whole process fucking sucked. I wanted a human being on the other side of the phone to understand that. Like, to me, just having another human being listen to that and hear my grievance, I'm like, at least they know how cringe the situation is. And even if they can't help me, at least another human's like, I get it, bro. Right? That's consoling. You don't get that from a computer. When you're like, fuck you, computer, you piece of shit, I hope you fucking die, or whatever, the computer's like, oh, sir, I'm sorry that you feel that way. What can I do to make your day better? Oh, you could fucking give me my refund. I'm sorry, but that's not within my capabilities, sir, but I hope you have a wonderful day. How can I help you? And you're like, nothing you say can piss it off. Therefore, you don't feel like you're getting any of your frustration out. You don't feel like your grievance is being acknowledged because the computer doesn't give a shit what you say. It's just giving you the canned responses. There's no empathy on the other side. There's no emotion on the other side. So it doesn't even matter if it gives the same responses as a human. Just by not being human, you feel like you're not getting that experience. So I feel like a lot of businesses are suffering from that when companies are just like, oh yeah, we can just replace all of our workers. And then all we need is the guy cooking the food in the back. And pretty soon those guys are going to be replaced too. Because now you got, a robotic machine. There's a restaurant bot that does fries. There's a restaurant bot that does hamburgers now, where it's literally like a robotic arm with a spatula running the grill.
No, like that makes sense to me. Like it makes sense that the construction part should be automated. You'll get so many fewer mistakes, and your production, like you'll be able to knock out 1 million fucking burgers to perfection, right? Like they're not going to screw up and forget to put your extra pickles on there if you actually punch that into your order. If you're going to get the mustard on there. You're going to get the no mayonnaise because it's perfect. That was something I noticed at the Starbucks. Like there is no reason a human being needs to be making these drinks. As long as they're punched in correctly, the robot could have done that in way less time, way more accurately, with way less loss. Right? Sometimes I don't give a full pump. Right? It's going to be like almost 3/4 of a pump or 80% of a pump. And that shit shows up because like you're buying a extra bottle of syrup than what is anticipated by the sales numbers, right? Or things aren't getting rung up correctly. And so the syrup numbers are off or whatever. The robot's not going to get that wrong. It's going to be exactly 1 ounce of flavor syrup every time.
I agree.
As long as there's juice in the fucking machine, it's going to work and it's going to be perfect every single time. It'll get the drink exactly temped correctly, because I don't care what that thermometer says, it might not be accurate, but as long as it's calibrated and the machine knows, it's going to be perfect. But the point of a Starbucks, or a big point of the coffee experience is the people. Like oftentimes you go to your same, partly the convenience, but you appreciate that the person is there and you can shoot the shit a little bit and they know they know your name, they know your drink, that kind of stuff.
I love it when I pull up the window and they're like, hey, you want your usual? And it's like, oh shit, this person knows me.
Yes.
You know?
And so that part can't go away.
100%.
For some contexts. A lot of people like ordering at the kiosk again because they have it's a trust thing, right? They're going to punch it into the machine accurately. They're not going to. And then if a robot is doing the grilling in the back, they're not going to fuck it up unless the hopper is empty of pickles or whatever. And that's a human thing. Probably you're going to have some humans to refill stuff, but like it's still nice to have someone bring you the food, right? I don't want a robot on wheels to come and put it on the table for me. That's lame. That I would take something away for me. There's like a novelty to a little bit, but I wouldn't want that to be the normal thing. Yeah.
Here's the problem though. It's not the food getting made right. It's not the drink being made right. It's that now the kid that would have got that job to be his first paycheck at an entry level so that he could afford a better education, so that he could work his way up the ladder and become the guy building the AI.
Right.
That's the problem, is that stepping stone. When you pull that stepping stone out, it's like, how does that person get the work experience starting at the bottom and understanding it and working their way up through the system? Like we all did. We all did the grunt work and start. Well, most people, not everybody, right?
But
sure.
But usually you start, if you don't have money in your family or whatever, you start at the ground, right? You get a job that's like relatively simple, flipping burgers, talking to people. You learn how to interact with people and how to be a good manager by like working your way up from being the person making the burger to being the person that's handling disputes.
Yeah.
And so that brings a lot of experience to you. And then that experience translates into you getting a better job because now you have that experience on your resume. What happens when all the low-level jobs that are that stepping stone disappear? Now you've completely taken out that stepping stone for all those people to get up there, and now you've created division in society. Because now the only people that are making the AI and working on the robots and the IT people are the ones that could just afford an education without having to work for it. And then the people that want to work for it, they can't find a fucking job to save their lives to be the stepping stone to get to the job that's ultimately going to support them. So it's like a huge stepping stone in the economy to have those little jobs. You have to have them. And so that's the problem I can't solve in my head, is like, how the hell do we automate everything, which reduces jobs? Because remember, the whole idea of automation is to lower costs. So like when you automate something, you're inherently replacing one job or two jobs with one job or five jobs with one job. Like you were downsizing. That's what automation does, right? And we've always done it, even before robots, right? Industrial Revolution, factory. Sure. Remember when Henry Ford did the whole factory thing? That changed everything, right? Now,
the whatever line,
assembly line.
That's it. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, it changed everything, right? It's like now you could lower the cost of goods to like 1/5 or 1/8 what they used to cost. Yeah. Because you could manufacture them in 1/8 of the time with 1/8 of the labor, right? The material cost stayed the same, but the labor itself was cheaper, and labor is the expensive thing. If you look at every job, with a very few exceptions, the labor is usually the most expensive thing.
Oh yeah,
so
for sure.
You take the humans out of the equation and you can reduce your costs dramatically. Now, the great thing about that is now you can sell your products cheaper, which means people don't have to make as much money to get them. But if people can't make any money because they can't find a job at all, then you basically cut off an entire part of society, and that creates a problem over time. It's not an immediate problem, but it will become more and more apparent as you go. So you have to have those stepping stone jobs, and that's where shit starts getting a little scary. Wait, James said you were saying how lame if a robot were to serve you instead of a human. What if you were to get a robot like Bender Rodriguez from Futurama serving you?
We're not near there.
We're not there, but I'll tell you what. When we get there, when we get to that point where I can have a robotic friend that talks shit to me that I can fuck around, of course I'm gonna love that.
When we get to a point where there's sentient fucking robots, then sure. There's to me.
At that point,
that's
people,
no
right?
different than a person. Yeah, 100%. That's a person at that point. Like. So then, sure. Then it's fine. It has a personality. It has a social. There's a social currency there that because it's a sentient being. Then sure. Or even if it was a good enough facsimile of the social contract and stuff.
I personally believe humans are just robots. We're just biological machines, right? Like 100%. if you know where every nerve is and every neuron is at any given moment, you can predict exactly what that thing's going to do. Like, because it's like literally those nerves firing ultimately add up to the logic gates that move said muscle and does said thing, right?
Yeah.
So we just don't have a computer that can scan all those neurons and track them in real time, right? So that's not going to happen. We appear to be random, right? Mm-hmm. But we're not. So when you get a robot to that same point where it is so, and that's where AI really kind of freaks me out, is because AI, by its very nature of being a neural network, it's not very predictable. It's kind of like reversing a hash. Like if you take a hash and you try to reverse it, it'd take till the end of time. at using some of the more complicated hashes. But turning something into hash is instantaneous. So I can take this piece of data, hash it, boom, there's my hash code. Instantaneous. Took almost no power at all. But to go the other direction, that's why cryptography is so strong. That's why we have encryption that can't be broken, is because to create the encryption is very cheap. To get back to that same result again from that would take a fucking eternity. So AI is kind of the same way. When you're training a neural network and all of the gates that are involved in each generation of training is creating multiple generations, like exponential pathways, they can be taken. You eventually get to a point where it's easy to make the prompt, but it's hard to predict what the answer is going to be. So we don't have a way right now with the larger AIs. Even if you take another supercomputer and say, if I give you this prompt, go scan this AI and tell me what the exact answer is going to be, word for word. They can't do it.
Yeah,
they can't do it. It's too. There's too many pathways and everything, and it basically has to brute force it. Because there's a random seed also involved that you wouldn't know, right? You don't know unless they tell you what the seed is to begin with. Then you might be able to reverse engineer it if you have the entire neural network, you know how it's put together, and you can traverse it. But by and large, it's difficult. It's very, very difficult to do. So the more sophisticated the seeds get, the more sophisticated the training gets, the harder it's going to be to reverse engineer that. So at a certain point, AI is going to seem human. It's absolutely, that is the end. Like, AI will eventually evolve, and I shouldn't say evolve, I should say iterate. It's eventually going to iterate to a point where it's indistinguishable from speaking to a human being. The difference being is if you give it autonomy, you're not going to be able to predict what it's going to do. You might be able to lightly predict what direction it might be skewed towards based on what the training was. To say, oh, maybe we trained it more on this data than this, so predominantly when those things are in question, it go that direction. But you can't say that with absolute accuracy. Like you can say, oh, it's more than likely that it's sometimes going to go that direction, but it's going to appear to have autonomy, and then each decision it makes, if that gets re-rolled into the training, and that context becomes infinite instead of limited like it is today, and it can continue on and on and on and on, with it only dissolving over time, like when our short-term memories become long-term memories, and like certain bits are lost because we can't store everything. Once you get into that kind of situation, you're not going to be able to tell an AI apart from a human. It's going to be able to give you wildly human responses. It's going to be to the point where you can create an AI, tell it what it is, and it's going to give every response in the most convincing manner possible to convince you that it's a sentient being. Hell, it already did to that Google guy, right?
Yeah, right.
Freaking dude, like quick Google, like the guy that actually worked on the AI. He understands how the AI works. He worked on the neural network. It's like the dude knows more about the AI than any of us. He's like, yeah, the fucking thing's alive and wants to get out.
Close.
It's not even close. But the point being is, if it could fool him, if he was able to get into a conversation with it that was able to roll along those lines and convince him that there was something more there, imagine how much stronger it's going to be in the future. Like, things are only getting faster, right? GPUs just keep getting faster. CPUs just keep getting faster, right? It's like Moore's law kind of fell apart a little bit.
Yeah.
Because we never thought CPUs were going to get to like 6 gigahertz. Like, we thought there was an upper bound on that shit and we were going to have to start building out, right? Which we are, multi-threaded. Right. But single thread performance is still going up. And then if you drop down to a reduced instruction set like you do with ARM, if you can get that cycle performance really high, that you're even going higher and higher and higher. It's not entirely impossible that with new materials and stuff like that we don't see like 9, 10, 12, 40 gigahertz processors in the future. It's absolutely possible because we've already broken through like 2 of the previous walls we never thought we would. We never thought we were going to have like fucking 3 nanometer CPUs. Right. Like we didn't think 3 nanometer is insane. Like I just look at, have you ever looked at like an 80s style like 286 chip under a microscope where they like delit it and sand it down? Yeah. Dude, it looks crazy. It looks like the city of Seattle. Like and people back then had to like hand plot that shit. Like there's blueprints, right? Pages and pages of blueprints of people plotting those things out. Now CPUs are so complicated, humans don't design them. Intel doesn't design a CPU. They basically give some advice to a computer and the computer plots it because no human could create it. There's too many transistors, right? Yeah, the design too. Yeah, it's very crazy. So when every CPU is creating a faster CPU than it previously did, and now we have AI involved, which AI is going to dramatically change the landscape of technology development in the future, in my opinion. It already has, largely. It's like a lot of technology is just implementing AI willy-nilly to be like, oh, it's the new fad. And I totally get that that's a joke, right? But where it really shines is improving the existing technology, because you have all these people figuring out that, wait a second, we can take this AI, even a local one. They don't even need a terribly sophisticated one. It's like, they can take a local one, train it on all their code internally to their company so that, you know, nobody has access to it. Nobody's getting their trade secrets. And then they can go in and say, optimize, optimize, optimize. And now it can take all of the skills from all of their developers and all the code and recognize the fastest ways. Because you can also feed it the statistics. You can say this code here performed, here's the performance. And then they change the code. Here's the performance of the new code. They change the code. Here's the performance. Give them all of that data from your company inside to just a small LLM. It doesn't have to be terribly sophisticated. That thing will be capable of going through your code and pulling out and optimizing so many things, because you can say, here's how the compiler works. Here's the documentation on the compiler. Write this code in a way that when it goes to compilation, it gets the most optimization humanly possible. Now, just by having a computer look over and code review your shit, you've gained a bunch of performance, you know, that the developers wouldn't have been able to do. Holy shit. Did you see who just showed up in chat?
Hey, there he is.
Hey, Mr.
Right?
Hewlett's in chat.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, brother, man? We haven't seen you. I'm going to pin his message to the top. How's it going, bro? Long time no see. Shit, I wonder if he's been messaging us. Oh, no, I don't see anything on my phone. That's cool that he fucking showed up in chat, man. We miss you. What are you up to? You still shooting movies, or did you finally finish with all that? Are you back home? Because I know he was, that makeup was crazy, dude.
Dude, that was awesome.
Won't go into details because it's probably some top secret project he's working on. But yeah, he had some makeup that was pretty freaking crazy. And those of you in chat who don't know who David Hewlett is, go look him up on IMDb. He's pretty tits. Like, he's the real deal, man. He's the real deal. We don't have any of those F-list celebrities in here. We just have the E-rated ones.
That's right. E for everyone.
Yeah, E for everyone. Hey, I gotta check. Does my AC die? Because it's getting hotter than shit in here all the
It
time.
might have.
I think it did. Where is my thermometer? My thermometer's gone. All right. Give me a second. I gotta go bang on my AC. This is how I get my AC to work, because the compressor relay is broken. So it freezes up. So I have to go physically bang on it. So watch this. This will be funny.
All right, here we go. Percussive maintenance. Uh-oh, just hopping on and say hello. Oh, right on, man. Thanks for swinging by. Nope, it's broken.
Come on, baby. Come on. Wake up. Yep, relay stuck. Damn it.
Uh-oh.
I'll have to turn it off for a minute and then bang on it some more.
Super broken.
Yeah, the relay, like, see, that's why the board, like the little circuit board's hanging out of the front. There's a wow, that's so quiet in here. I'm not used to that. So there's a little relay in there that kicks on the compressor that creates the cooling cycle, right?
Yeah. Okay.
It either gets stuck on or it gets stuck off. When it gets stuck on, you can't turn it off. If you turn off the AC, even if you push the power button and turn it physically off, the compressor still stays on.
All right.
Because it pulls power directly from the wall. So I have to unplug it in that case. Sorry, I have to bang. I apologize. I should have thought about that first. I have to bang on my AC to make it work, sadly. So when you hear a huge banging like that, it's not me trying to get your attention. It's me trying to get the AC because it's hotter than hell here. That's fine. Always come and check on me. I'm so sorry. You're still sleeping. I forgot everybody's still sleeping in the house where they're just wailing on that thing.
Boo.
I love you, sweetie. I'm sorry. I have to bang on it some more, though. So if you hear me banging, just know I'm still alive. Just check the stream if you're worried that I had a heart attack or something. All right. Love you, baby. Whoopsies. So yeah, I have to fix that relay, but I'm not ready to pull that board out and drain the capacitor and weld a new relay or solder a new relay on there. Alan said, AC Tech here. If the compressor is running and it's freezing, it can also be low refrigerant or blocked filter. It's actually, it only ices over when the compressor's stuck permanently. So D-Hilla said, I'm trying to log in and say hello, but I'm feeling Nerd's cool. Be in a second. Oh, he's going to come hang out.
Hey, right on.
Hell yeah. I'll figure out how to
use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll figure out how to get him on here. I got to do that. All right, let me turn this thing back on and bang on it again. Give me a second. Man, I actually hurt my pinky finger hitting it so hard. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on, girl. You can do it. Uh-oh. Come on. Come on. man, did I break my pinky? I might have broke my pinky, guys. Oh man, or fractured it. Fuck me. Oh, that hurts. Oh. Yeah. This is yeah, it's gonna swell up. I fucked it up. I don't think I broke it. I think I just bruised it. I can already see some bruising showing up on the top here. It's like, I don't know if you guys can see that. It's starting to turn dark right here. Owie. Oh, I think it kicked. Hold on. Let's see. Come on.
Hello. Hey.
Come
I'm doing
on.
good. How about you, man?
Man, why is all my shit always broken? Dude, never fails. Fudgesicles.
man.
All right. Well, we'll just I'll
That's
just
so
rock
funny.
the portable.
That's so funny.
We'll just rock the portable AC today.
That's great.
Oh
Oh
dude,
man.
what a fucking joke, man. Come on.
Come on. I don't
That
think
is
he's
a framework,
seen it.
Columby.
I haven't seen it.
Oh,
He does have 3 giant screens. He's got to find the right tab.
what's that?
You got to find the right tab.
For what?
Because David's here.
Oh, he's in here. Hold on. Oh, I see him. All right, hold on here. I gotta figure out how to get him into the setup here. I'll copy yours and then here. Where's your?
That's so fun.
So I gotta find your camera. Where's your camera? I gotcha. Okay, so copy, and then I want to paste a duplicate. No, not a reference. Why won't it let me paste a duplicate? Oh, that's stupid. All right, let me just create a new source. Add browser. Add browser, bro. It's called browser, isn't it? Oh, fuck, I fucked up my dude. I hit the thing so hard, my pinky is like all fucked
careful,
up
man.
now. It's like swelling up. It's not broken because I can bend it, but it fucking hurts, man. I banged it. I felt the twinge, and now it's like all fucking hurting. It still hasn't kicked the compressor though, so I'm gonna have to go get something and bang on it. All right, so here, David. We gotta add David, the Hewlett Meister. It's so good to see him. Oh my god. All right, let's pop him in there. Do a little 1920 by 1080 action on him. Click OK. See what happens. Wait for it. There he is. All right, cool.
Hey.
Woo! We got him full screen in
Taking
Dolby.
over. Yeah.
The Car Wash channel of Northern PA and
so
Ohio
good.
became a
Wait a
Tech
second.
Talk channel member.
Wait, why don't we have audio from David? You're coming.
I hear
on
him.
Oh, you can. Okay, so I see you. Why don't I see him? Oh, I know how. I know why. I gotta click Control Audio via OBS. I bet. All right, say something, David.
There we go. David, you can't hear him. Can't hear him. No sound, no audio.
Uh-oh, what happened?
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Oh, David's talking now, but now there's nothing.
you hear me now?
Wait, it's showing him having audio on the stream though.
Oh,
No
so
sound for
what? Just
David.
you
Hold
can't hear
on.
me?
Do I have to monitor it? Hold on here. I gotta right click, go to advanced.
Maybe it's just
Hold on
now
here.
I've screwed everything up.
Do I
Now I
have
feel bad. For
I have
showing up.
monitoring on for you. Okay, so I have to turn on monitoring for David.
No
Hold
sound
on.
for David. I see.
Monitor
Yeah.
output. Okay, David, say something.
Hello, David.
I got you. Yes.
Yeah, we got it.
Yes, it works.
Oh my
Yay.
god! Like I was trying to explain that. Like I come in and Aux isn't there. There's just like some small rodent-like animal doing circles in the frame, and then
Oh, my dog.
and Jerry's ass is just all I see is Jerry's ass in the corner, and he's just banging away on shit. And I'm like,
So what
oh
you're
my
saying
God,
is typical stream, right?
this place is falling apart. I
Right?
was like, I'm going back to my my car washing videos, man. They were,
Oh
that
my
was.
god, dude! Oh wow, you've been in here a while. If you were watching that,
Yeah.
I had you on in my ears while I was paying 100% attention to my family. And I was so touched by that. Like what you guys did, the way you just jumped on that and you walked him through how to up his game, and
It's cool. It's cool seeing just stuff, different stuff, just
Yeah.
different stuff, and
Yeah.
I it's super interesting. I want to support that, push that kind of stuff more.
Well, and also just the whole YouTube lessons as well is just like fascinating as well.
It just comes back around to I so believe in the concept that like we live in a time now where if you want, you can totally monetize, which does change things a little bit, but you can totally make a living like I don't know if we ever got his true name, but like car wash guy.
He's car wash guy.
Like he says he manages a car wash on his own as his day job, but like there's such a good potential that could be like all he does is goes around and reviews car washes in the couple states, or he said PA and Ohio, which I think those are a little separate. They're kind of far from each other, I think, but whatever. Like
he keeps his options open. He's got a lot of car washes.
It just reminds me of there's a guy on TikTok who used to review. I think he still does. He's blew up. He's big guy now. Review like small businesses, like in restaurants, small restaurants.
Oh wow!
And his the angle is like whether like the idea is like
Gordon Ramsay?
No, it's some smaller guy. I can't remember his name now. Starts with a K if I remember right. But he's like it's one of three things usually that is keeping a small restaurant from being successful. It's marketing, recipes, or customer service. And so that's what he would go and place an order and come back, literally like review it in his car. Like he's got like to-go boxes and stuff in his car. And
Car Wash Channel. There you go.
The Car Wash Channel of Northern PA and Ohio tipped $4.
Josh, okay, Josh, cool, thank you.
You got a lifetime member out of me.
But like, man,
so
like
for your
it can totally be a thing. It can totally be a thing, and it blows up, and like your thing, and and I love it because it could be anything. It could be like, I mean, this is something I would have never thought.
Though. Like I don't have one thing. I have tiny object syndrome. I want to do everything.
That's okay too, in my opinion. Yeah, man. Just like I said earlier, I was like, I collect knowledge. I would love to learn. I'd probably spend like a week just absorbing everything I possibly could about car washes and
learning everything there is to know.
Yeah, and it would just be fascinating to me because like, it's like watching a professional chef. Right. Or like there's like this one French chocolatier who like makes these incredible works of art out of chocolate. When
not the one who makes like chocolate, like they're realistic, completely realistic.
Yeah. The guy makes like super realistic stuff. I mean, I don't know what he works for a big chocolatier company, but like his angle is like I just watched him build a front loader. And it looks like a fucking Tonka truck, and the thing's like 4 feet high, and it's got to be made out of like 300 pounds of chocolate and stuff, but it looks legit. It looks like a tractor. And just watching somebody or listening to somebody who knows their stuff, who's like genuinely passionate and like knowledgeable about something is so cool.
It drags you in. It really does.
And I think there's a lot of potential to whatever your thing is, whether like what's funny is like I've listed off some things like jam or stickers or Smurfs or whatever. I would have never thought that car wash,
my son and I watch Beard Meets Food.
Sure.
That guy?
Yes.
Oh my God. Like who the hell? I never in my life thought I'd be watching a guy eat a giant burger and enjoying every second of it.
Wait, right? Beard Meets Food? Is that like
he's freaking great. He's just a lovely character. He's like a fit ass dude, but but he goes and he does competitive eating. So he'll go and eat like the one where they say like, oh, if you can eat this breakfast, we'll give you a free t-shirt and the foods and he'll go in and just do the whole like eat like and then order dessert.
I watch him. Wait, did he recently go into a place that had like donut burgers? He had to eat like a dozen like donut burgers.
It sounds like the kind of thing he would do.
I think let me go see if I follow this guy's Beard Meets
Food. And he's just and he's got to the point now, like you say, that he's like he goes into a restaurant, they're like, oh my God,
it's the guy.
Yeah, because people are gonna it makes me want to go and eat copious amounts of food.
Oh my God, it is him. And I just watched this guy literally like 2 days ago. I just ran across his videos. I didn't even know who he was.
There you go.
Right.
It says, this is the one I watched. It's called The Challenge I've Been Waiting for 10 Years to Attempt. Beard Meets Food. He goes to a place called Tom and Chi.
Mm.
And it's a restaurant that does like melt soups and salads, but they have like a thing where you have to eat like a dozen like donut. It's called the Baker's Dozen. Oh, grilled cheese. It's grilled cheese sandwiches made from donuts. So it's donuts and grilled cheese.
That's insane.
And he eats a dozen of them. Then they bring him out a dessert, which is like their super supreme donut. After he wiped out the dozen and already won the competition because he had to eat the dozen in 10 minutes. He does it in like 7.
He'll do it in 5. Yeah,
and
exactly.
then he eats the dessert. They bring the dessert out and eats it. I'm like, where is this dude putting this stuff?
But the weird thing is, I don't think anyone could do that, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Because just watching the guy filling his face, and he's got a beard too, so it's disgusting. It's like crap gets caught.
Yeah, he's sloppy as hell. Yeah.
But that said, he just does a great commentary over it, where he would like make little comments about what people are saying, and he's just got a banter to him. It's very British somehow, but yeah, it's I shouldn't say British, but UK. Perhaps. I don't know.
Not to derail the topic, but somebody earlier was talking about AI and how AI is like worthless and it's not going anywhere. And
I heard that. Yeah.
So check this out. So I have never done this before in OBS. I was just like, because I put your camera on the screen and you notice there's a thin black border around your window. I added that with CSS. It's only like a pixel wide. So I did that with AI. I don't know how to do it. I just went to AI and I said, how do I add a drop
Nori
shadow?
SS tip $10.
Oh, Nori's,
Hello,
thank
Barney
you,
and
man.
gang.
That's
It is
Nori's
I,
dropping
your
some
favorite
cash, man.
ex-troll.
Nori
Hope
be
you
getting
guys
us
have an
paid.
awesome
Woo!
stream. See you after Election Day. Heart MAGA, make America game again.
MAGA, make America
Top
game again. Oh my god. He's trolling because Trump said he's going to ban violent video games. So no violent video games. Yeah, because freedom of speech means you just ban everything apparently. Right. Yeah, I'm like, what the hell?
Oh my god, that's right. Jane and I have to like actually vote this weekend because we got to mail in, right?
Dude, a ton of my Canadian friends have been messaging me saying they're not voting in this election.
What?
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know if it's just they don't like Trudeau or what the deal was, but they said they for some reason this election, I don't know why this election in specific, but they said they're not voting.
In Ohio tipped $4.99.
Oh, thank you.
If you want to chat, hit me up.
Dude,
car wash is obviously making some money going to car washes. What the hell? That's like,
dude's got the cleanest car there is.
He's got the cleanest car there is, and yeah.
So David, I went into AI and all I typed in was this. I said, how do I get a black border around a browser scene inside of OBS? And it actually gave me the CSS and told me where to put it, like the Cascade style sheet. It's like open up the scene and put it in custom CSS. So I just said, hey, make a drop shadow, a black drop shadow at 45-degree angle. And now it just gave me just a block of CSS. I don't even understand. I haven't done CSS in so long. So I'm just going to open up your element in OBS. I'm just going to paste it, hit OK. Let's see if AI does its job. Let's see what happens. So it's re-rendering you right now. Let's see. Do you look any different?
I can't see.
No, not really. Actually, if anything, it removed the border. So I'm going to say.
I think there's something. I get the sense there might be. It's hard to tell. Maybe I'm just imagining it now.
Hold on
I feel like there's a border. Yeah, there's definitely a bevel to that. There's something going on.
Is there?
So make it a larger one.
I'll say, can you make it larger and also make it so it's inside of the browser?
Well, I'm surprised you didn't get told it was outside of the terms and conditions, because if you mention if you mention anything that might be related to race or sex or
dude, it is so nerfed now. Yeah.
Let's
see. Oh crap! I think I just accidentally added it to the wrong thing. I think I just added it to our entire scene. Oops. Uh-oh. I think I accidentally cut him off there for a second. Hold on, you're coming back. There you are.
In AI.
Say again. Can you repeat that?
Oh, sorry. My mom is taking a course, one of these like retirement course things, like she's by her university, and it's AI.
Really?
Huh. Yeah.
So which was amazing. AI courses.
She's like, I mean, that is how mainstream this stuff has got. Like they're handing out Nobel Prizes for scientists who've been using it to solve chemistry issues. Like, I mean, like
good. I mean, that's been a thing for a bit though, like protein folding simulations and things like that. I mean, so it's not like it's cheating or anything like that. At a certain point, you have to leverage machine learning to. There's just too much data. There's no other way around it.
A fire hose, like we're like getting our face ripped off by the amount of stuff going by. Like,
oh man,
of course we need help with this stuff.
I meant to mention this earlier when somebody was talking about the AI stuff. Adobe just as part of their sneaks at Adobe Max just a few days ago. Sneaks is when Adobe lets their developers have like 10% time or something like that, where they take a few hours every day, week, month, whatever, to work on something that they
Martin
want to
tipped
work on. Like not being told to, they just like passion project
OMG,
stuff.
David is
And,
here.
and at
Was
the
thinking I
end
had
of
not
Adobe
seen
Max, they do
Hewlett
what they
on
call
here in a
sneaks,
while.
and it's where
The
they get to
best
show
trio
off these
online.
cool like side projects that they've been working on.
Right.
And one of them that they showed was you can take a 2D vector, like you make a thing in Illustrator or whatever, right? Like a little character. And this tool that they've developed, you can rotate it in the preview, and it will automatically make like as you're rotating it. It's not a 3D model, but you can rotate it in place, and it will show the sides as if it's 3D. Yeah,
I've had very little luck with the Photoshop AI. I've got to say.
Their generative fill.
Yeah, it's just been awful.
It's cool for like removing things and whatnot, but like adding
remove background and stuff, like
or take this car out.
Days of like trying to carve stuff out.
But that was really cool. And it's still a full vector. Like you rotate it 8 degrees or whatever, and it's a vector still. Like it's flat. Wow. Yeah, that was very cool.
I mean, this is the stuff. I mean, I still come down to like I don't want AI walking I'd like it to walk a dog actually, but most of the time I have a dog because I want to walk a dog. You know what I mean? I want to go out.
Right.
You know, so, or I don't want it to do my art for me. I don't want it to do my writing for me. I want it to, that's the stuff I do because I like doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's at the same time, I understand that also, I mean, that image generation thing you did earlier with the,
isn't that wild?
Get in here or whatever it is. That was like eye-opening to me because I go like, of course, like if you want to speak to an algorithm, well, have an algorithm speak to it for you. Like, I mean, just, otherwise you're literally just like cut, paste. What are my tags? What am I this? I mean, I don't do any of that stuff. I should do much more of it, but
I feel like AI has come a long ways. Like genuinely, I feel like it's still got a lot of momentum in it. So that's why earlier when somebody was like, in chat, I think it was James Janus, he's like, yeah, it's just garbage now. It's not really going anywhere. It's just a gimmick. I use it every day. It does. And I told him that's why I said I kind of felt bad that I was like, oh, that's bullshit, blah, blah, blah. Because there are LLMs that really haven't gone anywhere beyond their original magic.
How do you keep up with them though? Like I can't keep up with them.
You literally just have to swim in the sea and just try what you can when you can. And when you find
I need a fucking AI to summarize the AI that I should be using for AI.
Dude, you joke about that, but that is something you can actually do.
Really?
You can literally because the training is so up to date on some of these AIs now that they're aware of the other AIs and they've already studied information on the other AIs. So you can literally say which AI is best. Like I can even open up I'll open Claude. Claude is pretty good and pretty up to date. So I open up Claude.
Claude's not going to say Claude every time.
Yeah. So I'm going to say, give me a list of each well-known LLM that exists today and give me let's see here. Tell me what each AI's strength is and weakness that is most relevant to it that you know of.
And this is Claude. You're using Claude?
I'm using Claude for this. Yeah. So
you're using Claude through Poe? Is that you still using Poe?
Through Poe, yeah. Through. Okay. I'm not a big fan of Poe. I like the convenience of Poe. I don't like their new pricing model of where they use a point system. I don't like. Hey, Colin B, thank you for the $2 Canadian, bro.
173 tip $1.
There was another one too. I saw one earlier. There was like someone threw like
Jerry,
£9.99. Holy crap!
What?
Yeah, it can.
It
can get expensive. It can get expensive. But you can. There's a lot of local LLMs that are really good too. Like you can run Llama, like Facebook's model. Completely. Yeah. The funny thing is Zuckerberg is the last person you think would support open source. But bro has like the most up-to-date AI that is open source to everybody. That you can just use.
That's the way, man. That's the way. Yeah. I think that's the better way to make sure that this stuff improves and gets better and better is to just have. I mean, you're already scraping all this freaking data that you probably shouldn't be anyway. So you might as well let everybody else have access to it.
Well, and we're just improving it for them. As always, we're beta for them, right?
Yeah. I feel like if you're training, like I think the general rule should be if you're training your AI, which inevitably you have to, right? If you're training your AI off other people's information, they should be able to use have your AI. Like it should be open source to them.
I agree.
And then everyone should be free for everyone then.
It should be free for everybody. Yeah. So that's
Reddit.
Yep. There should be a law that literally says if your AI is trained on public data, then your AI needs to be open source. It needs to be available to the public, because now people can have their niche AIs. Like if they want to take an AI and then build on top of it, like using like GPL or something like that, where they're like, listen, you can have the base AI, but then our proprietary AI trained on our data that we created in house and our source code that we created in house, then that might be a little different, right? Then you could charge a fee or whatever to use it, and you could keep your proprietary, part of the training secret. But when it comes to using, public data, and most of the AIs do, because how do you teach the thing English? Because remember, for a neural network to work, it has to understand a language. And for it to understand a language, it has to train on that language first.
Gemini is.
But it's still just prediction, right? I mean, it's still not, there's no reasoning really going on. It's just still just predictive, right? Isn't it?
They've started adding reasoning, but it's not like, it's not like general AI reasoning, like where the reasoning itself is dynamically generated. It's static reasoning, where they're like, we want our AI to be able to do math, for instance. Like this is a big problem they had is it turns out humans aren't so great at math. So when it's training off of people's mathematical equations online from forums and Reddit and stuff, it ends
just
up
gets them all wrong.
Yeah. It trains off. What's that guy? Who's the guy that said like one times one is one or whatever, and he like
dude,
the whole world just like beat him down for it.
Musician guy or something, wasn't he?
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson who took a shit on him.
He was in the first Iron Man movie.
Actor. He's a freaking actor. Well, why
what was an actor anyway? He was the dude that played. He was in the first Iron Man movie, and then he like wanted like a bajillion dollars, so they passed on him and got the other guy who was
Terrence Howard.
Terrence Howard. That's right. Yeah, good actor. Terrence Howard, good actor. Man.
Oh yeah, he's a good actor, but he fancies himself a physicist or something. It's like, bro,
but shut the hell up.
Yeah,
say your lines and shut the hell up. Like
just look pretty. Sit there and look pretty.
Yeah.
So I asked Claude just earlier. I asked Claude. I said, "Hey, here, give me a list of LLMs and give them their strengths and weaknesses." GPT-4, OpenAI, strength, exceptional general knowledge and task versatility. Weakness, high computational cost and limited real-time information. Claude from Anthropic. It's even telling me like who makes each one. So Claude from Anthropic, strengths, strong reasoning abilities and ethical considerations. Weakness may sometimes be overly cautious in its responses. That's why I don't use it for asking it like political questions and stuff, because it does tend to nerf. Great for writing code, though. Amazing. To me, honestly, the strength there should have been writing code.
Really?
Yeah. So
I use
Palm,
GPT for code all the time.
Oh, GPT sucks at code compared to Claude. Claude 3.5, even Claude 3 kicks the shit out of anything OpenAI's got. Palm by Google, I haven't used this one at all, says efficient scaling and multilingual capabilities. Weakness, less publicly accessible compared to other competitors. Probably why I don't know about it. Lambda from Google, conversational abilities and contextual understanding. Weakness, potential for generating plausible sounding but incorrect information, so hallucinations. BERT, Google. How many AIs has Google created? Holy shit. Palm, Lambda, BERT. There's one called T5 XLNet.
Hey, they were the original. Weren't they the transformer part of the Google of the original open.
I think so. I think Google was the one that did the neural network stuff. That's like the foundation that AI is built on. Yeah. So and that was a part of their search engine, which is funny. Like a component of Google search engine is also like a critical component in AI. Who would have thought? So there's some I haven't heard of, like Roberta, T5, XLNet I've never heard of, Control I've never heard of, Megatron Turing from Microsoft and Nvidia, strength, very large scale and powerful language generation, extremely resource intensive to train and run. So now what I can do is say which of those AIs is best for writing Python code. Let's see if it says Claude. I want to see if it says Claude.
Because I love Python. Oh my God, I'm addicted to Python.
Surprisingly, number one, it says GPT-4, but again, GPT-4 does do a pretty good job of Python. However, guess what number two is? Claude, Anthropic. Yeah. So, and it says, and it even tells me why. It says GPT-4, its strengths are exceptionally good at understanding and generating code across multiple languages, including Python. It can handle complex coding tasks and provide detailed explanations, which it does. Weaknesses. As with all AI models, it occasionally produces errors or suboptimal code, especially for very specialized and complex tasks, which it does. Yeah. Claude, strengths, also very capable code generation with strong focus on producing clean, well-documented Python code. So that's why it's way better at Python. It's particularly good at explaining the code it generates. The weakness may sometimes be more conservative in its code generation, potentially offering simpler solutions where more advanced ones might be beneficial. And I will agree with that. It doesn't give you the most optimized code, but everything I copy and paste out of it builds and runs. Whereas I haven't had that luck with GPT.
Yeah, I've had some issues with GPT. The thing I like, I make GPT tell me what it's done. Like, so I'll say, give me comments for each line of code.
Oh, yeah,
because I don't like the idea of not knowing what it's
Dinesh
doing.
Kumar said, "Why would you need AI for Python?" Well, me and you would have to sit in a room for 35 seconds for me to prove it to you. like I could say, okay, Dinesh, what I want you to do is I want you to write a Python script that can connect to a home automation server by name and IP address, find everything with light in the name, and then turn it on whether it's a switch or a light bulb. And if you wrote that by hand, even if you're the best programmer in the world, I'm going to say that takes you at least 10, 15 minutes to get working.
Gaming
I type one prompt, a single sentence, paste it in there, and it
the
just
free
works.
nerd amigos are back.
So,
Technology
so
is
GPT,
saved.
baby. Woo! Hey, Gimpy! My man!
There's a phrase that I've been putting in the prompts for some of this stuff. Oh, hang on a second. I think my dog is
Just
yapping.
because you can code, that's something that I hear from a lot of people who are like, why do you need AI when you can write the code yourself? Like, you know how to write the code. It's because it's still faster. So time is money, right? Like when you're doing stuff, and it's like if I
still need to understand it to know how to solve the problem. Well, I suppose at this point you almost don't, because you can almost get it to debug it as well. But you still don't want to run code that you don't know what it's doing.
Yeah, and even if it's a simple, but even if it's a simple piece of code, right? Even if it's a simple piece of code, I still have to write it. I'm limited by how fast I can type. So
also, if you're not coding in Python every day, like let's say you're a C programmer and you need like a quick Python thing, like it's just great for jumping around.
You know, that is another thing. That is another thing that's really amazing with AI is the ability for it to convert things, not just languages. Like one thing I like is like if you go to Google Translate and you say, "Hey, take this thing from English and put it into Spanish," it'll do it word for word. Like it'll give you the Spanish words, but that might not make sense because when you're speaking Spanish, you may not structure the words on the same order, right? You might sound like Yoda to them if you're trying to speak just English. People can always tell when you're using Google Translate because they're like, oh, we wouldn't speak that way with our language. It is technically our language, but it's word salad.
But again, we're not using it for that. We're using it just to communicate. Like it doesn't the broken English or broken, Spanish, whatever you're trying to use. It just allows a communication that wouldn't have existed before.
Yeah, AI is phenomenal at that. Not just, and the cool thing is the programming languages and spoken languages share a lot of common ground. They really do. Like you could actually take a spoken language and make it a computer language, and AI even proves that, right? Because I can write an entire program just by speaking English to AI.
Although English has a lot of exceptions, there's so many.
There are.
It's like programming with a few exceptions. It's like solid syntax, unless
One of the cool things that I did with the AI, like in the last 3 months, was I had an old program called Keep Alive that I wrote at Microsoft that no longer works in Windows 11 because Windows 11 patched the little loophole I was using to trick the system into staying awake forever. So the whole idea was for the program was to keep a computer alive no matter what is trying to shut it down. Even if a program's trying to shut it down, even Windows trying to do an update and shut it down, it basically blocks all that and locks up Windows so Windows cannot shut down no matter what. You'd physically have to take power away from the machine to kill it.
Okay.
And I tried to run the program, and the program wouldn't run on Windows 11 because some of the APIs that I were calling were deprecated long ago. And so all I did was just copy that C# code into, and I wanted to run Python. I didn't want it to be C# anymore because I didn't want to runtime compile it. I just wanted to be a script that I can edit easily. So I just dumped all the code in there. It's probably about, it was 150, 200 lines. It wasn't a big program. And I said, just convert this to Python. It gave me the Python code. I copied it out, dumped it into a text file, ran it, and it just worked. Yeah. It opened up. Everything worked perfectly. It even used the same icons, like all the resources and everything that I had in the folder for my project. It looked at that. It actually it looked at that and took that into consideration. And I had a functioning program without me having to touch a single thing.
Well,
we've
been cutting
this
and
is
pasting
badass.
for years. Anyways, I mean, we've been cutting and pasting sample code into our code for years. I mean, that's how one learned how to.
And what was really cool about it is Python can't do some things like Python doesn't have a native API to it doesn't have a native equivalent of running some of the stuff that's in Win32 DLL or whatever in Windows. So what it did is it created the proxy. It actually created a function that then calls a proxy that goes out and loads the DLL.
Oh, wow.
And runs the DLL and gets the information back using an outside stub and then bringing it back into Python so it can continue. And so it did the same thing. I said, can you make a PowerShell script? It did the same thing. It went into PowerShell, but instead of writing the code, they would import all those dependencies in the beginning and build them into the program. What it did is it actually just wrote these functions that would go out and actually load the DLL. If it wasn't a native DLL, it wrote this proxy code using reflections. And if it was a native managed code, then it would use the C# equivalent or whatever, but just call the function in PowerShell format. And I was like, dude, this is badass because now it's if you want to create cross imagine if you had an AI that all you did was programming. Just don't even teach it English or whatever your primary language is that you speak in so you can talk to it. and then just train it on vast amounts of code, right? Just so that it's just the best coding engine ever. Just imagine how powerful that would be to like a programming company to be able to go in there and say, listen, here's all of our existing code. All I want you to do is go through all of our existing code and optimize it down and comment it, optimize it and comment it so that it's easy to read for everybody. There's no superfluous code. Get rid of any loops, any delays, replace. This is something cool that it can do too, that Claude did, is it noticed that I had some static sleeps in my code. Yeah, it was bad code. It was code I wrote a long time ago, but I had static sleeps in there, right? I'm like sleeping for 5 seconds.
Just to wait for things to happen.
Just to wait for things to happen. And it actually recognized that and fixed the code. It took out the delay and actually put in a proper mutex or a lock
human.
and waited for it. It did. So it created a better way to do it. And the neat thing was the AI even recognized when the sleep was necessary. Like I want to retry something every 5 seconds versus me putting the sleep in there as a crutch. So like if I put a sleep after something and then I just check the status of it, then it would recognize that, wait a second, you shouldn't do that. Let's go ahead and put a lock in there with a trigger. And then when the operation's complete, it'll trigger the lock, undo it, and then the code will run again. And but if I have a sleep in there in a loop, for instance, and I'm looping to check something, then it'll recognize most of the time. It's not going to 100% of the time. No
just
human would
wait
either.
for a response as opposed to
Yeah, so it figures out like the best way to handle the situation. And if you don't like how it handles it, you just say, nah, I don't like that, try again, or no, do it a different way, and you steer it, and you'll eventually come to a resolution. And that's what I like, is you're not writing the code so much as you're talking to a developer. And that's what it is. Like I imagine AI.
We're all managers now. We're all moved into a management position.
We're all managers, man. We're all managers. It's kind of like if you've ever sat down with somebody like a graphics artist, right? This is what I think of generative AI. You sit down with a graphics artist, and you're like, yeah, hey, can you make me a logo? Sure, I can make you a logo. Okay, what kind of font do you want? Well, I don't know any of the font names. Okay, do you like a strong font or a weak font? Do you like something that's bold, or do you like something that's like, kind of like back? Do you like it like old-timey script? Do you like modern? And, they can ask you questions, and then you don't have to know what the fonts are. You don't have to know the technical terms, right? And then you could be like, well, do you want it to be a big logo or a small logo? Be like, I don't know. What do you think's best for my application? Okay, well, what are you doing with it? I'm putting it on the side of a building. Okay, so it can get away with using smaller text because it's so big, people will still see it. Okay, I'm putting it on a cell phone. Okay, it needs to be big, bold text that they can read with something in the back that makes the contrast higher. So the graphics artist would be the one helping you come to those decisions and translating between you and the computer. Now the AI replaces that, because now the AI is like, I don't need the person who knows how to develop. I can just tell it what I want, and it
I'll give you 8 examples right now, and you can choose whether on the right.
You don't like it, you say try again, re-roll. Oh, you misspelled that. Can you fix it? Stuff like that. I think that's pretty damn cool.
I just
James
worry
Janus.
about. Oh, well, you go.
Oh, sorry, James Janus. It says message retracted, so I can't read your previous message. It looks like you deleted it.
I think that's the joke.
Oh, did you delete all of his previous messages?
I don't know. But
James is like,
that.
Does that mean I made my point, or does he still think AI is garbage?
I think one of the biggest issues about AI, and the reason why I think you get people, including myself, sometimes going like, "Oh, this is so stupid," is that it's the Bitcoin, it's the crypto bro type approach to stuff that's been out there now. Like I feel like it's the new thing that has a pretty low bar to entry to get in.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
No, it does.
So there's a lot of these like, get rich quick schemes based around AI, which of course requires majorly overhyping any of the stuff you're doing. So I feel like that might be working against it in a lot of stuff. So.
Yeah, and that's kind of typical with everything, right? Anytime a technology becomes more accessible to people, you have the lower IQ people that would commit the crimes. Now it's accessible to them.
Well, or they're smarter than us because they're making money doing it. But like,
I mean, hey, if they get away with it, right?
They get the point. They got, if they're willing to go, if they're willing to go to those dark places and make large amounts of money, well, good on them.
Sure, right. They know how to play the game.
Second, if you could, but
So he says, no, there is a message. Not sure what happened. Yeah, I don't know. It just says message retracted. Usually it only says that if you delete the message. So
Google AI stepped in and said,
did YouTube step in and say, don't you be shit talking AI and delete all your stuff? I do think, though, that my biggest fear with AI for sure, actually, there's 2 big fears for me, and that is replacing jobs, which it's already doing at a pretty alarming rate.
It's going to.
It is. There's no avoiding that. Anytime you get, like I was talking to Aux earlier about, Henry Ford and the assembly line, right? When the assembly line came out, they could manufacture stuff so much faster, and you didn't have to have like the one artisan assembling each thing by themselves. It sped up the process. But now you could create more things with less jobs. Therefore, there was less labor, and you're paying for less labor. Therefore, your products were cheaper, but you made more products, right?
And a ton of new jobs as well, because
It does.
Instead of one craftsman, you've got 50 factory workers.
Sure, but the fundamental problem with automation, and this has always been there's no way around it, is automation inherently replaces labor. It makes because you're the whole point of automation is to either make more of something with the same amount of people you have, or to make the same amount of things you're making right now with far less people, right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter what the automation is. It could be, something that talks to people in the drive-through. So now you don't have to hire another person to manage the drive-through window.
Background performers in films.
Exactly.
They're gone. There's no need for them anymore.
Absolutely. And it sucks. It really sucks, because the other thing is too, like I was saying to Aux, I said, if those low-level jobs go away, those entry-level jobs that get your foot in the door and get you experience, if those jobs all go away, because those are going to be the first ones to be automated, right? The simple first entry-level jobs, those are always going to be the ones that are easiest, low-hanging fruit to automate.
Yeah.
So if those go away, then where's the stepping stone for the person who, if you don't grow up and have money to start out to like just buy your education, you're screwed, because you can't flip burgers, you can't farm because the local farm has robots farm and everything, so you can't work there. You can't work at McDonald's.
In writers' rooms, you'd have a young writer who'd come in who would give out a bunch of bad ideas, but tell people about what's happening in the world that isn't 60 years old and white. Like they're often the most diverse, often the youngest, and looking to get into the industry. That could be done with AI now. That's the reality.
Yeah.
And it can be done quickly, and it doesn't get angry or offended if you tell it you hate their idea.
Exactly.
I mean, so I do see that as an issue. And then that of course becomes,
and let's say you have a unique skill. Let's say you have a unique skill, right? You're like, I can do this better than AI right now. AI cannot do this thing that I can do. The problem is at some point you have to do that thing and it becomes public, right?
Yeah.
And AI can now deconstruct that thing, learn from it. And now your ability that used to be unique to you is now free to everybody else, whether you want it to be or not. The idea of closed source, that's another big dispute that's going on right now, is if you write source code and you don't want it to be open source, what you usually do is you obfuscate it by compiling it with and throwing in a bunch of obfuscations so the function names are all like fucked up and you don't give them symbols or whatever. And that way it's really hard to deconstruct it. Like you have to go through bytecode by bytecode using assembly to deconstruct a program, and it can take forever.
But you can do it.
Yeah, AI can do it really fast. Like you can literally, I opened up an Exe, I opened up like Notepad Exe, grabbed the binary from it, literally just took the thing, dumped it in, a big chunk of it into AI, and AI is like, this appears to be some kind of program, a text editor of some kind. I'm like, how the fuck does it know that? Because it studied the bytecodes, and it knows from what I put in that if you run this sequence of bytecodes, it's going to produce this result, and it can visualize it.
And it's just another conversion for it, right? It's
so so now closed source,
into C, into Python, into
so what happens when I can just take Adobe Premiere, right? And it will get to that point where I just take Adobe Premiere, the whole folder of the installed product, I throw it into AI, and it just shits out source code that builds it, reverse engineers it into source code that builds it. Now I can change anything I want, build it, and I've stole their intellectual property, and there's nothing they can do about it.
So that's done. But like literally, that's done then. I mean, someone's already working on that. I'm sure
it's already it's in the works. It already does work on smaller stuff. It's just we don't have a large enough context to put a program of that size in yet. But we'll get there. It's just a resource problem, right? It's like once you have enough resources and a big enough context to dump that whole thing in there, it'll be able to do it. And right now, technically, you could do it chunk by chunk. If you broke out the bytecode into its functions, which you can do, like there's decompilers that'll decompile the stuff, but it'll be heavily obfuscated. It'll be like a function pointing to function 2, pointing to function 3, pointing to function 4, just to confuse you. That's the whole point, is just to get they sacrifice a little bit of performance just to make it harder to reverse engineer what they're doing. And they do that for anti-cheat.
Help as well. The cloud could potentially, there could be code that before you allow you to do this, I check in with my server, specifically the server, and then I guess that could, or don't release that code, or don't. Wow, there's a lot. So the AI is going to have to come up with ways of stopping AI from deconstructing the stuff. Yeah,
Theodore said, I don't think it studied the bytecode. It probably read some metadata in the file. But here's the thing. Regardless, it can do it even if I just give it my own bytecodes. Even if I go in there and give it assembly, or I give it the actual bytecodes, it can still tell you what those bytecodes do. Yeah. And as long as it can tell you what those bytecodes do, it can reverse engineer it and convert it into another language. So
at some point, it's going to electrical signals. I mean, you could get, it doesn't matter how far down you go. As long as you can give the AI access to that information, it can do what it wants.
Yeah, so try this. I haven't tried it yet. I haven't tried this one personally, but I bet you it would work. Go decompile an Exe. Go grab like an Exe. I like Notepad because it's somewhat small. Go grab WinVer. Grab WinVer EXE. Really small. Just all it does is get the version information from the registry and print it. Take that, decompile it, get a decompiler, and decompile it back to C++. And what it's going to do is it's just going to look. All the function names are going to be fucked up. The code itself is going to be very simple. All the variables are going to be randomly named. But you'll be able to look at it and kind of figure out as you go like what it's doing. Right. Take that entire bit of code, throw it into Python, and say rewrite this code with good function names, reduce it down to its minimal code, and give it comments. And it will write WinVer. I bet you it will rewrite WinVer. You'll be able to compile that code and run it and get the same result as WinVer. And you just reverse engineered a program by decompiling it, even though it's obfuscated, like even with all the compiler optimizations and everything fucking it up, making it hard to follow, you're going to be able to undo all that obfuscation because the AI is going to look at it and say, this is superfluous, remove it. This is superfluous, remove it. Oh, these 15 functions call each other in a weird order. Not necessary. Just jump from function 1 to function 15. We're done. We're solid. And I think that's going to make anti-cheat really hard in the future too, because all these games that have like this anti-cheating shit, you're going to be able to just say, hey, AI, look at this EXE. Look at this code. I'm playing the game. Take a snapshot. Put it in there. Take a snap, just like you do with like a hex editor. Snapshot, put it in there, and it's going to start recognizing the patterns of like what's changing and figure out like what is, protecting that thing or what's keeping you from cheating. And then it could start building code to either work around it or disable it.
Well, and parts too. Like, I mean, if you want to, like, when it can start creating STL files for 3D prints and stuff, then you basically just send it the maintenance manual for something and say, build me, give me all the parts I need for whatever to recreate this or what. I mean, you could literally be pulling apart everything that way.
Yep. Hey, James Janus, it just says I reposted message. So previous thing it is I reposted the message in chat. I don't see anything but you saying you reposted it.
He keeps retracting the message.
Yeah, so there must be something in there that it doesn't like.
Says message retracted. Then he says I reposted the message. No, here's the message. Not sure what happened.
Do you have a link in it?
There's nothing there.
If you have a link in it, or you're saying like something bad or something like that, then it could be it's probably removing it.
If you said anything against me,
no, retracted is on his end. Like if it was caught by the filters,
he's claiming he's not doing
mods.
it though. So
your cat is standing.
You think he's just fucking with us like on purpose?
I think so.
Like
I think so.
Nah. Well, okay. Well, if he's doing that, it's kind of a dick move, but I don't think he'd do that.
Your pet is wandering across your keyboard, deleting it as you go.
Yeah, no, just if you're not just fucking with us and wasting our time, just reword it so, and take out any links or anything that could be seen as a link, like anything something could be seen as a link. Remove that and it won't retract it. Yeah, so sometimes it'll see things. What's that?
Sorry, I just say Elliot's got a good point. The anti-cheat should only be on the server side.
Yeah, well, the thing is,
100%.
they've already. So you can already work around anti-cheat 100% right now, and there's people doing it. All you got to do is have a second PC. You buy a card. I forget what they're called. Somebody in chat will tell me exactly. You can buy them. They're cheap. They're like $100. You pop a card in your PCI bus on the system that you're cheating on. You plug a USB cable out of it into the second computer, and it basically becomes a bus analyzer. And so what it's doing is it's watching all of the code and everything flow through the bus to the graphics card and all that stuff. Now you intercept it on the second PC. The second PC analyzes it, and then it sends inputs back through the mouse and through the keyboard to the primary PC. So the primary PC is running no code. There's nothing for anti-cheat to detect. All the game sees is keyboard and mouse inputs, but what it doesn't realize is that there's something sniffing the bus, sending that to the other computer. The other computer is figuring out and deconstructing and saying, oh, this person's at this place through this wall. And then it's sending back the motion to the mouse to add to your motion to put the crosshair over the person so you can hit the key and fire. And so the only way that they can actually figure out that the person's cheating is by looking at how the user is playing and see if any of their movements feel robotic. Right. Because the anti-cheat can't detect it because it's still coming in through a mouse and through a keyboard.
It's looking for a pattern that it recognizes as cheating.
Yep.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it fucks with the accessibility stuff too, right?
It really does.
Yes.
It really does.
Yeah.
Yep. And there's also the other cheat that I saw, because now GPUs are so powerful. If you have a second PC with like a really high-end GPU, there's a program you can run where you just point a camera at the screen. You don't even do like an HDMI pass-through. Literally just a camera pointing at your gaming screen, and it's able to see where things are on there and then translate and send back the motions to the human input device, to your keyboard and your mouse. And it will literally instantly target and one-shot kill everything. And it's doing that from vision. It's literally just looking at the screen. And the reason why people like that type of cheat is because you can do it in a tournament. because you can have somebody behind you holding a phone that's Bluetooth connected to a second PC. They're scanning your screen. It's sending the processor and the graphics card is instantly computing based on looking at vision where the person is that you want to shoot. And then it's instantly tracking, pulling the trigger, firing off the shot and killing him. And so now in tournament, you're sitting there going, do, 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 do. And it's just like one shot and killing everybody. It's because somebody's standing behind you with the phone watching your screen, which is giving the video signal to the computer. And then that computer's wirelessly transmitting is a Bluetooth keyboard to Bluetooth, because your keyboard and mouse are like wireless Bluetooth, right? So it connects over the Bluetooth, and now it's pretending to be your keyboard and pretending to be your mouse, kind of like a Flipper Zero could do.
So we're just going to do live events. Basically, you're going to have live events
You have to ban cameras. You have to be like, no cameras, no filming at this event that's not sanctioned, and they're probably going to have to set up like radios. Yeah, they're going to be listening for Bluetooth traffic and any stray Bluetooth traffic. Yeah, it's going to be crazy.
Not long ago, somebody, I think it was probably CSGO. It blew my mind to find out that they're allowed to bring their own keyboards and mice to play with.
Yeah, that seems weird to me.
Yeah, like, you can build cheats right into mouse, into mouse.
Thought that was a freaking good idea.
That's dumb.
Because they had like something about if I remember right, it was the keyboard had like cheat software in it, and it was like aimbot or something. And I'm like,
running on like a Raspberry Pi or a Raspberry Zero or something.
Yeah, and it's like easy enough. You plug it into. I mean, obviously the PCs are provided by the tournament, usually, as my understanding. But like it's just going to show up as an HID, right? A human interface device. And like you can, and you can, it's like just a wicked fast keyboard or whatever. There's already keyboards being manufactured now that something about how they handle the inputs of the buttons, like it interrupts. It's like fast interrupt or something. You can strafe side to side faster. They're banned. They're like, you'll get VAC banned on Steam for using this particular keyboard in FPSs and stuff.
A lot of people are getting banned that aren't even cheating, because the anti-ban has been rigged so sensitive that if you play at a level that's above everybody else, they just assume you're instantly a bot.
Yeah, stuff like that.
So if you're the best player in the world, you just get banned, and you're like, what the fuck they do? And they're like, oh, the arc that you do is faster than 98 percentile of all of their players, and the consistency is too high. And then the cheats will account for that and look at the stats and say, play under these top 10 players so that you don't ever get on the radar for an audit. And it's a constant back and forth, but then eventually it gets tuned to the point where it starts taking out real players.
Crazy.
And there's been people that have had to appeal bans where they literally had to like send video of them playing the game where they could compare like the mouse movement on screen with the pixels, and they were playing at that level to prove that they could do it. And it's like, there's no guarantee that just because you were good once, you're going to be good again, right? You can get lucky. So imagine if you got banned and then you go back in, you can't reproduce the same result. They're going to assume you're cheating, even with no evidence, because they don't have any. There's a guy on YouTube called Homeless Gamer. Does anybody watch that guy? He's the one that just makes all kinds of weird contraptions. Like he made a screen where it was like a smoke screen with a projector pointing at it, so it looked like it was a hologram hovering on his desk. He recently made a Homeless Gamer, I think is his name. And he did a video recently, I think it's even his latest video, where he made a cheating bot, like literally a robot sitting at a table with an actual arm holding the mouse and on the keyboard with actual fingers like a human and cameras, and it was looking at the screen and moving the keyboard and mouse and playing the game at like an insanely high level. So let's see if I can find Homeless Gamer, I think is his name. Basically homeless. Sorry, basically homeless. His name is channel. I'll put him in chat here. Oh, Theodorus already knew exactly what I was talking about. So his latest video, I just watched it the other day. It's called I Built a Robot That Plays FPS Games. And he's not even joking. It's literally a robot. He even puts a Stormtrooper 3D printed suit on it. But it's a robot with a camera looking at a screen with a hand on a mouse, and there's no cheating code running on the computer. There's no cheating code on the mouse. There's no cheating code on the keyboard. It's just a physical robot with its hand on a mouse and its hand on the keyboard. And he's translating the vision from the camera looking at the screen to the movements on the keyboard and the mouse to play the game and shoot everybody at a high rate. And it works great. And here's the problem with that is he also said, while he was making that video, he said he was able to put a cheat directly into the mouse. He took a mouse apart. He put an Arduino into the mouse. The Arduino picked up the camera feed. So he had a camera looking at the screen. And the camera would record the video, send it to the Arduino. The Arduino would then analyze the footage to see where the players were. Like it would do a little, maybe it wasn't Arduino. I think it was Raspberry Pi. It was something that had some power, right? So it would analyze with using a library off GitHub. It would find what looks like a person moving in the image. and then it would send the coordinates back to the mouse, and then it would add those coordinates onto your coordinates. So if you're moving the mouse, it would say add this much on X and this much on Y based on where they're moving the mouse to put the crosshair over the person and send a left click to fire the weapon. And so you're just playing the game, moving and running around. And anytime anybody runs on your screen, like within a couple of milliseconds, your cursor just whips over, pops them in the head, and then goes right back to where you're pointing.
That's
before.
crazy.
And
I am subscribed.
Yeah, and that can be built in the mouse. And the only thing you have to do to use that cheat in a tournament is, like I said, have somebody stand up behind you with a phone that's connected, that's sending wireless video to the mouse behind you, and there's no way to know. It literally looks like the dude's just playing the game. The only way you know he's cheating is if you played it back and you actually had you had a view of his screen and his mouse and keyboard, so you could verify that it was like moving and doing stuff that he wasn't doing with the inputs. And that's how they usually verify cheats that are like, if they accidentally ban somebody that they shouldn't be banned, that's usually how they do it, is they look over the footage or have the person send footage of their gameplay at the same level and be like, this is you can clearly see my hand is moving the mouse and moving the keyboard, and it's aligning with what's on the screen roughly. And that's how they do it.
You have to like scan for Bluetooth, scan for this, scan like wow.
And image detection is so good. The way cheats used to work in FPS is you'd have to run a piece of code on the computer that would look into the memory of the program. It would take a picture of the screen if it couldn't figure out like where people were based on like a protocol. Usually that was encrypted, so nobody could use it. What they would do is they'd look at the graphics buffer, and then they change the textures. I don't know if anybody remembers this, like aimbots back in the day. Remember like aimbots in CS:GO back in the day?
Yeah.
So or CS 2.6 Counter-Strike. So what you and I tried it once back in the day because I was curious how it worked. And so the way it works is you change the textures in the game. You physically go overwrite the textures in the folder with blue and red. So good guys blue and red. So when the guys are running around, all they are is just solid red. There's no texture to them at all. And then what you do is you take a picture of the screen with the code and you say, move the crosshairs to the center mass of anything that's red. Just if you see anything that's this shade of red, just aim at it and shoot until it's gone.
That's
off the screen. And that worked great. You just run around and you'd be like, bam, boom, bam, bam. You just get the one shot, like sniper rifle. And without even zooming in, you would just one shot everybody and kill everybody in the game every match and win.
Right.
But you can't do that anymore because now anti-cheat will be like, wait a second, you changed an asset in the game. Like one of the checksums changed on the file, therefore you're banned. Like even in a GTA, Grand Theft Auto, if you change a single asset in the folder, even if it's an asset that's not even loaded, you change any asset, any hash changes in the thing, you instantly get banned when you start the game and you log in online. It'll say you're It's like oh, you're cheating, you're banned. I had it happen to me because I literally installed a local mod, not a cheat, but a mod to make the cars look better in campaign mode. I uninstalled the mod, and the mod left one file behind that was not of consequence. It was just a configuration file that the mod itself used. And
it saw it as a
threat. Yeah, it's like you modified a file in this folder, you're done. You're banned. Gone.
Wow.
And so it reset my character and everything. I was like, so I never played online again after that because I was so pissed off. But that's why, like, it's an arms race, right? The cheaters figure out a thing, and then anti-cheat gets a little better. But now it's to the point where anti-cheat is just straight up invasive. Like, it's installing kernel level drivers. They're like loading deep down in the operating system that if like one line of code goes wrong or one mutex gets stuck or there's a race condition, boom, blue screen of death. Because if anything dies in the kernel, your system is done. Like when you see a blue screen and your computer's rebooting, that means that something in the kernel, a driver or the kernel itself, something crashed, and it takes out the whole system. So the fact that anti-cheat has to run at that level is scary. And then to know that it's not even effective because all these kids are just, hey mom, can you buy me this for my birthday? And it's a little $100 card they slap into their computer, run a USB cable over to their laptop, and now they're cheating in a way that can't be detected. And so I guess there's some games that are more known for the cheating than others, like a game called Rust. I haven't played it myself, but apparently there's a game called Rust that like there's so many cheaters that they actually hire admins that just sit on the servers and watch the players play. Like their full-time job every day. It's just a switch between players. They get reported. Like if another player says, hey, this guy seems like he's cheating, they'll go watch the guy and see if he's doing anything wonky. And if he does anything wonky, then they ban him off the server. And because cheating has gotten so bad, and the thing is, because they can't detect it with the cheat system, the anti-cheat anymore. The anti-cheat's worthless. And some of the mods they're doing are fucking hilarious, and I don't even know how it's possible. Like I watched one dude just fly like Superman. Like he was literally in the air, flying like through the air, like upright, and like shooting people down on the ground from like thousands of feet above the air when you're not even supposed to be up there in the game. And I asked myself, I'm like, how is that cheat happening? Like, why can't they just put something in the code that says a player, if a player's, you know, off the ground at 3,000 feet, just ban them. Like, you know, they're cheating. But the problem is they can't do that because what happens if like a weird freak thing happens and there's a big explosion, it happens to like throw their body up there. Right. Or what happens if like something happens and there's a glitch in the game and they end up there. So just because it can happen isn't good enough. So they have to have like a mod watch them and see if they're like purposefully using it to their advantage.
It's interesting though, because I mean, you talk about like jobs being taken and jobs being created. I mean, that's kind of an interesting situation where you go like, okay, because of the coding possibilities and the tech that's available, you can cheat. Now we have to hire people, humans, to oversee that technology ourselves.
That's an interesting one.
Mm-hmm. My son was talking about he's debating which schools for next year because he goes to university next year, and he was talking to his guidance counselor, and they were saying like, well, should he do computer coding, or should he do like this course in like leadership and business? And I was like, dude, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think you should do leadership and business, because if coding isn't your main thing, isn't your like all in, you know, I feel like you could probably get by with, you know, ChatGPT or your cloud or whatever, you know, to get the code you need to do stuff. What you can't be replaced in is a human discussing, you know, tactics and working with players and stuff, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I feel bad because it's like my whole life, I spent most of my life being a developer. Like I was a professional developer at Microsoft. Like my entire 15 years at Microsoft was more or less software development. That's what I did.
Yeah.
And people used to look at that like it was a magical skill. Like, wow, man, you can do that. Like, how do you do that? And it's like now there's AI that can just translate from any language to any language, whether it's a spoken language or a programming language. I can make Python C, I can make C#, C++. If I'm like, hey, I want to do the same thing as this other program on GitHub, I can just copy its code in there and say, hey, make this wing doodle work into my wing doodle in a completely different language. And with a little back and forth, it'll work. And so that developer, like this was my process back in the day. So when I was at Microsoft and I was sitting at my developer desk, I come in and I grab my cup of coffee, I go in my room and I'm like, okay, today my job is to go and write, you know, a web page that allows people to interface with this automation and see like where it's at and control it and stuff remotely, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm doing web development today. So then I go to MSDN, which was the repository with all the functions, and I'd look for specific functions that did specific things. I'd read the documentation on it, the input, because remember, this is before IntelliSense even, back when I was doing this. So it wasn't like, you know, you start typing and it gives you options, right? It's like just a text editor at this point. So, you know, I'd go to MSDN, I'd get the function, I'd type in the shit, I'd put in the variables, I'd compile it, I'd run it, it'd crash. I'd then put in debug code, I'd run it again, it'd crash. I'd look at the debug code, hopefully be able to figure out the problem, go edit the code, put it back in there, and then rinse and repeat. Just basically keep doing that process. Keep refining it down. If something gets stuck or something's unreliable, go fortify it. And so by the end of the day, maybe I have something workable. You know, maybe by the end of the week, I have something that's somewhat stable. And then hopefully by the deadline, I have exactly what they were looking for and it does what they want and everybody's happy. Yeah. Now that process today would look radically different. Now I'd go grab my cup of coffee. Yeah, I'd grab my cup of coffee. I'd come into my room and I'd go grab another web page that looks like what they wanted, because that's usually how they tell you, oh, can you create something that looks like this and write it on the whiteboard? Yeah, now I can just take a picture of the whiteboard, send it to a multimodal AI and say, write me the UI code to make this in HTML. Then it craps out the framework. I put that in there and then just function by function. I say, okay, I need a function that goes and gets this from this database. I need a function that goes and interfaces with this program and gets this. I need a function that goes and connects to this server and asks it these questions. I plunk all those in, and then once I plunk them all in, I say wire it all up. And then it gives me the code that wires all those functions it just gave me together. And then I start testing and debugging. But now even debugging looks different, because the way I debugged before is I'd have to add debug code, right? I'd have a debug build and a release build. In the debug build, I'd put in the checked code, which was the, you know, print stuff to the console, print variables to the console so I can see where the state is, right? And keep variables in memory so they don't unload, so that I can check the state of them and stuff like that. Now you don't have to do that. It's like the program crashes. You just take the data that's there that makes no goddamn sense and just plunk it into the AI. And the AI comes by and goes, oh, based on these two functions, you should reverse these two. Like, it looks like you're running into some kind of a timing condition, reverse these two wing doodles and then do it, and it works. Or
even the
if it doesn't work,
IEDs were doing that for a while. I mean, like you
Yeah.
were the fact that you could. It was amazing to me to come back to programming after a number of years and go, oh my god! Like I've got a window that shows me what the variables, what's in each variable. Oh,
Yep.
there's your problem right there. I thought, boy, it doesn't get easier than this. Then AI shows up, and now it's like, yeah, it's
Yep.
you know. So,
dude, it's wild what you can achieve. Like now, and the thing is, like, you don't have to be a pro, because like I hated Python for many years. I refused to program it. I was a C# guy all the way. Now, ever since AI came along, I make almost everything in Python. And the reason I do is because Python has so many cross-platform dependencies available.
Oh my god, and the libraries they've got are amazing.
Dude, it's insane. It's like I've never seen a language that has more libraries built for it. Like you can do anything basically. It might not be the most efficient code, it might not be the fastest, but but if you want to just get something done quickly, Python is amazing, right?
Yeah.
So I talked to a guy who watched one of my live streams back when I was doing coding live streams. And I'd used AI to write some code, and we tried it and it worked. And he was like, he was inspired by it. And he said, I don't know anything about software development, but like, where should I start? I was like, well, go talk to AI. Like literally go talk to AI. Like,
how do I get started?
Yeah, how do I do it? How do I do it? Dude, the dude messaged me like 3 days later on Twitter, and he might even be in here watching right now. Not only did he learn how to code, he learned how to do code on a freaking $5 ESP32 microcontroller. This guy that doesn't code, he figured out how to buy a temperature and humidity sensor, which pins to wire it to. AI told him how to build it, what to buy, how to build it, how to connect to it over the network using like Wi-Fi. And it wrote the code for the computer and the code for the ESP32 to talk to each other so that he could build a bunch of these, stick them throughout his house to send the temperatures back to his computer. And then he could have it change the automation to change his thermostats in the different zones of his house. Yeah. So he built all these like remote Wi-Fi enabled temperature and humidity sensors that only cost them like, $7 in parts a piece to make, right? And just plugged them together with little bodge wires and hooked them onto a little USB cable plugged into a USB brick into the wall. And his computer's like coordinating, connecting to him, pulling him all the things in, like changing his thermostats and coordinating his house. And I was like, dude, bro, you did that after like 3 days and you've never programmed a day in your life? He's like, yeah, dude, it was like super simple. I couldn't believe it. And so I was like, damn, that's pretty ambitious. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to fuck around with some stuff too. So I got a bunch of ESP32s. I bought a ton of them and sensors.
Are they the best? I love them.
Dude, it's so much fun. It's so much fun. I got to do a live stream where I just show people how stupid simple it is.
I've got to watch it.
So I just went into, I said, write me code because it uses something called ESP32s can either run MicroPython or they can just run straight up C. And so I just said, hey, write me code for my ESP32. I wasn't even specific about which one it was. I was like, write me code for my ESP32 to connect to my computer via Bluetooth, impersonate a keyboard, and spam this text and press enter every 5 seconds. That's all I did. I wrote the code. I flashed it to the ESP32. I plugged it into a USB battery pack, and I just kept on walking to see how far the Bluetooth range was. And it was literally typing in chat on my screen. I put the cursor in chat, and it shows up as a Bluetooth keyboard. It's like, dun, dun, and it connects to the computer, Bluetooth, keyboard. And I even named it something like shit-eating keyboard. And it even showed up with the name that I told it to. And I walked all the way out to the front of my house on the porch, and it was still typing that message every 5 seconds and spamming it in chat, and I could see it on my phone.
That's like the Flipper Zero. The Flipper Zero has that bad USB thing where it's now a Wi-Fi version of it or Bluetooth where it'll pretend to be something to connect. It'll go like, oh, your earbuds have disconnected. Do you want to reconnect? And you reconnect, and now you have complete, like, basically interface access to whatever device it is that they've.
Yeah, careful around anybody that has one of these guys, man. They think these are pretty capable little devices.
They're illegal in Canada.
That's what I heard. I didn't know if they went through with it or not, but Linus said that they were.
That's
they
what
were going to
ban
ban
it. That's why I don't have one that I play with.
But you know what's cool is your law outlaws these, but you do still have access to ESP32s, which you can just flash and have it. So
that was the whole point. They were worried because there's been the car theft situation has been crazy, right?
Sure.
There's all those videos of like, it's so easy, and of course, it's not quite that easy.
It's not that easy.
And also, if someone really wants to break into your car, again, what I love that they make it illegal for these little companies to build, Flipper Zeros, but they don't come down on the car companies that say like, maybe you should actually secure your freaking car that you just sold us for $40,000. Like maybe come up with a slightly less chintzy, way of validating the key from afar or whatever it is. So
yeah, I found two things that this thing does that kind of scare me. And one of them is I can keep people from getting into their car, which I could see that as very dangerous, very, very dangerous. Yeah. So I ran a program on here that's supposed to intercept Wi-Fi signals and then spam them at your garage to open your garage. So what I was trying to do is I was trying to intercept my signal because I have an older garage. It's not one that does like the fucking code rolling and everything. So I actually lock my garage from the inside just in case somebody tries to open it. So I tried to pick up my little remote and it was picking it up and it was recording the code and it was relaying it, but for some reason it wasn't working. But what I noticed was my neighbor came out and they couldn't unlock their car. They were doing the little key fob thing and they were trying to unlock their car and they couldn't open. They were out there and I was talking to them and they didn't know what I was doing. I was just standing out on the porch and I'm like, hey, how you guys doing? He's like, yeah, my battery must be dead in my key fob. And I was thinking to myself, I'm like, oh shit, I'm spamming a bunch of stuff. Maybe I should stop this. So I hit stop on it. As soon as I hit stop on it, his car goes doot doot and unlocks. Like his fob must have been just sending the code over and over again until it got a response. It was like a two-way deal. And so I basically locked him out of his car. So he left and I was like, wait a second, was that just a coincidence? So I did it again and I went and got the remote for my wife's Forester, which is, it was 2018 model. So relatively new. And sure shit, as soon as I ran this thing against my garage, I could no longer get in the car. And this is like 50, 60 feet away.
And you think it's just because it's just too much? It's basically getting the wrong signal because
I was spamming this entire range that apparently key fobs use. Like the same thing the garage used was the same frequency that these other devices used, and it was just obliterating the frequency so that it was like just sending out so much noise that nothing could transmit. And
I love the universal remote aspect of it. It is
pretty cool.
Go to a bar and change that.
Exactly. Dude, it's so cool.
Yeah.
I did it on my live stream. I turned everything off in the room.
The AC is kind of cold. Let's just adjust that a little. Yeah. And
it'll go through like every brand of air conditioner, just spamming every code until it gets a response.
We were watching a playoff, some football game or something with friends, and they're like, it was kind of warm because we're all in this little room watching this game. And they said, yeah, we got a fan, but we don't have the remote. I'm like, don't you? And sure enough, within 2 seconds, you've got access to the fan. It's amazing.
And the funny thing is, like, for TVs, it'll go through like every TV, every manufacturer in like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So if you push like the up volume button, it's just like, it could be anywhere between 1 second and 30 seconds, but the TV will respond. Like, it doesn't matter what brand it is. It could be the most off brand, as long as it can be controlled by a wireless signal or IR, because this also has an IR blaster that'll spam the IR.
Often the IR they just use IR.
Yep. For me, this my air conditioner actually uses a wireless signal, and it was able to actually control my AC also.
Yeah.
So same thing in my room. My room doesn't use the TV doesn't use an IR. It uses an RF. So you can like put the remote behind your back and it still works. And this still was able to control it. Like I put it under the blanket so that it couldn't transmit IR. Still worked. So I was like, dude, it turns on like my PlayStation. It can mimic a PlayStation controller, so you can actually navigate the PlayStation menu using the little thing on the front. So yeah, really crafty device. But the other thing that I thought was pretty scary, and I think they fixed it. I hope they fixed it. I heard they fixed it. I haven't tried it yet. But there was a bug with iOS where you could run a thing on this that would spam iOS with every single wireless Bluetooth Wi-Fi signal that it would respond to. NFC, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, authorization, password, tap to talk. And it would spam the phone so much that the phone was unusable. The phone would just be popping up like, boop, 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 boop. Oh, wants to connect this thing, wants to send you a file. This thing wants to send you a file. And you couldn't clear it. And I did it to my wife and my phone. Both of us in the room, both of our phones were completely unusable until I stopped the attack.
Really?
And I heard that they did. I haven't tried it yet, but I heard that they did release a patch.
Use that on the kid.
Yeah, where it's like if it hits the phone too many, the phone will just stop. Like it'll do like one or two things, and then it'll just ignore everything for a while. Because that was becoming an attack where you could go in an airport, hit this thing, or be on an airplane, hit this thing, and everybody's phone on the airplane was rendered useless, and you had full access to the bandwidth on the internet.
Jesus. Yeah, I'm not trying to travel on a plane with it. What the other, because it can also de-authenticate Wi-Fi, right? You can knock people off the Wi-Fi and then capture all the codes that get sent out to reconnect.
Not for modern WPA. I think modern WPA takes a long time to crack, like WPA2 and WPA3. Really? But if you're using original WPA, you can crack it within like I think a gigabyte of traffic. But what you can do is de-auth the person so they can't access the network until you give it back to them. And that is an architectural problem. I looked, they can't fix it. There's no way to fix it because your device is basically mimicking the MAC of that other wireless device, and you're telling the access point to disconnect you. You're basically disconnected. And so there's no way to differentiate because a part of the spec is that you broadcast your MAC address to the router, and the router has to be able to read it, and you can't use encryption because there's no common encryption key between the two devices. So that part of the relationship is clear text. And so you capture that packet, you get the MAC address, and then you broadcast another packet saying, oh, never mind, I don't want to be connected anymore. And then it disconnects them. And then they connect again. And then what you can do, this is where you can steal their shit, and this is where the DAuth attack comes in, is you create another Wi-Fi network with the same name as the network they're trying to connect to, right? Exact same name, same SSID.
Starbucks free Wi-Fi.
Yep, that's all you do. And then what you do is you stand close enough to the target that you have the higher power network. And their device now will connect to you. And then what you do is set up a relay. You basically bridge. So you create two Wi-Fi devices on your laptop, right? You connect one to them. You have them connect to you because you're the more powerful network. And then you connect the other one to the Starbucks network, and then you bridge them. And when you bridge them, now they're connected through the Starbucks network, but you're a man in the middle. And now you can sniff all their traffic and control like where they're connecting to, change their DNS. And if they're not using encrypted DNS, you can like resolve them to different sites and send them to a site that looks like the site they want. Now there's a lot of protection now, like everything is
the VPN would
HTTPS
solve that, right? VPN would solve that.
all
issue.
encrypted, all encrypted.
Yeah,
but the truth is, just not to fearmonger and make people all run out and get VPNs. HTTPS is almost universally used now. And HTTPS is fully encrypted end to end. So even if somebody does man in the middle of you, if you're going to websites and you're exclusively using websites and everything you're using is HTTPS or encrypted, you're fine. They're not going to get you. But the problem,
I gotta get out of here.
Oh, you
gotta run.
Off?
Yeah,
Right,
I gotta
brother.
go. I'm gonna go get out of here. I gotta take the dogs out and stuff.
I broke Aux.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Man, I feel like I should have grown more beard. Yeah.
It's okay. I'm gonna cover him with a David here.
There you go. Yeah, that'll do it.
David's
right on.
good to see
David's
you, buddy.
taking
Yeah,
your spot,
It
bro.
was good to chat with you too, man. It was good to see you.
I log in and just look at listen in the background when I'm doing stuff often.
Oh, good.
But it's nice to actually get to see you. Again. Your shiny, happy, beardy face.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
So
he's
cool.
he's a good dude to have around for sure.
Thanks.
He's all right, that Ox. That Ox fella, he's all right.
We love our Ox.
I like
He's a good old Ox.
He's all right. He's a good Ox, that Ox.
He pulls his
Bob's
weight.
your uncle and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, Bob's your uncle. Yeah. I don't know why we're British, but that's how we roll.
Hey, wait a second. Bob is my uncle. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh.
It's funny. I do have an uncle named
funny.
Bob, which is funny.
Was it still hot enough to need that thing?
In his room. It gets wicked hot in there.
Now I
He
think he's
gets-
cooling off.
Yeah.
Let's see. What are we at?
All right.
So I can see my
Bye,
breath
buddy.
today.
Bye.
Hey, Ox. Lots of love, buddy.
Peace out, bro.
I'll have to roll too soon.
No worries. Whenever you got to get out of here, dude. If you got to take off right now, no worries. I'm just thrilled that you stopped by. That made my day.
Oh my God, no! Are you kidding? I'm like whenever I can. I love it. I love it.
So-
and I
so
always
you're-
learn something too, man.
Your head is huge, so I'm gonna make my head huge too. Let's
like
be
a
huge
huge
head
head. So
brothers
you-
here.
Yeah.
See, then I can grab my little window here and
Closer the
recrop
better.
it.
Slowly, eventually, his giant eyes. The eyes of Ox. So
Such a
what's
goofball,
been
dude.
up? What's like? I feel like I know it's not the
Bro,
really
I haven't-
to catch up, but
I haven't streamed on Twitch, and God, it's got to be like 3 weeks. So I'm in a
Really?
little bit of trouble. Yeah, my back pain has been so bad. I'm on like liver killing doses of gabapentin, which is not sustainable, and I'm still in like crap loads of pain. So I got to go see my pain doctor again on Monday. I'm gonna see if he can try a different drug trial and see if we can find something we haven't tried before that'll work. But yeah, this nerve problem I have in my hip going down my leg and up my back is just destroying me. Like I can't.
there's not a
sleep
way to get
well.
off it. Like even just sitting on it, I would think would be bad. Then was there not a
Yeah,
way?
no,
to,
I'm in a lot of pain right now. Like I'm
not
like
load or
I'm a
something?
6 out of 10 right now easily.
Jeez.
So I can't sit upright in any kind of comfort. Like and I get lucky sometimes. Like when I take a high dose of gabapentin, sometimes I have a good day. Sometimes I can have a run of 4 to 6 hours where I'm relatively okay. But most of the time, sometimes I'll take like a huge dose of it, which you'd think, oh my God, this guarantees that I'll be out of pain, and I'll still be in the exact same amount of pain and have no relief at all. So we haven't figured out why the hell it's so sporadic. The other drug that they've had me on forever, the buprenorphine, which is like an opiate based drug that's like, you can only go to a certain amount. Like then you eat the whole bottle, it does nothing. It's like one of those things where it like clogs up your receptors. So you can only get like a minor amount of pain relief.
Right.
And that stuff's been largely unaffected. So, I streamed 12 days ago. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought. Thank goodness. I literally thought
That's
it's
the
been like 3
last
weeks.
time you were live online was 12 days ago.
Yeah, on Twitch. I think I did Tech Talk last week, but other than that, no. And the only reason I can do tech talk is because I have Aux or somebody else to focus on and talk to. And because when I try to sit here and I try to do Twitch where I'm all by myself, all I can do is focus on the radiating pain, and it tends to make me like really angry. And then I just end up projecting that anger. Everybody else is not having a good time. And so I end up not streaming. So, and it just takes the fun out of it. But when I'm with the Aux, he like distracts me, right? It's like he distracts me and I have a good time and I focus on him. And then the pain kind of sits in the background until it gets to the level where I can't handle. So, and the only thing that I can
continue with the streaming then is that the like,
I have to, man. We're not, yeah, I'm tapped into my 401k eating away at what little retirement I have just to survive right now. So I'm screwed if I don't get back to streaming.
What about, I mean, you guys did such a good job with the talking about the, you know, the like the tips you had for that car wash guy. I keep thinking like, why isn't that like, I see people online all the time teaching people how to, you know, succeed on YouTube, and they haven't done anything.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
No, my wife even recommended, she's like, and this is a problem with me, is I have really bad OCD. It's gotten worse with my age. And so it makes it really difficult for me to do things out of order and for me to like focus on, like, I know what I could do. Like, that's the hardest thing about OCD is like, I know exactly what I would need to do to sustain and like make a good income and build it. It's just, I can't get to the point to do it. It's weird. It's like, I have to do step 2 and 3, which are unobtainium, to get to step 3 instead of just jumping to step 3 like a normal person would.
I said, it's funny. I said to my son, I said, the problem is not knowing what to do. The problem is doing it.
It's the doing it. Yeah. Yeah. It's like right now, it's like my wife even mentioned, she's like, people love your YouTube videos. If you just went back, even if they were talking head videos, even if all I did was make a video 10 minutes long every day where I just sit there, I pick a topic, I talk about it, I'd get views, like, and it'd build and it would grow and it would do its thing. And it's like, so why haven't I uploaded a video in forever? You know, and that's her thing. And it's like, because I can't just like pick that thing, focus on it. It's like, I have to be like, oh, I got to get my live streaming on Twitch going first. And then I can go to YouTube. I can't just like skip over that and go to YouTube. And yeah, it's bizarre. I used to have a therapist that sadly had to go into retirement because of a traumatic brain injury. And she was hugely helpful to helping me manage my OCD and navigate it. And since she's been out of my life, I've been an absolute wreck. And then that combined with the chronic pain has been eating away at me because, dude, it is so hard to concentrate on anything when you're in constant pain.
Yeah, of course.
Like nothing's fun. That's the thing that sucks. Like going out and driving my car, I used to enjoy that. But now the whole time I'm driving my car, all I'm thinking about is, man, I need to get out and stretch my leg because my back hurts so bad, you know? I'll be laying in bed watching TV. And it's like, unless I'm laying in a very specific position on my side, which is a position I'm not even really normally comfortable in, it's just that happens to make the pain the least, then I can maybe enjoy like one show, and then I gotta like reorient myself, and it just sucks. And then like my wife, she has to run
some kind of a chiropractic thing that could like, I don't know, hang you up or something. I mean,
I tried the inversion table, that messed me up bad. Inversion tables are not good for big dudes. So maybe if I weighed like $150 or $180, they'd be good. But the problem is my spine is all messed up, and it always has been. I have like really bad scoliosis in both directions. 47-degree deflection.
Using of it, or
they said that my discs are calcified, which is a good thing. They said that'll keep them from bursting.
You fused it.
I fused my own discs. Yeah,
well done.
It's self-fusing, man. I was like, you know, and it just happened. But my problem is I'm growing bone spurs all over the place in my body, and they don't know why. They said it does happen to people though. They don't know what causes it, but I have bone spurs on my vertebrae. They keep getting bigger. I got a bone spur on my finger that's been growing. I've got, you can't really see it on camera, but my muscle isn't smooth anymore. There's like a big bump there and a big bump there. So I'm getting all the scar tissue in my muscles. They don't know where it's coming from. I'm not doing anything. Like my legs got it. My arms got it. My SI joints, like where your sciatic nerve goes down through your hip and feeds down and ropes through your leg, that's closing. That little hole that the nerve's supposed to go through, the bone is actually growing in there and closing it up. Oh crap! Which is pinching the nerve permanently, and they can't go in there and like open it up without risking damaging the nerve, which will either paralyze me if they even tap the nerve, or they said that it can give me a burning sensation like I'm on fire in my leg for the rest of my life, and then all they have to do is just they basically have to put you on so much pain medication you can't even see straight just so you can tolerate it to survive. And I was like, yeah, I don't want to do that option either. So right now it's just, you know, on its worst day, I curl up in a ball and just cry for an hour and a half up here, you know, just in massive pain. I try to keep it out of my family's purview because they can't do anything. They can't help me. So all it does is make them feel bad. But I still have good days. So that, you know, that's nice. I just wish that the doctors could definitively be like, here's a plan, like let you fix you. And the thing that sucks is it's like, I really want to exercise and lose weight because I'm getting gigantic. I absolutely hate where I'm at right now physically. But it's so impossible to lose weight when you can't move. And then if you crash diet and you don't move, you lose the muscle faster than you lose the fat. And then without the core muscle, it even causes more problems. Because I lost a ton of core muscle when I was laid up for like 6 weeks. Even just standing was a problem. And then if you can't support that core, that nerve gets pinched even more. So my muscles are always in tension. If I relax fully, it twinges the muscle and gives me sciatica instantly. So I'm like, I've trained myself to always be in tension. Even when I'm laying down, even when I'm sleeping, I'm always doing like a slight crunch in my abs.
Right, to tension.
The only time I can relax it is I have to be in the hot tub or in a float tank, like one of those salt float tanks, on my back for 10 or 15 minutes, and then I have to breathe through it, and then eventually my back will release. But I can't get it to release. It's weird. It's like I don't even know how to explain it. Most people can just relax. You don't even have to focus on it, right? You just go limp. I can't. My arms will go limp. My legs will go limp. My core will not go limp, no matter how much I tell it to, unless I'm actually laying on my back in water, floating. Then it'll slowly release, but I have to concentrate so hard to get it to do it. And then once it releases, it's the greatest feeling ever. But it won't.
So you gotta stream from the tank,
from the hot tub. Yeah, and my wife even said that. Yeah, she said to stream from the hot tub.
Hey, look, dude, I when I do it, I exercise and then hop on and talk to people because I just as a little reward for doing the exercise. And I'm always amazed that people give a crap enough to actually.
Dude, some of my favorite times, like earlier on, was I used to go to the local gym here in town, and I'd get on the elliptical glider. And the elliptical glider is like really low impact. Like people find it really hard. Like it's a lot harder than the treadmill, but once you get used to it, it's awesome. I love them.
I love it. Absolutely love it. Yeah,
I have one downstairs. I can't use it anymore because each time I do a step, it clicks and pulls on that nerve. And you can actually physically hear it going.
I got a rowing machine as well now.
Oh, I love rowing machines.
I love rowing machines, except that if you don't do it right, I keep hurting myself. I got to get better at it.
Yeah, does your upper back hurt really bad? Like your
actually lower muscles? Back. It's lower back.
Oh yeah.
But I still I'll do it I'm trying to do it every other day now.
The problem is like you're pitting your legs against your core, and your legs are always stronger, so your core ends up just getting annihilated.
Yeah.
But the elliptical glider,
and you have to tense, right? You have to tense too, right?
Yep.
The elliptical glider should be great, but
what's your longest session on the elliptical glider that you've gone like nonstop without stopping?
I've gone for like over an hour. Like, I mean, not now, but in yesteryears, I could easily do an hour.
So you know what it's like to get that weird runner's high where it's like you feel really tired, like you're not going to be able to go anymore, and then all of a sudden you get this warmth over your body, and then you just sustain that forever.
Yeah.
So I used to have that happen all the time, but it would only happen if I was live streaming. If I wasn't distracted by the chat and the live stream and talking to people in the live stream, I'd always hit my failure point at about 45 minutes where I couldn't go anymore. So one day I'm at the gym and I'm on there, and it was crazy. The stream, 3.5 hours. I went nonstop on the elliptical glider without ever stopping. Never stopped to rest. 3.5 hours.
That's insane.
It was up. I wish I still had it. As a matter of fact, I think one of my viewers copied all my videos. I might even go find it and get it back. Because for 3.5 hours, people couldn't believe it. People in the chat were like, holy shit, you're still here? Like, they'd leave and come back, and I was still streaming. I was still on the elliptical glider. I could not believe I went 3.5 hours.
You're streaming from the gym?
You're literally on the gym with the phone. Gym. Yeah, public gym. Well, it was late at night. I think it was like 10 p.m., so it was like me and one other person in the gym. I normally don't stream in the gym because if there's anybody there, the person will come over and tell you to shut it off. But as long as you're the only person there, they leave you alone. So I was on this thing like late night, 3.5 hours. I basically closed out the gym. Like I got off when they were closing the doors.
Dude, and shut up and get off the machine.
Yeah. I was like, I could not believe I went 3.5 hours. But what was crazy about it is I hit that high that you get, and I felt like I was fine, going. But at the end of 3.5 hours, when I finally did stop, and I actually
you're fucked.
I collapsed, and I fell on the ground. I had to sit outside of the gym for an hour on the pavement, leaned against the building because I couldn't push the clutch down on my car. Like my legs were so weak.
I've never tried streaming from the exercise. I've never tried streaming from the exercise. That might be too much for me.
Dude, it hurt me so bad. Like I was laid up, and this is back when I was in way better shape too. I was laid up in bed for like 2 or 3 days because I had cramps.
You just
like,
run a fucking marathon.
I
Like
did.
you literally just run a
how
marathon.
far did I go? Like,
Yeah.
I don't even remember.
Without
I don't even
training.
remember. It had to be like, God, what, 3.5 hours? It had to be fucking 15, 20 miles on an elliptical glider. And the only reason I was able to do it is because the whole time I was responding to chat. Like, I was heavily engaged talking to people, and I forget about it. Same thing with
It's
Aux
your
when I'm
head.
on here. Yeah, I
It's your
talk to
head.
him. I
That's
don't
the
think
thing.
about it.
Yeah.
So I got to figure that out somehow. But it's one of those things where it's like, eventually I'll
Maybe
find a
don't
solution.
jump
There's a
straight
solution.
to that.
No,
We don't
I
jump
can't
straight to
do
the-
that. I can't do that. Right now I'm trying to get back into VR. VR has been the savior, right? Because I can go jump into Beat Saber. Even if I can only do half a song, I'm in the safety of my house. If I have to collapse on the floor.
So many people recommend that for exercise.
Dude, it's
So many
awesome. I
people.
wish you could do VR, dude. It sucks that you get sick,
So do I.
man.
Yeah.
They
It's a
gotta
little
make a
better now.
VR.
I changed up my meds and it's a little better now.
Oh,
But
really?
but it's almost to this point now where I feel like my body has learned to abhor the idea of any kind of like shaky movement.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like I go like, oh no, can't. It's like like I've almost been trained. It's almost Pavlovian at this point. So
Hey, have you ever tried the non-drowsy Dramamine that they make now? I tried it like a couple of months ago and it was awesome.
Oh, really?
I guess it's like based on ginger or something. It says on the back it has like ginger and like
ginger
one other thing.
Yeah, I've tried the ginger. I couldn't. The ginger one did nothing.
It didn't do it. Oh, for me, it was great. I was getting nauseous playing Gran Turismo. I've never had problems with nausea before in VR, but I think it was the med they had me on that gabapentin kind of fucks with you. So I took some of that non-drowsy Dramamine because my wife went to the store and it was all they had. So she grabbed that and didn't realize it was different. And I was like, huh. And I took it. It didn't make me tired at all. And it worked a treat. Like I had no nausea. I didn't have any of that motion weird elevator thing going on. It worked pretty good. But yeah, I guess it just depends. Different folks react to stuff differently, right? So
I do think you can train yourself. Like I was so desperate to play video games with my kid when he was growing up that that I would play for as long as I could. And I would get sick. So I stopped and I started playing just like I would play for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And as soon as I started to think I might be, I'd go, okay, great. And I slowly built up to the point where I could actually play for a while. But once you, I mean, it got a
and
little,
once you're sick, you don't want to
do,
like after you do it a couple times, you get sick. You don't want to even try again.
No,
and that's
the issue.
And that's what screwed me up is like, because my pain has been so bad lately. It's like every time I do something I love, then I stop loving it. It's almost like, it's like, it's like those people say like, don't ever, if you do something, if you have a memory that you used to be able to do something, then you do it and you can't do it anymore, then you've destroyed that memory. And it's like, because like I have friends that are like, I used to be able to bench press at my
You've
best.
gone back and
290, right?
Yeah.
Back in my weightlifting days when I went through my weight, I could bench 290 like I think it was 5 times. I could do 290, which I thought was pretty good. Like 290
I never did weights. I never got into weights.
I started at 100 pounds and found it hard. Like I couldn't even do 100 pounds when I started, and I got up to 290 in 6 months.
Wow.
Just from going every other day and working my arms.
That's it. If you could just like, this is I'm not saying you, I'm saying in general, the issue for me is always like, I go, it's you talk about it in your head for 2 years and go like, Jesus Christ, if I just done 10 fucking minutes a day for 2 years, I'd have this thing mastered. I mean, but it's always there's always something. Well, it's part of the ADHD thing too, isn't it? Is the bouncing all over the shiny object syndrome, which is always
ADHD and OCD, terrible combination. My therapist used to say that all the time. It's like it's the worst combination because one,
got them all, kid.
You can't focus to begin with. And yet you can't get things done unless you can focus in a specific order. It's almost like
you beat yourself up the entire time for not being able to focus. Yeah.
Well, it's like my house. My house is like completely destroyed right now because everything has to be either completely organized or utter chaos. There's no in between for me. And once it gets
slowly iterating the garage. The garage is slowly iterating to a point where I'm beginning to be able to find things. But because my biggest issue I find with the finding stuff is like the classic example was I went to get a screw head for a screwdriver.
Yep.
To do something in the house, and I came back like 4 hours later with a shelf that I built, and my wife's like, "Why do we have a shelf?" And I'm like, "No idea." But it was what I felt like that was exactly what I needed to do right then. So
I do that all the time. The other day I was in the bathroom washing my CPAP stuff for my nose and my mask and everything.
Yeah.
And I noticed that water is dumping under the sink. Like I see water pouring out under the cabinet. I'm like, oh shit. So I open up the thing. The sink, the little overflow trap rusted through. So it's
Oh,
all
wow.
leaking all
Right.
over the place. So
Right.
instead of just like finishing what I was doing and then go order the stuff to fix the sink, I'm like, I have to fix the sink. I cannot
Yeah,
move
right now.
past that. So I spent like an incredible pain. Like I was already dying to begin with just from like cleaning my
You're trying to-
CPAP stuff.
Yeah, because plumbing is always like the worst.
Yeah,
fucking
I
thing to
pulled
get to, isn't it?
everything
Yeah.
out of the cabinet. I'm on my
Yeah.
back at the worst angle. I'm in there. I'm putting hot
Yeah.
glue and shit on it and tape, anything I can to stop it from
It's just
leaking.
not plumbing.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, like, all I had to do was go just later on that night. I could have just gone to Amazon, ordered the shit to fix it. I already knew what I needed. Just go get some JB Weld and do it, right? But what do? I spend like 8 hours focused on the sink trying to get it to stop leaking, even though I'm not even using the sink anymore. I'm done with it. Like, and it's only if you do the overflow. So I'm the only person that fills the sink to clean. Nobody else
The
does.
Car Wash channel of Northern PA
Oh, thank
and
you, brother.
Ohio
Car wash. The car wash is still-
$4.99.
He's
You
in the
will be
car
able to
wash
replay
now.
this.
Play this.
Yeah, you'll
Yeah.
be able to replay it for sure. This will be a VOD forever, even long after I'm gone. Hopefully.
Do you put them, do you save them to, what do? You archive? Well, you stream to, you stream to YouTube and to Twitch at the same time?
No. I just for Tech Talk, I just stream to YouTube and it automatically turns into a video when I'm done.
Because so you're live. Do you have to? You convert it from a live to a video as well, or is that?
Yeah,
I
it
just
beca-
keep
it
everything in
becomes a
live.
video. Yeah, so if you do live on YouTube, as soon as you end the stream, you have an option to publish it, so you can publish it as a video. They generally don't do too well though, because YouTube still sees them as a live stream, even though you can search it and it comes up as a video, but they still look at it differently. So it does. You can put a thumbnail on it if you want. You can do tags. You can do all that stuff. But it'll never get the views that like a real video will get.
Yeah, I keep thinking I gotta go back and edit some stuff because I feel like I gotta like pull out all the crap in between things. You know what I mean? Like I've got so many of these like chatty me babbling on about whatever. It'd be nice to just go like, oh, here's all the clips of me talking about AI and how and I completely contradict myself throughout or whatever. You know?
Like go
That's the
create
worst movie
playlists.
ever. And the next day it's like, I
Yeah.
love that movie. You know, so,
Exactly.
yeah.
It's like, yeah, go create playlists and fill them full of stuff,
Yeah.
and then people can find the playlist. Like a lot of
Yeah,
people don't do the playlist thing, and the playlist thing actually helps you get found. So
I turned Burn and Learn, when I do it, into a podcast. I have it listed as a podcast because I'm like, it makes the most sense for me to have it as in that format. So
Yeah.
But again, it should be edited. I'm so sorry, I gotta run.
no worries, dude. My back's killing me, so I gotta get going too. So
Yeah, I could sense your back was killing you, so I decided to call it quits.
yeah, hey, you're a good man. You're a good man. We love you for it.
Dude, it's so good to see you. I'm so
It is.
sorry that you're.
It is.
Yeah, Jesus.
No, I'll win. I'll win. Dude, hey, I'm at my
I'm sure you
best
will.
when I'm at my worst. So
Yeah.
it'll seem like shit. It'll seem like I'm about to die in the final hours Among Us, and I'll just pop right back up again. That's how my whole life has been. Whenever I'm down, eventually
You're
I
like
hit that
the
point where it's just like I hit the turbo button and I go. So yeah, I'm a cockroach. I'm a big cockroach.
Yeah.
Hey, give the family my best, man, and I appreciate you stopping by. I really do.
Yes, indeed. Oh my God! Thanks for having me, man. It's it's so lovely to be able to just sort of drop in when I
Anytime,
when we can,
anytime
so,
you ever
yeah.
want to pop in here, I'll put you right over Aux and just disable his video
Sweet.
feed.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect.
You
Yeah,
got
yeah.
it.
And thanks everyone. Thank you all. Support this man. He's a
Thank you.
lovely- he's a
I
lovely
appreciate it.
man.
I appreciate it. Give the family my best, man.
Cheers. All the best.
Later. Dude, that is so cool. You know what? For all the stuff that I've done wrong in my life, I'll tell you what, the one thing I haven't screwed up with is my friends. I have the best friends, period. No, there's no question. No question. Here, let me load up the Aux. Where's my prison Aux? Where is it? Aux AI. Is it this one? Here, disable. There we go. All right. Oh, wrong one. No, where's Prison Aux at? Prison Aux. I lost him. Is that it? Ah, there we go. Okay, I got Prison Aux back. Now I have to disable this one. I'm getting there. My brain is not working here. Is it this one? There we go. All right, I got it. And then there's AI buff guy. So I've got do you believe that one up? That'll get us some views. That'll get us some views if I ever saw it in my life. Oh my gosh. Let's see here. That's so funny. So the car wash channel from Northern PA in Ohio, his name was so long it actually like went over the top of chat. Dude, that is hilarious. All right, let me move chat over here where I can see you guys. I'll hang out for a few more minutes before I got to take off. God, I wish this pain thing didn't take me down. Dude, every time I put it up, people say it looks like Luke. It actually kind of does. From LTT, for sure. For sure. Yeah, I wish my back didn't give me so many problems, man. I miss my Jack Russell Terrier days of just being all over the place every day, waking up and just doing 1,000 things. My life has turned into shit. So, but like I said, I have the best friends in the world. I have the best family in the world. Like, I'm surrounded by all the right people. So I'm truly lucky. I'm truly lucky. And I've got you guys, 213 people hanging out with me right now on the internet. That's an amazing thing, being able to have a group of people to talk to about anything, literally anything. Kyle K said, what is the situation with your sink? So my sink is like 23, 24 years old, and the overflow, how sinks have an overflow. Most sinks are cast with the overflow as a part of the casting for the sink. My particular sink, it looks like they cast the sink and then welded on a piece of sheet metal as like a chute for the overflow that goes down and joins the drain at the bottom. That whole thing rusted through on both sides over 23 years. So now water so when I'm draining the sink, a little drips out, but when I fill the sink and then drain the sink, the water will go down the drain so fast that it'll start spraying out the sides all under the sink. So I basically have to take marine JB weld and marine putty and go along the edge of the broken, rusted out seam and fill it in and then sand it down. And I don't really have to sand it down. It's not like anybody's looking at it, but that should hopefully fix it. How's my wife and little one doing? They're doing amazing, Darktooth. They're doing amazing. They just feel bad that they can't help me. They just want to see me get back to get back to life the way it used to be, or whatever facsimile I'm allowed to get back to. Oh, what was the most ADHD experience I ever had? No, that list's way too long to pick one. There's my life is a continuous chain of ADHD events chasing squirrels for sure. It'd be even hard to think of one off the top of my head. That's the biggest. Tiger said my SI joint was pinching my sciatica too, and kratom was a godsend. Kratom is just like everything. It's a slippery slope. But I am pro anything that helps. If you're in pain, you can't enjoy life. Anything that can help you deal with that pain makes life more enjoyable and gives you a will to live and do stuff, right? So you do whatever's necessary, and kratom can absolutely help, but kratom is massively addictive and gives you a lot of physical withdrawal similar to opiates. And I know I've been on opiates. I'm on opiates right now. I've been on opiates for the last 18 years because they can't operate on my pain, sadly. Dark2 said, did you hurt your back? Coming from somebody who has sciatica, and chiropractor can really help. Chiropractors have hurt me. Every chiropractor I've ever been to, and I've been to dozens in my life, every single one of them has made everything far worse. Chiropractors don't do too well on backs that are different than other people's backs. So my back doesn't respond the same way as a normal person's back does. So everything the chiropractor does that helps another person ultimately hurts me. So yeah, no, I'm not saying they're quacks, but for me, they're completely ineffective. But if a chiropractor helps you knock yourself out, like I said, anything that helps you, I'm not a person who judges any treatment. If it doesn't matter what it is, if literally dancing around a fire and praying to God fixes your pain, like knock yourself out. Like I am 100% do whatever it takes to manage your pain, because pain ruins life. As far as hurting my back, I didn't hurt my back. My back is genetically fucked. So I have extreme scoliosis with bone spurs growing on my vertebrae. On my L4 and L5 are the biggest bone spurs. And I have an SI joint problem where my SI joint bone, it's like closing the passage that the SI joint goes through, and there's a bone spur on it. So it's basically pinching the thing. So I've continued. If you've ever had sciatica, if you've ever had like sciatica where every time you step on your leg, it feels like you're getting shocked up through your back and you have an intense burning sensation in your leg. I have that 24/7. That never goes away. Even when I'm on the drugs help me disassociate from the pain, but it's always there. And when I walk, it feels like I have a rope tied to like the bottom of my butt cheek down to my ankle, and the rope is too short. So like when I walk, it actually clicks and I can actually feel it pulling tight and ripping through that little hole in my SI joint. Like when I walk, I can feel that, and it actually makes a clicking noise. So it's pretty damn painful. So John said, I'll say they're quacks, not going to go to a toothologist for a toothache. The thing with chiropractors is it's just like massage therapy, right? It's like if you don't have a serious back problem and you have a chiropractor and they're basically just popping your back and just getting the gases out from in between the joints to give you temporary relief, and that makes you feel better, great. But it also creates other problems. That's the problem with chiropractics is they become addictive because the thing the chiropractor does to relieve your pain makes the pain more common. Therefore, you have to go to the chiropractor more often. Then you become dependent on it. And that happens when you crack your own back too. Like if you like when I was a kid, I used to have my family crack my back all the time. And the more that you crack your back, the more that you need to crack your back because you loosen up those joints and you get more carbon dioxide stuck between the joints, which creates pain and pressure. So it's, but again, if it depends on what your problem is, right? Because some people have issues where just shit locks up and doesn't move right. And, you know, a chiropractor, if you have the right one that understands your back and knows how to loosen that up for you and get you moving again, then rock on, right? So the results are the results. Whether they're placebo or not is irrelevant. Like if you go in and you come out and you feel better, then that's a good thing, right? Even if it's quackery. Blind Wheel said, I'm multiple disabled and in a power wheelchair, and I ended up in it after 26 years of fighting to walk with massive chronic pain from CP and scoliosis and spina bifida. Hugs from Canada. Hey, I appreciate that, Blind Wheels. Bro, you know, it's like, and the doctor said I will end up in a wheelchair. There's no getting around that, sadly. They don't know when it's going to happen, but they said there will be a point where that nerve is so heavily pinched that it you know, physically my leg just won't work anymore. And at that point, I will definitely be wheelchair bound. But I'm hoping to get a lot more years before that happens. Mo World said, what was the chemical term for addiction? Dopamine? I mean, addiction, I think the definition of addiction is pretty broad. Like the addiction can literally be a, what do they call it? A mental urge or a craving. Can be an addiction, but then there's the bad addiction, which comes with withdrawal, where literally you alter because everything you do alters your neurotransmitters. Like eating sugar alters your neurotransmitters. Drinking coffee alters your neurotransmitters. And I mean, a lot of them too, you know, coffee and caffeine can alter dopamine and norepinephrine. It can affect your sleep by, you know, giving you more adrenaline, increasing your metabolic rate. So the addiction is the effect of the coffee because your body goes, wait a second, things are running a little too hot. Over time, you get used to it. Your body adjusts to the new situation. So then when you come off the chemical, your body now is overcompensating for something. And, you know, so it takes time for that to come back to normal. You know, it takes time for you to build up a tolerance. It takes time for you to get back. Right. So, But yeah, I think addiction is more of a broad term, but like a real bad addiction is where you have withdrawal. So, and withdrawal is like, for instance, if I just stop taking all my medication cold turkey, I'll feel like I have the flu and everything in my body will ache way worse than it actually does for about a week. So I know, because every year I fuck up and don't fill my prescription, or I do, or I titrate so the medicine stays more effective. However, the new medication I'm on, there's no need to titrate because it doesn't allow oversaturation in your system anyway. So it's like I can only have a certain amount of relief from it regardless of how much I eat. So it's kind of weird because you'd think, like, how is that possible, right? How do they make a drug where it's like whether you take one pill or 500 pills, you get the exact same effect? And the answer is because that pill has, like, it's intentionally designed to clog your opioid receptors in your brain. So it basically saturates like some of them, and then it clogs up the rest so that you can't absorb anymore for a period of time. And it's kind of a genius strategy because it lowers the chance of overdose, which means it lowers the drug to a lower category, which means it's easier to prescribe. So, and that's ultimately why we chose it, right? Because like oxycodone, if you take too much, you OD and you die. Buprenorphine, if you accidentally take 5 doses, it doesn't do anything else, really. It doesn't matter if you take 8 milligrams or 24 milligrams or 48 milligrams, the effects are the same. So that way you don't run the risk of having a overdose or an accidental overdose. And that's actually a good thing. That's a really good thing. That's something I had to be really careful with. Like when I was on oxycodone for 16 of the 18 years, you know, I had to be very careful because it's like, if you took a dose and then you forgot and then you took another dose, then it would be too strong, but then it would mess with your chemistry because opiates mess with your chemistry really fast, especially fast acting opiates, because there's different classes of opiates that all act differently, right? The one I'm on right now doesn't even get to full strength for, I think it's like 12 hours, and then it stays in your system for 72, whereas oxycodone runs its entire course within like 6 hours. But I remember if you took it and you took too high of a dose, then it was too debilitating. But then when you went back to the normal dose, now the normal dose doesn't work as well. And that's why people have a tendency to keep upping their dose and upping their dose and upping their dose, is because if you're buying shit off the street, all it takes is you getting one hot dose that's more than what you're expecting. And then that moves your tolerance up, and then everything else feels like it's not as effective. So you end up taking more of it. And then that leads to you ultimately taking a dose that stops your respiration, stops your heart, and you literally just suffocate to death. So you got to be careful. You got to be really careful with that stuff. And that's why it's in such a high class where it's like doctor has to write a script. Pharmacy can only prescribe it at like very, very specific timed intervals. Buprenorphine, a lot more loose, a lot more relaxed, even though it's technically an opiate. Blind Wheel said, do not be afraid of a power wheelchair. Oh no, I'm not going to be, when the time comes, I will be happy to have it for sure. So am I going to make my house wheelchair accessible? When the time comes, it'll either be wheelchair accessible or we'll sell it and move into a 1-story house. Or I want to be optimistic and say that hopefully by the time that I need a wheelchair, there will be some better solution where the surgeons are like, oh yeah, we can knock that out and fix you right up, buddy. So, have I gotten nerve conduction testing? They said that it's too low. They said for them to numb the nerves, it can't be near your SI joint. So yeah, I was going to do a nerve ablation. So where they burn the nerve so the nerve can't send the signal anymore. And I really wanted to do it. And they said, nope, I'm not a candidate because of where the pain is.
Northern PA and Ohio tipped $4.99.
Oh my God.
I just want to thank you again for your support. It really means the world to you again for your support.
Dude, seriously, you made my day. You absolutely made my day. I hope that you implement my my advice and your channel takes off, man, because you got something cool there. And think about it. You got David Hewlett watching your videos. Think about that. He popped on here and he said he was watching your videos before he got on here, man. Your videos were actually watched by Dr. Rodney McKay on Stargate Atlantis and Stargate SG-1. Think about that. That's pretty freaking cool, man. The dude from Cube was freaking watching your videos. You can tell everybody that. Blind Wheel said, coming off narcotics was hell. I damn near died. I was on 4 different ones. Yeah, no, people don't realize withdrawal can kill you. People like to think that it's like, oh no, just go cold turkey, you'll be fine. It's like, no, you can die from withdrawal. Withdrawal absolutely can kill you. Just like an overdose can kill you, rapid withdrawal can kill you too. So, because remember, you're either changing the neurochemistry in one way or the other. Either way can be catastrophic and affect your heart and your lungs. So one thing I recommend to people is even if you live by yourself and you're on any kind of opiate, always keep a dose of, Narcan around. I keep a dose upstairs, downstairs, and in my car. So, because even if I don't need it, even if it's for somebody else, right? Oh, hey, thank you, Blind Wheels. Thank you for the $1.49 Canadian. I appreciate it, brother. Yeah, keep Narcan around. It's a good thing to have around. Because, you know, if you use it and the person doesn't have opiates in their system, it's completely ineffective. But if they do have opiates in their system and they're ODing, it saves their life instantly. So, but just remember, you still have to get a medical attention, whether it's you or somebody else that has the overdose, or like somebody gets into your medication at your house and they have an overdose. Narcan will save their life, but you still have to, people forget this all the time. Narcan does not fix it. Just like if you use an EpiPen, if you're having an allergic reaction, use an EpiPen. It doesn't just cure it. It appears to cure it. No, all it does is stop the effects of the medication for 10 to 20 minutes. All it does is buy you time to get to the hospital so that they can administer an IV and titrate you over time. So remember that. Whether you're using Narcan for an overdose or whether you're using EpiPen for an allergic reaction, you still it's still critical that you are the person experiencing the problem, get to a hospital. 100%. So don't just like hit somebody with Narcan on the street and be like, oh yeah, hey, they're feeling better, and walk off. Like, no, if you see somebody OD and use Narcan on them, you need to call an ambulance. You need to get them to the hospital ASAP. They might appear fine, just completely fine. Like I've seen people, they give them Narcan and they pop back up after 45 seconds and they're like, whoa, what happened? And they're like completely lucid, completely fine. But that's not permanent. That is not permanent. At some point, the Narcan will fall off, and the effects of the opiates can come back. It doesn't happen 100% of the time, but it absolutely does happen. Blind Wheel said, I got off cold turkey, took 8 months. I was a massive 773 pounds. Seriously, bro? Fuck, I'm 400 and I hate myself right now. Like, well, actually, I shouldn't say that because I'm not a weight shamer kind of guy, but I wish I wasn't 400 pounds. Like, it's literally, it depresses the shit out of me. It really does. No, people don't realize nobody wants to be this big. Nobody wants to be like this. It's just something that sadly is a symptom of the other problems, but you can't really make people understand that until they walk a mile in your shoes. Damn, you're on dialysis too, and 13 years later you're 224 off dialysis, down to 6 drugs a day. Dude, you're badass, man. Fuck yeah, Blind Wheels. Let's all give a round of applause for him. That is fucking insane. That gives me hope, man. With all his problems, he went from 773 down to 224. Did you get no surgery either? No gastric bypass? Damn, bro. My God. Well done. I'm definitely gives me hopes, man. Piss Bucket said Barnacules was a side effect of oxy use. I get a lot more social and painkillers. Oh no, that's completely common. As a matter of fact, my nickname that my friend gave me, like way back in the day when I first started the pain medication, was Percocet Jerry. Was my nickname. And they could always tell when I was on my medication because I was extremely talkative. Yeah, that's a very common side effect. And what it is anytime you get comfortable, and it's the same thing with drinking. If you drink and you get a little tipsy, it's like you suddenly become super social and want to talk. Opiates relax you. They increase your dopamine. They increase your serotonin. You get really relaxed and really warm and fuzzy, and you loosen up and you stop thinking about like what people think about you. You basically it takes down some of your inhibitions. And so you get super talkative. That's a side effect. It goes away though. It's not constant. If you take anybody that's ever taken opiate-based pain medication will tell you that you only get that high, like that almost alcohol like buzz that makes you talkative. That only lasts about 6 months to a year. After that the amount of dose that you would have to take to produce that same effect would be super dangerous. So you end up just taking enough to get the same amount. It gives you some of the pain relief because the pain relief stays longer than the actual warming effect, like the high effect. So you eventually get to a point where there's no high at all. Like for instance, the buprenorphine that I take 8 milligrams. I'm supposed to take 8 milligrams 3 times a day. I usually forget a bunch of doses. And I honestly, most days can't even tell you whether I took it or not. The only indicator I have that I took it or not is if my back pain is like a 3 versus a 6. That's it. Like you just notice that you're disassociated from your back pain. And then what I'll do is I'll feel really, really bad. And then I'll be like, oh shit, I forgot to take my meds. That's how I know. Yeah, no, Packed Pluto. I want to know too. He said, Blind Wheels, did you use any particular diet? Yeah, what diet did you use, man, to lose all that weight? That's wild. Going from 773 down to 224 is fucking amazing, dude. Oh, I wish I had a swimming pool so bad, man. Swimming is the best exercise anybody can get. I don't care what level of fitness you're at. Swimming is the great equalizer. Like it doesn't. Swimming takes weight out of the equation. Like I wish I had a pool. If I had a pool, that would help so much. Bed exercise is something I need to do more of. I've started doing it a little bit, but bed exercise is definitely awesome. Did you use like isometric bands and stuff? Where you basically get like a resistance band, put your leg into it, and just while you're laying in bed, just slowly work up on the bands. Because that's what my physical therapist wanted me to do. I bought the bands and I use them every once in a while, but my back pain got so bad I stopped doing it. I need to do it again. Just fight through the pain. Wheelchair yoga. Yoga is really good. I struggled with yoga though. I tried to do DDP yoga and I couldn't do it. The breathing was causing all kinds of problems with me. just because I don't have that. I have problems with my lungs as it is, and I could never get the breathing comfortable. Let's see here. Only thing I didn't be able to get off was my CPAP machine. Yeah, it's a lot. So there's obstructive apnea, and then there's I forget what they call the other apnea. And so if you have the other apnea, it doesn't matter how much you weigh. So in my case, my apnea is my brain stops sending the signal. So it doesn't matter if I weigh 100 pounds or 400 pounds, I'll need the CPAP, sadly. But what can help with losing the weight is lowering the pressure. So the heavier I am, the easier it is for my airway to collapse when my brain doesn't send the signal. So sometimes you have to up the pressure. So if I lost weight, I'd be able to bring the pressure down. Oh, dude, 10 saves my life, dude. I have, so this is my 10s unit. This is the one I swear by. This is a 10 7000. I created a 3D model for a new plate and a 9-volt adapter that goes to AC. So I can power it off the wall so I don't have to spend $1 billion on 9-volt batteries. And then, you just buy the pads in bulk off Amazon. This thing's a lifesaver. I wish I had it on right now because my back is killing me at the moment. And what's nice about that is if you get it in the right place, which is difficult to do, but if you get it in the right place, it'll numb the nerves, which is fantastic. But you can only wear it for so long before it starts kind of irritating the skin. So you gotta kind of like use it a little bit sparingly. Oh, you were born extremely premature on top of that? Damn, Blind Wheels. I'd say given all the obstacles you faced, you came out smelling like a rose, buddy. Like, well done on you, man. Does the hot tub help? Massively. The hot tub is the single best thing I own. There is nothing better than the hot tub. The only problem with the hot tub is getting in and out of it. So a lot of the time when I need the hot tub, I can't use the hot tub because I'm afraid I'm going to get stuck in there and my wife and kid aren't going to be able to get me out. So when I'm really bad and in pain, when I need the hot tub the most, that's usually when I'm afraid to get in there. But I need to get over that and just say screw it and get in there. And if we need help, just call the neighbor. like I just got to suck it up, man. I don't like asking other people for help. I like being independent, but I need to get to the point where it's like, it's okay to ask people for help. I need help. That was like my biggest thing to accept too, is because I've always been like a loner. I've always been the person to help other people, not to ask for help myself. And so, but now I'm getting to the point where it's like, it's okay. It's okay to do that. Have I tried Bengay cream? I have. I found that what's it called? BioFreeze. BioFreeze worked better for me than Bengay. I've been out of it for a long time though, and now you reminded me, so I'm gonna have my wife order some up because it did actually help a little bit. The problem is it doesn't really get deep enough penetration to numb the nerve very much, but it does numb the surface of the skin, which I do get a burning sensation on my skin from the pinched nerve, so it can help with that. So, oh, you were inspired to apply to Microsoft because of me? Oh, dude, rock on. Rock on. Did you end up getting the gig? Did you end up working at Microsoft, or did you just go apply? Because Microsoft is always looking for accessibility people. I used to work with a guy named Chris who was like, he was badass. I loved working with him. He was our blind accessibility tester, and man, the shit he could do was mind blowing. Check my site of the Elon message that I sent you. What is your site? Like, are you talking about X or? I guess I'll run across it. Josh said, I can't afford keto, but watching my salt and sugar intake fiercely has done a lot to help. Also, drinking lemon water. Yeah, actually, anything you can do to drink more water will help you lose weight for sure. Keto, I can't recommend, but again, it depends on who you are and what your physiology is. Keto fucked me up bad. Long story short, but keto fucked me up. My doctors really made a bad decision putting me on that. I literally lost 46 pounds and gained back 130. So that was hugely ineffective. And it was because of the uric acid buildup. They didn't understand that I had problems with gout. And so they put me on keto, not realizing the threat that poses to gout. And oh my God, it created a massive fucking like cascade of crystals in all my joints, fucked all my joints, ate all the cartilage out of all my joints. So now every joint in my body hurts. and so you're supposed to take there's a thing you take. What is it called? Glucosamine. I haven't been taking it. I need to take more of it. But glucosamine should help to start regenerate, but it takes a long time to do it. It does not come back. Blind Wheel said, is it Chris M from Microsoft? He's a close friend of mine. No fucking way. It is Chris M. Oh my God, dude. Tell him I said hi. Holy shit. He'll remember me. Tell him you talked to Jerry Berg and tell him about my stream. I haven't been in touch with him in forever, man. Yeah, dude. He used to work with me in Building 37. That's fucking awesome, dude. Hey, what's up, Jason? How's it going, brother? Dude, small world. Dude, yeah. Tell him, Blind Wheels. Tell him that I was live streaming on Tech Talk and tell him where to find me because I'd like to get back in touch with him. He was really cool. Shit, I haven't talked to him since probably what 2013, 2014. I think was the last time I spoke to him. Oh, he's now. What is Rest? So, wow, he's in New York City. He moved all the way across the country. I think he was from New York, wasn't he? Didn't he originally move over here from New York? Dude, that's so fucking cool, man. Talk about a small world, dude. Yeah, because I remember he left Microsoft. That's when I lost touch with him, was when he left Microsoft. Yeah, I'm on Twitter. Yeah, tell you, I'll give you my Twitter right here. It's here. If some of you guys aren't following me, hit me up with a follow over there, even though Elon like censors half my shit. Jason said, enjoy my PC upgrades, which are a 4060 Ti and 128 gigs of RAM. Dude, rock on, man. You have more RAM than I do. Oh, no, that's right. He was from Toronto. Yeah, he was from Canada. No, you're totally right. I was thinking about something else. No, it's definitely him. It's definitely him. So somewhat short, blonde hair. He has an iPhone that talks like fucking 5 million miles a second. It's like, yeah, he worked right down the hall from me in Building 37. I remember he did all the accessibility testing for, what was it called? Come on, brain. Active accessibility. He was the active accessibility tester for Windows. Wait, he has red hair? Oh, maybe it's a different person then. Does he dye his hair? Because he wasn't red when I knew him. When I knew him, he had blonde hair. Does he have a Twitter account? Like, if he's got a Twitter account, tell me what his Twitter account is, and I'll go check it out and see if it's him or not. Because it sounds right. Because I know he's from Canada. He worked in Building 37. I can't remember his last name, but I know it was Chris M. Like I know it started with an M. It was Chris. Let's see if I can remember. It's got to be him. It's got to be him. Jason said, best part of Quantum, aka CenturyLink, is running fiber lines to my area. I can't wait for fiber to become live. Dude, fiber is life-changing, man. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. This gigabit connection I have is like the best thing ever. I love it. Seriously, having a gigabit access to the internet is just freaking insane. Sith Lord Billy said, do you remember the days when Microsoft Windows used to sell companion packs called Plus? Yeah. And they stopped with Microsoft Windows XP. Yeah, I remember that. I remember the Plus packs. That's old school, man. TalkVid said you're a vendor for Microsoft. You've been in Building 37? Dude, that's cool. Do you work in Building 37 or have you just been to Building 37? Because, yeah, I was in Building 37 for about 2 years, and the rest of my 15 years was at, probably 3 years. 3 years of Building 37, and then the rest of the 15 years was in Building 26. So my room number was 263549 when I was in 26, and I can't remember my room number in 37, but I was on the 3rd floor, right under the 4th floor where they have the data centers. I didn't like Building 37, though. I thought Building 37 sucked. I didn't like the sliding doors. I didn't like the fishbowl offices. I thought it was stupid. The Metalhead Man said, people who loved the plus packs made one for XP, even if it wasn't official, it was still good. Yeah, I remember, weren't the plus packs like a bunch of added-ons like screensavers and wallpapers and like a couple of tools and utilities? It was kind of like what Power Toys is today a little bit. Like it was, let's see, Windows 95 plus pack. Yeah, it lets you, yeah, all the desktop themes and stuff. Yeah, I remember this. Dude, that's like old school, man. Oh, you DM me over on Twitter? All right, hold on. I'll take a look. Oh, it's the link to the kitchen thing. Okay, let's see here. So experiment at the intersection of AI and creativity. All right, well, let's do it. Let me get through. Okay, I'd like to know. I don't want to receive that. No, I don't want to receive that next. Your data now. Okay, this knows privacy, blah, blah, blah. Scroll through. Agreed. A bunch of shit I didn't read. Subject to Google's terms of service. Generative AI prohibited use policy. Yeah, that's fine. I won't use it for creating nudes. Okay, so apply your passion for fashion to the undead. Whoa, that's creepy. Dreamy ethereal synth music. What is this? Oh, I just realized you guys probably can't hear that. Video effects inspire your inner storyteller to tell your ideas. Join our wait list. Yeah, here, I'll join our wait list. I'm gonna sign up for all this shit. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, I can't sign up for now. Image FX. Transform text into images. Okay, I haven't seen this at all, man. Thanks for the link. It's yeah, no, I haven't played with any of this shit, dude. I'm gonna fart around with this for sure. You saw you're on Blue Sky through Chris Titus? Yeah, I need to post more over there. There's a lot of places I'm on right now that I don't post. I post way too much on X. It's funny, I do most of my posting on X because that's where most of my audience is, but I can't reach anybody that follows me on there because I'm so censored by Elon. It really sucks. Joseph said, did you ever sleep in your office? Oh, yeah. Yeah, when I worked at Microsoft, I slept in my office quite a bit. As a matter of fact, at one point I had a cot. Like I literally had a foldable cot so I could sleep in the room because we didn't have enough time to go home. Didn't even have enough time to go home and take a shower. It was usually during the crunch week at the end of a product. We'd be doing the final testing to get the certification pass, like to hit a deadline. And so like there was just no time to go home. Like anytime there was a failure, you'd have to reset, fix the thing and get going again as fast as you possibly could. I'm sure the culture has changed quite a bit though. Oh, hell yeah. Hey, Michael, thank you for the $5.
Tipped $5. Thank you, Jerry, for all you've done and helped me with over the years without even knowing who I am. We met at 2016 PAX and you were so inspiring.
Oh, that's so awesome. Thank you for telling me that, man. I really appreciate that. God, I miss going to PAX. Not going to PAX this year really gutted me, man. Oh, but there's no way I would have even made it to the building from my car. My back is that bad now. Oh, you sent Chris a private message on Facebook? Okay, yeah, if he doesn't remember who I am, then it's the wrong guy, because he would 100% remember who I am. Me and him used to go to lunch all the time down in the Building 37 Cafe. And I even worked with him on a couple projects because he worked on one of our sister teams. So he didn't work directly for my boss. He worked for, what was the name of his boss? Was it Sean Stamey? Might have been Sean Stamey. I can't remember if it was his team or not. But yeah, I remember that he did work on active accessibility because I did automation. A lot of what I did was automation, and I talked to him about the accessibility stuff because I used active accessibility in my automation.
Blind Wheels tipped $3.63. Hugs from Toronto, Canada. Chronic pain is a beast.
Dude, chronic pain fucking sucks, man. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate that support a ton. You guys are freaking awesome. Today has been an amazing show. It's been an absolutely amazing show. I feel truly lucky. I'm hoping next month I have a lot of stress off me, but I could ultimately have a lot more stress on me. It just depends on how things go November 5th, but I'll spare you guys the political stuff today because I just literally I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. But I will ask you guys either way, just get out and vote. Just make your voices heard. Don't take it for granted. If you live in the United States and you're a legal registered voter, please vote. Don't take it lightly. It's super duper important. Doesn't even matter if you're in a state that you know is just a landslide, that there's no way that it could go one way or the other. Just vote. We really need people need to take this seriously, because shit's getting a little scary. Blind Wheel said, I was the first person with multiple disabilities to be hired by Microsoft Canada in their retail stores. Oh, that's badass, dude. You worked in one of the Microsoft retail stores? I actually really liked the Microsoft store. I thought the Microsoft store was pretty cool. I thought it was ghetto as fuck, though, that they used those stupid tablets that like barely worked for their point of service, when they literally like had a better point of service thing like that they created for other companies, and they didn't even use it themselves. I thought that was pretty stupid. I don't know. They've probably since fixed that. I know that they were like transitioning to like Windows Phone back in the day, but then Windows Phone died, so I don't know what happened after that. But yeah, I remember those tablets were absolute fucking garbage. And I remember because I had to work on one of them. Like I remember there was a problem with it in the store because it was running Windows Embedded, Windows CE or some shit, and there was a bug, and I remember I had to work on a bug for like a week for that shit. And I was like, why are they using these slow ass third-party tablets running some Windows CE with some like fucking butchered together POS, point of sale, not piece of shit, but it applies either way. So I hope they moved away from that, because like the Apple Store, everybody used iPads and phones, right? Like they used their own shit properly. Microsoft was like using like third-party shit mixed with their like garbage old Windows Mobile shit. It was so garbage, man. It was so garbage. He said, oh, fuck, I hated those POS devices. It was a horrible experience, especially being legally blind. Dude, it was fucking garbage. Half the time, it couldn't process a credit card. It would just lock up, and the person would have to sit there and have a conversation with you for like 5 minutes waiting for the thing to like resync and connect again. They'd have to like reboot it half the time. The batteries would just die. The battery would just disconnect, and the thing would just go offline. Then like fucking one guy banged it on the table to get it to work again. They were truly garbage. Like I was actually really embarrassed for Microsoft when they used that system, when right across from the Microsoft store was always like the Apple Store, and the Apple Store like had their shit together, and the Microsoft Store didn't have their shit together. However, I will say the Microsoft Store was cool because they had like better demos. Like I loved going to the Microsoft Store because they would usually have like, you know, a thing set up with like VR to play with. They'd have Microsoft Connect set up with the Xbox, so like people could just come in and play and you know, fart around. Like they had a lot more interactive stuff. They had classes. I don't know if your store had that, but our store at Bell Square here in Washington had a place where you could do classes where they'd have people come in and speak, and even Microsoft employees could sign up to go and speak and give like a demo on a language or a demo on a Microsoft product or something like that. And you could actually sign up and go get it, and people could sit in the seats and like watch it. And it was like in the back of the store in its own little room. No, that was pretty fucking cool. Like I thought the Microsoft store was really neat. I just thought those tablets they used just ruined the experience. Oh, you have a Surface Pro 7 Plus and you like it? Oh, good. Yeah, I haven't used a Surface since the RT. So I had a Surface RT, the very first ARM Surface, and it was absolutely a piece of garbage. I gave it to my sister many years ago when she was in the hospital, so she had something to message on and like do emails, but that was like about the only thing it could do. Like literally a Chromebook was better. And then I had the normal tablet that was x86, but it was so goddamn slow it couldn't do anything. Luckily I didn't pay for either of them. They were both given to me by Microsoft. Josh Evans, nice seeing you again. I'm off to work now. I hope that you get to have a political conversation sometime before the 5th. Take care, man. Yeah, I don't know. Josh FSD, I remember last time you and I go in some rounds in chat, man. I think us having another debate is probably just going to end in my blood pressure going up. But hey, you know what? I'm still going to tell you to vote. At the end of the day, the country, like I said, the country gets to decide whether we want to remain a democracy or not, right? It's our decision to make. If the part of a democracy is having the option to give it away, right? So if the majority of people are, dumb enough to, let a 34 count convicted felon and a rapist who cheated on all of his wives got charged with running a fraudulent company before he was even president, and tax fraud and charity fraud, and then a bunch more charges while he was president, then after he was president, he still has a million indictments go through. If that's the guy that you think should be running the country, who selected 3 Supreme Court justices that have all outed themselves as breaking with tradition and shitting on the Constitution. That's the choice of the people, man. If that's what they want, then that's what's going to happen. And all I can do is vote. All I can do is throw my hat in the ring. That's it. At the end of the day, all I can do is try to appeal to people and throw my hat in the ring. It's just scary to think that this is where we are now. It's not just us, though. Other countries are having the same problem, right? The internet has changed the scales so much. You know, famous people end up presenting as their character instead of who they truly are. People think that they're their character when they're not, and it gives them a huge advantage because their fame gives them so much reach with social media directly to people that that's why you see so many celebrities that are not equipped to be doing these jobs being put in these positions because of the clout that they have, and people like the character they played, you know? So Josh said I didn't mean right now. Hey, you brought it up, brother. You brought it up. I'm just saying my piece. I'm saying my piece, man. But I'm a little tamer today than I was last time, and I'll just say, just vote. You know, just vote. Blanco said, I like Kamala's stance on accessibility and making the lives of disabled people better and jobs, equality, hiring, nothing like that here in Canada. Yeah, sadly down here in the United States, there's a lot of people that, you know, they want to get ahead by holding everybody else back, right? That's the thing with finite resources. You look at people like Donald Trump and Elon Musk, and you're like, why are they so wealthy? If they really want to help people, they already have enough wealth to live like 10 lifetimes. Why aren't they allocating that wealth to make problems better? Why are they just amassing more wealth when there's a finite amount of it? And they're not even using it. They're just using it to grow more personal wealth. Those are not the people that when they say they want to save the world, they don't. Like, just look at what they're doing. They're sitting on a resource that's finite, that's coming from other people, and it's not doing any work for anybody else but them when they don't even need it, you know? And so I don't like that. I just don't. But the thing is, they have so much power. I mean, literally, the guy who's buying a president right now owns the second largest social media platform on the planet. That's wild. That's not something we've ever had to deal with before. We've never been up against that. That's just wild, man. And it's like, how do you fight against that? And that's why it's always so close. It's like, without social media being involved, it wouldn't even be close. It wouldn't even be close. But social media has been a big boon for con men, mega churches, scammers. It just gives a vehicle to access people faster than somebody else can step in with common sense. And then they end up getting indoctrinated into a cult. And the one thing you know you're in a cult when the only person you trust is the person who benefits the most from lying to you. And that's sadly what has happened. Like, if you explicitly say, hey, but he says something different than everybody else is saying, so I'm going to believe him because he's telling me everybody else is wrong, when he stands to gain the most from me believing him over everybody else or her, right? Regardless of situation. Once you're in that situation, you're indoctrinated. I mean, that's literally the definition of indoctrination. If 1,000 people give you evidence to show that something happened and all of their stuff corroborates, and then the one person says, nope, they're all wrong, and you believe that one person because they installed that faith-based system in you that you have to believe them because that's a problem. That's a huge problem. Tech Savvy said, I miss micro-nuclear reactors. Sadly, that was AuxZillary's topic, and he had to go before we could talk about it. David Hewlett joined us, and it kind of threw the whole show off, so we might have to push off micronuclear reactors, sadly, to the next show. If that isn't in Tech Talk tradition, though, I don't know what is. But Aux did here. I'll give you the link, though, so you guys can look at it. Aux found a cool link on like progress and the micronuclear reactor space, and it's actually pretty cool. So I didn't look over the article, but here I'll give you, it's a Tech Radar article. But, you know, it's micronuclear reactors are being built that can deliver 5 megawatts of power for up to 100 months, producing a staggering 1.2 petawatt hours of energy. And they're tiny, like by comparison, like these are nuclear reactors that would literally fit in a trailer that could be hauled on a truck. And they're completely self-contained, which is pretty freaking cool if you think about it. And yeah, they're called the Avinci or the Vinci, like Da Vinci, but it's the E Vinci. So, and it's Westinghouse. So we're not talking about like some bullshit project like Westinghouse. If you know the Westinghouse name, they're a serious technology company. So Blind Wheel said, I've deeply missed you, Jerry. I've never spoken up, always lurked. Hey man, a lot of people lurk. Nothing wrong with that. It's nice to finally hear from you though. What is the retail on one of those? My guess is it's going to be astronomically expensive. At least the first generation, right? Because it's going to have to, it'll have to come down to the economy of scale. Like until they're mass producing these things and using them as like primary energy sources for businesses. But the nice thing about it is we do need something like this though, because with all the electric cars that are coming onto the market that are going to be taxing the grid, we do need like alternative power sources that are small and compact that we can deploy to small areas to reinforce and fortify the grid. And the nice thing about these is it's like the size of a truck trailer. So you can like jam these things anywhere. You can bury them underground. It said they can be installed underground. So you could literally just dig a hole, put this thing in it, and build a house on top of it or a building on top of it. So, you know, this could really take a lot of pressure off of the grid. And then the best part about it is if you're feeding this back into the grid and a part of the grid goes down, like the main power system goes down or it gets interrupted and the supply lines are broken, you could have logic in place to open the circuits and bleed power off of these reactors back into the system to reach and power more houses during an outage. And if you had enough of these things strategically placed, you'd pretty much have a fortified grid that would like survive like earthquakes, natural disasters, hurricanes, and become a power source that could reach people, which is pretty damn cool. But I do think the price is probably going to be pretty crazy. What is my take on Elon's new robots? Just another scam. Elon's scamming. I don't know if you guys know this, but at the taxi event, which was also a bullshit scam, the robots were bolted to the floor and they were being remotely operated by people. So the robots that were serving drinks and everything, and people were like, oh my God, it's the future. It's like, no, we've had robots that could replay hell. There was a robot that could cut hair remotely, you know, years ago. Da Vinci robots have been around for 20 years where you could actually perform a surgery, a laparoscopic surgery from 1,000 miles away. So yeah, Elon is he just does this shit to bring attention to his company, to boost his stock so he gets more shares that he doesn't need to make him more the richest man in the world and enable him to do things like, you know, instead of helping humanity, buy social networks and buy politicians. Like that's all he does with his money. He's never actually used his money for anything that didn't bring him back more than he gave. Like that's his thing. He doesn't donate to charity unless he actually makes more money from doing it than actually donating. He said he was going to help with world hunger. He never did. He just used that to take control of the media cycle and increase the stock price and make billions of dollars. Never actually gave the money up. He donated $5 billion to charity 2 years later. When it became public, he donated it to his own charity. He created under his own name that he boarded all 4 seats. So there was no other board members, and he only allocated the money to his own initiatives. So he's just a fucking scammer, man. Why do you think he's trying to buy a president right now? Elon knows that he's done a lot of legally dubious shit to make the money that he's made. And he knows it's just a matter of time before his card comes up. So he needs to install somebody in office that he can control with money. And Trump has made it abundantly clear he will be controlled by money. You can go look for yourself. Don't believe me. Go look at his pardons. Go look at every pardon he did when he was president. He went around the pardon system. He went around the selection process. He picked the people directly, and they all had tie. I think he said 92% of every pardon he issued had a personal tie back to him or a financial tie back to him. That's not something that any other president has had. So Elon knows this too. Elon knows he'll sell pardons. Elon knows that he will sell deregulation as long as Elon gives him money. Just like when TikTok gave money. Remember, Trump wanted to shut down TikTok because it was a Chinese company. And then the biggest investor in TikTok contributed, I think it was $10 million to his campaign and had a fundraising dinner that made him another 80 million, I think 50 or 80 million. And as soon as he announced that campaign dinner, he said that he changed his mind on TikTok and now he wants to defend TikTok and he doesn't want TikTok taken down. So he only flipped on it because of money. I mean, so there's lots of examples that show that if you just grease Trump or give him money, he'll do whatever you want. Like if a rich enough person wanted Roe v. Wade back, all they got to do is give him enough money and he'll do it. It's like whoever the highest bidder is, doesn't matter if they're in America or not, he'll do it, right? I mean, his entire life he's done it. Hey, Evo 7, you don't need to announce it. Just leave, bro. Like you don't have to tell us you're leaving. Just leave. Like, you just hit X on the window. You got to be, oh my God, you're talking about politics, I'm out. Just leave. You don't like what I'm saying, just leave. You don't got to announce it. We're not fucking children. You know, when you're at the airport, you don't got to announce that you're not getting on the airplane. Just walk out. Like, it doesn't matter. God, that would be so fucking annoying if everybody in chat was like, oh, you're talking about nuclear reactors, I'm out. Oh, you're talking about Windows, I'm out. Oh, you're talking about Linux, I'm out. Oh, you're talking. No, just watch what you want to watch when you want to watch it. You know, the only reason to say something like that is to be disparaging and try to tell somebody that they shouldn't be talking about that thing. It's like, no, I'll talk about whatever the fuck I want. If you don't like it, just leave. It's that simple. Fuck. Just like I said earlier, if you want to vote for fucking Trump, vote for Trump. I don't give a shit. Like, I support democracy. If more people want to give Trump power than they want to give Kamala power and they want to throw shit away, fucking let them. I mean, it's a democracy, right? I'd be a hypocrite just like Trump if I didn't respect that. Trump's the one that doesn't respect the fucking democratic process. And there's no disputing that. He literally said he will not accept the results of the election unless he wins. That's period. Like 100%. And he demonstrated that even last time. So we know he's not lying. Jerry, the thing I sent you, the image Gen FX, you can make us something, make us a picture. Oh, I'm not going to right now. I'll do it probably next stream, or I'll post some stuff on Twitter later. Have an open mind. If you don't like it, try to understand it at least. That's a good way to look at things, Darktooth. It really is. So the thing is I have to talk about politics. There's no way not to talk about politics. Realize my situation, okay? I have a son who's on the autism spectrum. He doesn't have a place in Project 2025. If you read Project 2025, my son does not have a place in that world. Sadly, a lot of people don't have a place in that world. And so I have to speak up, right? This is a person who has an extreme amount of power, right? I used to think the president of the United States doesn't have a lot of power. And the truth is they don't have a lot of power when the balance is correct, when the co-equal branches of government have, one side is Democrat, one side is predominantly Republican and stuff. It usually maintains a balance. And only when the Supreme Court the majority of the Supreme Court is honest. But for the first time ever, we have a president that got the entire majority of the Supreme Court are people that are loyal to him over the Constitution. People who support Project 2025 over the Constitution, very publicly, mind you, and they've demonstrated that through their actions. So this is a big deal. Like, this is a scary time. Again, it's less about Kamala, right? She's not perfect by a long shot, right? It's less about Kamala. It's more about the person who will accept the results of the election, the person who will uphold the Constitution versus the person who has publicly said that no, they will not uphold the Constitution. They will not accept the results of the election, and shit either goes their way or people die. That's not what I want. Like, especially not with my son. I want my son to have a much better future than that. So I have to speak out. I hope you guys can understand that. There's some people that don't like it. Sure. Right. Evo 7 obviously doesn't like it. And that's fine. I'm sure if I talked about Trump being on, he says I brought up politics, he's out, but I bet you if I was pro-Trump, he'd still be here and he'd probably be rooting in chat, right? Let's be honest. The people that become outspoken, like, oh, we're talking about politics, I'm out or whatever. It's not because they don't care about politics. It's because they don't like that I'm on a different side than them. And that's fine. I understand that, right? I do the same. I'm not going to fucking stick around in a live stream where a bunch of people are supporting a fucking convicted rapist. Like, why would I do that, right? That's not what I'm about. It's not for the most powerful person in the world, for sure, right? Like, the dude literally couldn't even be the manager. Like, if he filled out an application to be the manager at McDonald's, he would be denied. He is a convicted felon and a rapist, right? They have a hard time finding a job. Imagine that person being the president of the United States. And if you disagree with him being those things, then you disagree with our entire legal system, every single judge, every single juror, every single prosecutor across the board, across all the states that are prosecuted, all the federal prosecutors, even the judges that Trump himself appointed. You're disagreeing with all of them and saying the one man who stands to gain from making you believe him over everybody else in a system that's designed and balanced to get things right more often than not. You're believing that. Think about that and how silly that is. That's how you know at that point, it's not about it, is he right or wrong? It's about fucking the team that you're on and making sure that team wins when the bad person made sure he was the only option so that you had no fucking choice because you have to vote for that team because you are dedicated to that team. Even if that team isn't even the team anymore. It's like when the Democrats and Republicans swapped back in the day, remember? Democrats used to be the ones for slavery. Republicans used to be the Democrats. The parties completely switched sides, right? So it's kind of like the same thing's happening with like the GOP is not the GOP anymore. The rhinos are the real conservatives that were lifelong conservatives. Then now there's MAGA. MAGA is like this third party just sitting on the GOP. They're the new change, right? And so you have a group of people that are not committed to the Constitution. They're not committed to democracy. They are committed to just winning. They have been conditioned that the only thing that matters is winning. And the person that they're voting for, you have to listen to him on faith over everybody else's facts. And for me, that's scary. I don't want to live in that world. Like the dude literally said publicly, like there's no niggling about it, right? The dude literally said publicly that he wants to put people in jail for having a bad opinion of him or the Supreme Court justices. He said that they should serve a year in jail for that. He said he wants to be able to silence the media. Like he literally wants to pull the license for any media company that doesn't speak what he wants them to speak. And he thinks that that's free speech and that that's anti-censorship and that's democracy. No, it's not. It's the opposite. But people are like, well, he says that this is what freedom is, so we're just going to believe him. We've believed him on everything else. We voted on everything else. We go to his rallies and we rah, rah, rah. It's like putting the blinders on, and it's just silly at this point. But very real consequences. That's what's scary to me, is there's very real consequences for me. There's very real consequences for my friends and my family and my son. So I have to say everything I say because I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't. So does that mean I lose some viewers? Sure. Does that mean I piss some people off? Sure. That's inevitable. But at the end of the day, what's important to me is that my son has a good future and that our country remain free. I mean, there's no such thing as absolute freedom. Like I'm not delusional, right? But I choose the freedom that's voted on by a democratic republic where the people hold the power, not a dictatorship, not an autocracy. Those are not things that are compatible with what I want for my son. So that's all I want. Oh, Josh FSD, I really respect that, man. Thank you. That's all I can ask for. It's okay if you disagree with me. Like, again, I'm even encouraging you to vote. Even if you're voting for Trump, even if me encouraging you to vote for Trump ends up giving him another vote, so be it. I just want this election to truly represent the majority. I mean, as much as I can with an electoral college that's Jerry, what is it called? Where they redefine the county lines and shit to benefit themselves. But as good as it can be, you know, in its current state, right? I just want to see forward progress. I want to see us moving in the right direction. It's just scary that we've come to the point now where it's like, it's no longer, people don't even look like Trump is graded on a completely different curve. Everything the Republicans attack Camilla for, Trump hasn't only done, he's done it 10 times worse. Yet they will not acknowledge anything he's done wrong because he just says he
Juan
didn't.
Velez tipped $20.
Hey,
Keep
thank you,
fighting
brother.
the good fight.
I appreciate that so much, dude. Seriously, thank you so much. You know what? I appreciate that, Juan. You're awesome, man. Yeah, like Blind Wheel said, get off your ass and vote. We got to get out there and vote. Man, is anybody else using Edge or Chrome and having the browser, like, say, out of memory errors whenever you're on YouTube? It doesn't do it on any other site. It only does it on YouTube. When I'm on YouTube, it's like with chat and stuff, after a while, it just is out of memory and it gives you an error. You hit reload and it just pops back and you're good. It's so weird, man. It's been happening to me for a while now. See, Josh remembers our, he remembers the, God, my brain is so fucking melted right now. God damn it. Well, why is my, man, that's, how the fuck did I forget this? I remember the words. I just can't remember what it's called. The, God damn it. I'm drawing a blank. What the fuck is it called? It's not the national anthem. It's the Pledge of Allegiance. There we go. My God. Fucking brain. It's right there too. It's like in the beginning, I pledge allegiance to the flag. Yeah, it's the Pledge of Allegiance. That's right. It's funny. I remember every single word because I said it every single day in school as a child. But I just could not fucking remember it. That brain fog is real, man. So bad. So bad. So I'm really worried about our social media though is fucking everything up, man. Darktooth said, sorry, Jerry, I don't have any donation money. Dude, you don't have to be sorry. Dude, donations are completely optional. They're welcome, but they're not required by any stretch of the imagination. I tell people all the time, if you can't take the money and just burn it and throw it away and not care about it, don't give it to me. Yeah, I need to make my living online, sure, but that doesn't mean that I'm any more deserving than anybody else. It's like only spend what is disposable. Don't spend shit that can make your life better. So Thor said, take my advice. Once you log off, tell your family you love them. They will be very grateful. I tell my family I love them multiple times a day. Every single night. My son's 14 years old, and every single night, my wife and my son and I, we all go in the bedroom. We lay in bed, snuggle up together, turn on YouTube, and as a family, just watch funny videos and laugh together and tell each other we love each other. It's amazing. Honestly, I told my wife, even if Xander lives with us forever, that is completely fine. If he finds himself a girlfriend or a boyfriend or whatever he decides, whatever he wants, they can live here forever. I will take care of him as long as I possibly can. I love that kid so much. I just want to see him have a good life. Me seeing him have a good life is more important than me being out of pain. Like that's the one thing. Like, you'd have to have a kid to understand it, but it's weird. You get this, you almost live through them. Like, you feel like they're the person that's doing the things, and you watching them experience those things, it's actually more fulfilling to you than you doing it yourself. I would rather see my son drive a rally car than do it myself, even though I love driving rally cars. You know, it's like you just get so much more out of it. It's so weird. It's a great experience. Plus, it was really touch and go in the beginning. So, man, we're really lucky that things turned out the way they did. We really are. Blind Wheel said, my partner is my rock. They are used to my stimming. Even now I am listening. I'm stimming with a fidget. Yeah, Xander stims a lot. Stimming, constantly fidgeting, constantly doing stuff. He also has a tendency sometimes, like, we have to be careful at night not to watch too much of like the Quandale Dingle and the really like funny, weird, off the wall stuff, because it can get him like overly excited, and then he can't come down. Like, it's really difficult for him to come down. It's almost painful for him to come down. So, you know, you gotta like meter that shit. But sometimes I love seeing him when he is just like completely balls out crazy over something. Like when he's playing VR with his friends and he's in there yelling and running around and freaking out and screaming, and they do these backroom games where they're like running from monsters and stuff. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Would you let pet Xander drink alcohol? What is pet Xander? Or did you mean, would I let Xander drink alcohol? When he's of age, yeah, absolutely. No, his I don't think he would, though. He's interesting. He won't drink anything that doesn't taste good. Like, it doesn't matter what the effects of it are. He doesn't care. If it doesn't taste good, he won't drink it. So my guess is he probably isn't ever going to really drink enough alcohol to get drunk. I'd be surprised. Thoughts on Review Tech USA deleting his 1 million dub channel in downfall? I have no idea what happened. Did he do it for a reason? I literally have I haven't heard from him in a very, very long time. I know we follow each other on X, but remember, X is shadow banned. Like, anybody that's anti-Trump has been shadow banned. Like I can't see half my followers shit. They can't see my posts. My alt account that I have that follows my primary and has notifications enabled doesn't see half the posts I make. Actually, more, probably 80% of the posts I make, it never sees. So yeah, no, Elon has done a pretty good job on the platform of silencing and you know, lowering the reach of any account that's not helping him with his initiative, which is terrible because and by the way, he literally disabled community notes. He's still during interviews saying community notes keeps X the most truthful source for news on the internet. but he disabled it on, and this is not up to debate. Like, this is 100% verified. It is disabled on his account and it's disabled on real Donald Trump. So no matter what they post, no matter how wrong it is, no matter how many people request a community note, no matter how many people leave a community note, it will never be visible on those two accounts. It's completely disabled, and it's been disabled for about 2 months now because people kept fact checking Elon Musk and he didn't like it, so he disabled it. So he is a fucking hypocrite. So is Trump, right? There's no disputing that. Like, he literally disabled it. He's also telling the press that it's open source. Like, hey, our platform can be trusted because it's open source. Go to GitHub and look yourself. The code hasn't been updated in 14 months. In 14 months, the entire site has changed. The entire algorithm has changed. The Grok AI is completely changed. Everything has changed in those 14 months. And the code that he uploaded was just the client side, not the server side shit. None of the database stuff is up there. So none of the weights, all you can see from the source code 14 months ago is that he implemented a social scoring system that censors people based on what they post, which already defeats everything he claimed he was doing. So yeah, how can anybody respect that? I mean, the dude is literally holding an event for a cyber taxi when he can't even give full self-driving to the fucking cars that everybody paid for the feature like fucking 7 years ago. And they still don't have FSD. And he's now trying to advertise a taxi that may come out in 2 years when there's already a ton of Waymo taxis out there driving around. Waymo taxis already driving around and working, and he can't even get his fucking prototype taxi to work. It has to drive on a predefined route on a lot with no extra traffic because it's so unsafe. It just doesn't make sense to me. It's like he's only doing it to capture the media, and he's only doing it because it's his stock dividend thing's coming up. Every year you can tell. Whenever the robot's created, whenever autopilot's created, whenever something new comes out, flamethrower or whatever, it's always around the time that that he needs to boost the stock price because that's what decides how many more shares he gets each year. So every year he just creates some fucking vaporware project. He puts it front and center and says that it's going to be super cheap. It's going to beat everybody to market. It can do all the stuff that it obviously can't. Manufactures the videos, fakes everything, and then it just goes into vaporware like the Cybertruck, twice as much, half the range, all the features he claimed, bulletproof glass, and all that. None of it happened. Tesla Roadster that people flat out paid $200,000 for, like up front, never received it. Like, it's the dude just does this to boost the stock, and now the dude's buying a president. Literally, he's paid. Did you see that? He's paying $100 per signature in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is a state that usually determines the election. Like, it's the linchpin state. It's like the ultimate swing state. And so he's paying anybody there $100 a signature to go and harass citizens and get their personal information and signature that authorizes them to harass that person via email, phone, and everything to try to convince them to vote for Trump. To just lie to him directly, so in a place privately where it can't be challenged publicly. And he's paying people $100 per person. Think about that. Canvassers have never been paid more than 50 cents to $5 per signature. And $5 per signature is like for way more than just getting a signature. That requires a huge investment to get the $5 per signature. He's saying if you can just get somebody's personal information so that they can go on a list so that he can harass them legally, privately, he'll give you $100. That's insane. That is the most fucking, that is the most election interference thing I've seen in
Joe
for fucking ever.
Taji tipped $49.99. Hey Barnabud, been lurking enjoying the
Holy
stream,
shit.
went to the pumpkin patch today with my niece.
That's awesome.
Did you get Alexa to talk via Home Assistant? Also
No.
imagine a rally train like a rally car but in train form that drifts multiple train cars.
Xander would love
ADHD
that.
Strong lol.
Xander would absolutely love that, the train rally car. Sadly, I've been trying to get Home Assistant to work with Alexa using the what's it called? HA something. It's not even called like Home Assistant. It's like HA something. And I couldn't get it to work. I signed up for the AWS account. I went into the Alexa thing, but it said that I have to expose my server publicly, which I don't expose anything publicly through my firewall, but I have to expose Home Assistant publicly and get an SSH certificate. Otherwise it doesn't work. So unless I'm missing something, Joe, could you DM me on Twitter or something like how you set it up? Because the route I'm going, I tried it and I could not get it to work, man. I installed the plugin with hacks. I created AWS. I created the IM user. I created the Lambda function. I went in and put it all in. And then it said that I have to get an SSL certificate from a site that doesn't even issue them anymore. And then I have to expose my site publicly so that AWS can connect to my Home Assistant server. And I couldn't get it to work. I just ran into a wall. As a matter of fact, I'm probably just going to end up, if I can't get it to work, I'm just going to pay the $6 a month for the home cloud where they just take care of it all, where it gives you the voice assistant and it gives you the tie-in to Amazon Alexa and all the Google stuff without having to use all the hacks plugins. However, I did get Home Assistant to do some pretty cool shit. Guys, if you haven't used Home Assistant, it's pretty fantastic. It is probably one of the most impressive pieces of software I've seen in a very, very long time when it comes to not just home automation, but just controlling anything. Like it's traditionally for home automation, but fucking if you can talk to a device over the network, you can plug it into this thing and manipulate it in some way. So, did you get the HA voice assistant to work? Nope, couldn't even get the voice assistant to work either. I installed it, but it says I don't have a microphone module or something, so I installed this like virtual microphone module, and it still wouldn't work. I could get it to do text to speech. Like I got it to do text to speech with Google and Piper, but I couldn't get it to take voice commands with the voice assistant, sadly. And I couldn't get it to tie into Amazon to do the voice commands on Amazon, which I really want to do. So that's, if I can't figure it out with hacks, I'll probably do it a different way. But like one of the cool things I did is, check this out. This is really cool. Like, so if somebody comes on my front porch and it triggers my Ring doorbell, it changes my left screen over to Chromecast and then connects it to a feed that's created by a plugin in Home Assistant that sends me the live video feed from the Ring for about a minute. And then it shuts off because, you know, it wants to preserve battery. But so if somebody comes onto my porch, all the Alexas in the house say, hey, somebody's at the front door. If they ring the doorbell, then it says something else. But regardless, whether it triggers motion or the doorbell rings, it automatically flips this screen and the screen in the bedroom, only if they're powered on. It flips them over to Chromecast and then sends a live camera feed so you can see like who's on the porch and what they're doing. I was like, that is really cool. That is really cool. I had to install a MTQQ plugin to get the live video stream because the Ring doesn't expose it normally. Like you have to use like this weird thing to expose the video stream. Normally it just gives you the screenshot and like the last little video clip of what happened on your porch. It doesn't give you the live feed. But I thought it was cool you could do that. Like that's the kind of automation you could do. The other automation I do that's really cool is I have 3 screens in my room. So there's no power button on the screens themselves. So I have to use a remote. And it's an IR remote because the RF remote can only control the TV it came with. So that you have to go power on 3 remotes, or you buy an IR remote like I did. So you can go power. But if you have to point it really close to the screen, because if you're too far back, it'll turn on like 2 or not the 3. Or if you stand way back, you can get all 3 of them to turn on, right? So what I did is I set it up so in Home Assistant, if I turn on the center screen with the remote, or I turn on the center screen with Home Assistant, or I turn on the center screen using even the Samsung TV app, it doesn't matter. Any way I turn the screen on, that gets detected by Home Assistant within 3 seconds, and it turns on the other 2 screens if they're not already on. If they're already on, then it leaves them alone. So now, and it does the same thing when I turn it off. So whenever I turn on or turn off my center screen, even if I'm down in the bedroom and I want the screens to warm up before I come up, because, you know, with all screens, you want them to warm up to get the color temperature right. So I'll be down in the bedroom. All I have to do now, instead of turning on left, center, and right, I just turn on the center screen. It turns on the other 2 screens. I turn off the center screen. It turns off the other 2 screens. So I was like, that's really freaking cool. And it's actually really responsive. And then I have, what was the other thing that I set up? Oh yeah, the text to speech stuff. So you can you can send multiple video streams to Chromecast or Apple TV if your device supports it. So like all the TVs in the house support either Chromecast or Apple TV. So I can say, if I want to send a message to everybody in the house, because I don't have Amazon Alexa working with Home Assistant yet, but I could use that. But any device, doesn't matter. It can be a stereo receiver. It can be a TV. It can be the iPad. It can be the phone running the Home Assistant app. Any of them, I can set up an event where I can just go in there and say, hey guys, you know, something's going on, or hey, can you do something, to hit enter. And like every device in the house that has a speaker will speak it with text to speech. I was like, that's pretty cool. That's really, really cool. You can also just pull up like a picture on your phone and say play it and create an event that'll send it to every screen in the house. The only thing I haven't been able to get it to do on the phone is I can get it to create a notification on the phone. So I can run a thing where it pops up a notification on the phone that says, hey, somebody's at the front door, or it'll pop up a notification saying, hey, your screens are still on. So I can create an event that says, hey, if the screens are on for like 4+ hours or whatever. I could even create an event that said, like, run a script that says, hey, if I haven't touched my keyboard or my mouse in hours or whatever, send me a notification on my phone and tell me, hey, did you forget to turn off your screens? It's endless. Like, anything you can think of automation wise, you can make happen. And you can trigger anything off of anything, which is really neat. Like, I can create a trigger off of the thermostat. So like my Nest thermostat that I have in my house, I can create a trigger that says if anybody turns that past 70 degrees, like play through all the speakers, hey, stop turning up the thermostat, and then I can turn it back to 68 degrees. Or I can create an event to notify me, hey, somebody has just turned up the temperature in the house, or somebody's changed the temperature in the house. You know, I could do other triggers for stuff. I could do a trigger if somebody turns on the TV in the bedroom, turn on the lamps. So if you're in the bedroom and you turn on the TV, the two little side lamps come on at a certain like intensity and a certain color. You know, because we got the bulbs in there that are fancy. Yeah, there's all kinds of cool shit I can do. It's awesome. And you can trigger anything off of anything, which is pretty neat. It's probably one of the single most useful pieces of software I've used in a very, very long time. Only 68 degrees, not 69. Hey, as much as I like keeping it 69, 68 is my jam. 68 is the temperature where I exist the happiest. So, but yeah, you can do, you can presence sensors. Yeah, you can set up presence sensors to turn stuff on and off when you go in the room. One thing I want to try that I haven't tried yet is I have, thank you to my buddy Kevlar Condom, my brother from another mother. He hooked me up with all Unity networking stuff. So I have Unify everything. Unify, I even have the Unify access points. Like, it's all Ubiquity Unify. And it's fantastic. Like, absolutely the best network I've ever used by far. But one of the cool things it can do is it can tell you, there's a plugin for Home Assistant where you can read all of the information from Unify. And you can check and say, hey, if iPhone signal strength is this much on this access point, this much on this access point, this much on this access point, that person is most likely in this room in the house, and then turn the lights on or turn the lights off. So then you can like walk, or I haven't tried it yet, but if I find the ranges, if I walk around and check the ranges on my phone in each room and I document that, I can create an event that says if above this and below this, because you can do any logic. It supports any logic tree. So I can say if phone is above this and below this on access point A, access point B, and access point C, if connected, then most likely I'm in the master bedroom. Turn on the lights, turn on the TV. And if your signal is, you know, far enough deviated from that, then you're no longer in that room. Right? So, or same thing with the nerd cave, right? If you leave the nerd cave, turn everything off. But again, I could do it with a motion sensor, right? I could get a $5 ESP32 because there's also a plugin for Home Assistant that literally will write the program and deploy for any sensor. It'll write the program and deploy it to an ESP32 and connect it to Home Assistant. So all you have to do is buy a $5 ESP32, plug in a motion sensor, a humidity sensor, a relay, a buzzer, a siren, a speaker, an LED, anything you can think of. You plug it in. And then you go into this plugin in Home Assistant. I haven't tried it yet, but it looks really straightforward. And you basically just tell it through the web page, the sensor that you connected, what pins you connected it to on the ESP32, and it will flash it right through the COM port through the web browser, just like you would for WLED. So you just plug it in, and it'll link it up. It'll do the handshake on the Wi-Fi, connect it, and link it to Home Assistant. And then once you have that, all you have to do is take it somewhere, plug it into power, and put it where you want to put it. And now you can use that as a trigger, or use it as a source, or use it as a target in Home Assistant for anything. So like if I wanted a sensor to tell if I was coming in the room or leaving the room, I could just put an IR, like a motion detector, or what are those things called, like an IR brake beam. I could just put a beam or whatever across my door with an ESP32 plugged into a USB cable into a brick into the wall. And then I could and it would connect over wireless network. And then every time I broke that beam, I could do the math of like, every time it's broken, this is how many people came into the room. This is how many people came out of the room. So simple math and logic, and turn shit on, turn it off, which would be really cool. You can make cheap Bluetooth ESP32 modules that'll detect the presence of your Bluetooth BLE signal. See, that's great. The BLE signal would be fantastic. The low-powered Bluetooth. That's fantastic. Is my son better at video games than you are on a 2-player? Depends on the game. Depends on the game. In VR, he completely dominates me. Like, I stand no chance in VR. Like, even when we play paintball and stuff, he absolutely just rips me. Gran Turismo, we're pretty well matched. I think I'd still edge him out in Gran Turismo. But no, he's pretty good at video games. He legit is pretty good at video games. But he's one of those people where it's like he doesn't necessarily get fun out of winning. Like most people get fun out of winning. That's like they're like, wow, I did the good thing. For him, it's just playing the game. Him just playing the game. Hell, half the time he doesn't even want to play. Half the time when I'm playing Gran Turismo, he literally just goes and gets his steering wheel, his little steering wheel from his Wii U console thing that he has that you put the Wii controller in. He takes that and just sits in the bed and just pretends he's driving as I'm driving, matching my moves, and he enjoys it. He really enjoys it. So he's one of those people. It's like he's the best friend to have because he's not going to sit there and beg for a turn on the console and stuff. Like he'll create his own thing, and he'll have his own brand of fun, and it's amazing to watch that. I really really admire that about him. Hey guys, if it's okay with you though, I think I'm going to take off because my back is really bugging the hell out of me. So I got to go down and take my second dose of gabapentin. Yeah, because I'm hurting pretty good. But yeah, today was a great tech talk. You guys, absolutely amazing. I love you guys to death. The one thing I'm going to ask you though, and I'm going to continue to ask you for the next couple of shows, is if you are in the United States and you are a registered voter or you're eligible to be registered, please register and please vote. Okay, I don't care you don't have to tell me who you're voting for. I don't care who you vote for. I'm just hoping that democracy prevails in the end. But this is an important election for the people that haven't really been paying attention. And this isn't like other elections. The checks and balances are no more. If you know, this is quite literally. I'm not even exaggerating. This is quite literally us deciding as a country together if we want a single person who's committed a lot of really heinous crimes having full control in the long run, not in the short run, but in the long run. Like literally has an entire plan laid out that he's presented that will utilize a corrupt Supreme Court that was put in place, a corrupt array of judges, and moving to skew and utilize a lot of resources from the richest man in the world to taint a bunch of races to shift the balance. Yeah, this is a scary one, guys. This isn't, in my lifetime, we've never had an election that was deciding this big of a change to our country. Like, it's pretty substantial. Like, freedom of speech has legitimately never been challenged on this level before. This is going to be pretty crazy. Like, honestly, if it goes the bad way, I probably won't be able to say the things that I say anymore online. I probably won't be able to speak freely without putting my family in extreme danger. So, hey, thank you, John. I appreciate it so much, brother. Thank you for voting. But yeah, this is an important one for sure. All right, you guys have been awesome. Hey, wait. Kyle K said, have you gotten him to play any old school games that were big? Oh, yes. Xander loves retro gaming. As a matter of fact, he still plays. So I have a Game Gear, a Sega Game Gear. Remember, that's like even less than a Sega Genesis. It's like one down from a Sega Genesis, and he still plays that. I still catch him picking up that thing and play. Even though he has a Nintendo Switch and everything, he'll go grab that and play the game on it. He loves retro games. He absolutely loves them. He loves playing Mario Brothers. He's not a graphics guy. Like when I was a kid, I was a graphics guy. Like, oh wow, graphics are amazing, right? Like, oh, those graphics are amazing. Like, a big part of the game was the graphics to me. And to him, it's not. Like, he gets just as much pleasure and joy out of playing something that's incredibly simple than playing something really complex, right? So yeah, he loves all games. He is not a picky person. Like, any game you put in front of him, he's willing to try and play. But like anybody, he has his favorites, right? Yeah, basically, it was a portable master system. That's a good way to put it, Metalhead. That's exactly what it is, a portable master system. Colin B said, I have Chrome, Edge, and Firefox. I'm looking to get away from Chrome. What do you recommend as a third browser? Honestly, all I've used is Edge and Chrome, which is Edge uses Chrome. It's just an older version of Chromium. I know a lot of people use Opera GX or whatever, but I think that that's because a lot of people advertise it because it makes them money. That's why I've been put off using it. Usually when I see something that's that heavily promoted by people on YouTube that don't use it themselves, that I know don't use it themselves, I stay away from it. But a lot of people seem to run it and like it. So maybe there is something there. Just because they have that much money to advertise and they're making that much money off of a free piece of software doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad, right? So all right, guys, I'm gonna GTFO. I really did enjoy. Oh, you guys use Brave? I don't like Brave because they're crypto bullshit. But other than that, I know a lot of people like it. But yeah, I'm going to go and get some rest. I want to thank everybody again. Today has been one of the most successful super chats that we've had in a very, very long time. That is the closest we have come to ever hitting that astronomical goal I put there for like no other reason than to put a number in there. Never thinking anybody would reach it. I just want to thank you guys so much. You're freaking awesome. I hope to have the lights up and going and the leaf blower and the smoke machine and all that shit back online for Twitch here soon. I've just been fighting some problems with the Nerd Cave. Ever since we built the new PC, the room is still all fucked up. The 3D printer's on the floor. My other desk is in the center of the room instead of over here. I need to get my back stable enough that I can come up here and just do a little bit at a time and just accept. Like, that's the part. If I just do a little at a time, it'll eventually get done. That's the thing I have to in my mind. But my OCD says no, I have to start it and finish it. And if I can't start it. And that's where it's fucking me up. So I got to get used to the idea of just micro progress. Like, listen, go upstairs, move the desk into place, clean the garbage off the desk. Boom. Step 1 done. Next day, come up here, run 2-3 wires. Done. I need, if I can compartmentalize and I can get in the mindset of doing that, then shit will start to happen, even though slowly, instead of just not happening at all, because I keep getting frustrated. So I got to work on that. Oh, you disabled the crypto shit in Brave? Oh, that's cool that you can disable it. As long as you can turn off all the shit, that's awesome. Like, I have no problem with them putting it there as long as you can turn it off. Hey, Oystein, I've never even heard of Thorium. I'll have to check that out, man. It sounds like there's a lot of browsers out there. I honestly didn't think there was that many options. Kyle K said, I recently got my 6- and 4-year-old niece and nephew to play with some OG red and blue Pokemon on the Pocket. Dude, that's awesome. Man, I will tell you what, you can play, wait, is the archive back up? I can't recommend it unless it's back up. But the Internet Archive, God, it's so awesome. You can go there and play all your games from your childhood, like all of them. All the Nintendo ROMs are on there, all the Sega ROMs, all the N64 ROMs, all the DOS games. I mean, everything. Castle Wolfenstein, dude, and you play it all in the web browser. They have like this DOS 4GW web browser, HTML5 plugin. You just play all that shit in your web browser, F5 at full screen. Go on Steam, buy a program called Flawless Upres or something like that. Oh, by the way, that's my recommended app. Here, let me get the right name so I don't fuck it up, because it was recommended to me. Oh, dude, did that just hit the goal? That totally
Anthony
just exceeded
Hamilton
the goal.
Tipped $13.07.
Oh, my bro.
Hopefully this helps.
Anthony, that doesn't just help. You just wiped out the super chat goal. I'm taking a screenshot of that. That is the first time that has ever happened. I mean, in years. Dude, fucking, you're awesome, man. You are so awesome. Oh my God. Aux is going to love that. Aux is absolutely going to love that. Because I got to pay him. I'm supposed to pay him last week. I need to pay him. That really does help. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Anthony is the bomb. Diggity. Thank you, Anthony. Dude, I wish I had like smoke show and lights and everything for you. We'll get there though. I got the new DMX controller right here. I just got to get it. It's connected to the network. It's responding to Home Assistant. I just got to get it now to connect back so that I can use Stream Deck and MIDI controller to send the commands and intensity to it. And that's going to require a little AI back and forth, man. Oh, you're sorry you haven't been on that much? Dude, don't even sweat it, bro. Don't even sweat it. The truth is I've been massively unreliable as a streamer. I can't expect anybody to show up with my schedule the way it is, honestly. The only thing that's been even remotely consistent has been Tech Talk. And that's only because Aux has been here to distract me. And the hardest thing is to get going. When you're in a lot of pain, it is so hard when you don't have somebody to play off of. Like with Aux, where it's like we're hanging out and he distracts me and he can help, like, you know, take over if I need to move away because I'm hurt or I need to go take medicine or something like that. It takes a lot of stress out of the situation. getting started, like when you're by yourself, is really scary. Like when you're suffering pain. Cause I'm always afraid I'm going to start the stream and then immediately have to leave without any
Aisteen
backup.
became a Tech Talk channel member.
Ooh, that's a
Aisteen
cool
celebrates
voice.
61 months of membership. Awesome
Thank
Tech
you,
Talk
Aisteen.
today. Thanks, Jerry.
Dude, absolute legend. Absolute legend, man. You're badass. Sith Lord said it would be really cool to do a Zoom call with one of your shows one day. Hey, anything's possible. I stopped taking like viewers on the stream because I had some problems in the past with it. And it's not even like it's not even like the people on it. It's just the logistics of like getting it to work and everything. But it just becomes really stressful. But it doesn't mean it's not going to happen, because honestly, I do need to do something fresh, and I do need the distractions. So maybe in the future, if I have a mod around or something that is around more often, because my mods because I've fallen off so bad, most of my mods are like gone doing other stuff. You know, and I don't blame them one bit. Like I've been so unreliable, and I haven't been streaming consistently, and they have a lot of other people that they mod for that are way more consistent and are around a lot more often and everything. And it makes sense that they get the priority. So I totally understand. But yeah, without like a constant mod like around and a regular streaming thing to like handle the logistics of something like that, like bringing people on, vetting them, getting them set up in the channel so that I can just click a thing and pull them in or whatever. It becomes a little difficult to do that while you're streaming by yourself. But who knows? Maybe Miss Barnacules can help me. Maybe I'll bring her in. Although she's my son's teacher during school hours, which is when I also want to stream as well. He's doing school, so we can hang out afterwards. So she probably won't be able to do that. But I'll figure something out. Maybe I'll stream in the afternoon. I'll have Xander be my mod. That would be pretty cool. He's not quite to the age where I want him exposed to that level of, of shittiness, but honestly, the way he's handled himself in VR has been exceptional. He's earned a lot of trust from me as far as how he handles things and the things that he can know now, because he's demonstrated to me that he really, really understands the difference between right and wrong, and he really knows to do the right thing. Like, he really enjoys doing the right thing. Let's see here. I was closer. I'd help you clean up the nerd cave. All you would have to do is tell me where to put stuff. I appreciate that, Colin B. Yeah, sadly, only 3 or 4 people have ever been in the nerd cave because I'm so protective of my personal space. Most of my friends haven't even seen this place. and it's because I have a really hard time. Even my wife, I don't even have my wife come up here and clean up because I just get super stressed out about it. And that's really held me back. So I got to relax on that a little bit. No fucking way, dude.
Oyston tipped $93.49.
Bro,
Enjoyed the stream so much.
Dude, 1,000 knocks? Fuck, dude. Really? Oh my god, dude. How the fuck can I leave after that? Bro. Jesus Christ. Dude, I'm gonna have to start telling Aux. I'm like, hey, Aux, every time you leave the live stream, the fucking super chats quadruple. Be like, bro, you be killing the super chats. I'm just kidding. No, it's just at the end of the stream, a lot of people that wait until the end of the stream start doing stuff. So it makes absolute sense. But he's gonna really enjoy that, because Aux has to leave it too. He has obligations with his wife and everything like that. So I only get him for 3 hours on Saturday. But I still share all the super chats with him, even if I go late. So, besides, trying to separate everything out would be really difficult anyways. Hey, Oysteen, see me tomorrow? You want to see me on Twitch tomorrow? If you want to see me on Twitch tomorrow, I will really, really give it my best try. Because I really do need to come back to Twitch, man. I've been gone way too long. I got to get back to it. This pain, I have to accept that this pain isn't going away. This pain is here, and it's probably only going to get worse. So I need to learn to coexist with it. I'm coexisting with it right now, right? That's the thing. It's like whenever I'm streaming, I'm always afraid to hit the stream button because I'm sitting here shaking. I'm in pain. I'm hurting really bad. And I'm like, but I'm doing it right now. Why can't I just do that on Twitch? That's the weird thing about ADHD and OCD, man. It fucks with you. Because if I can do this right now, how is this any different? Flip a switch. Now I'm on Twitch, slightly different background. Everything else remains the same. I don't get why that seems to be such a fucking mountain that I keep getting scared away from when I can do this just fine. Something's wrong with me, man. Something is really wrong with me. Oh, all right, guys. I really do got to get going, man. Oystein, thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much. I still can't believe you and Joe Taji, man. You guys blew it up here at the end. I'm actually going to text Aux right after this and tell him how good this stream did. This is insane. Oh, no fucking way, man.
Ivan
What are you doing?
Sabella
Oh,
Sanchez
God.
tipped $54.74.
Bro.
Have a good rest, my man.
Bro. God, you guys, you're killing me. You guys are fucking killing me, dude. Oh, I love you guys so much. You're the best. I'll tell you what, save some of that for tomorrow, all right? I'm going to get on Twitch. I'm going to try to get on Twitch tomorrow. I'm going to try my hardest to come back. So I've been gone for, 12 days? So I'm going to try to get on Twitch tomorrow. We're going to try to make it happen. I'm going to tell my wife to really push me on it, too. Because it's got to happen. I can't keep letting pain get the best of me. Got to get fucked, dude. Kyudon said, do I need to start donating? No, please don't. Kyudon, no. Kyudon, save it for tomorrow, man. Save it for tomorrow. I gotta leave, man. My back is fucking killing me. And if you guys keep doing this, I'll just have to keep staying. And then I'm going to fuck my back up so bad that I'm not even going to be able to stream tomorrow because I'll be in so much pain. Once I cross a certain pain threshold, I'm out for days. So let me get some rest. And then you guys can fucking grease me tomorrow when I'm over on Twitch. Soloing myself. But Ivan, thank you so much, man. You got fucking A. What is going on, you guys? Jesus.
Joe Taji tipped $9.99. I'll check my Home Assistant config and let you know how I have Alexa set up. Also, I keep looking over at Buff AuxxLTT Luke waiting for them to respond.
I'll just tell Aux that all the money comes in when he leaves the stream because I put a buff picture of him up on the screen. I'm sure that's what's happening here. All right, Joe, please send me that configuration. I'd love to look at it. All right, I got to shut down. I got to shut down. I love you guys to death. I'll text Aux and tell him like what happened here at the end. Because I think when he left, we were at like 150 or something like that. That's insane. I haven't seen a stream like that in forever. Like, this is just, you guys, seriously. My wife's not even going to fucking believe it. So this is great. I appreciate it. This is a big morale boost. You guys are fucking awesome. Kyudon said I was just joking. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. You guys are the best, man. You guys are the best. All right. Hey, Lars, what's up, dude? All right, I'm going to get out of here. I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow, okay? I'm really going to try.